Hello and welcome. Here we are with the Commonwealth Esports Championships qualifiers, where we've got 3 best of 2s from Europe for you between Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland. As I'm joined by Danog, getting ourselves into this beautiful open international tournament. How are you feeling? Are you excited for this?
Of course, you know, you people from the UK can get rid of the Aussies temporarily, but we'll always find a way to come back and really be part of it. I'm keen to see what some UK Dota has to offer us.
Yeah, I mean, you joined Eurovision, join in this as well, you know, get yourselves out there and join in all the tournaments. But yeah, the Commonwealth Esports Championship taking place later on this year, August 6th to 7th, 2022. So keep your eyes open, of course, for that. Multiple regions, tons of countries, loads of players, and of course, Dota 2, one of the biggest games in the Commonwealth. And, you know, we kind of expected this, right? You know, Malaysia, Singapore, we've got, you know, Scotland, England a little bit. We've got some good players there as we get ourselves into this tournament. And there's a number of other games as well. You know, there's eFootball, there's Rocket League. I'm super excited to see all these on, you know, the big stage alongside, you know, the Olympic Games, basically.
Yeah, the Olympic Games of the Commonwealth, right? I'm keen to see, like, this still is a little bit of a trial to see how it all goes, and hopefully next time the Commonwealth Games comes around, it's going to be even bigger and better. So make sure if you're a member of any of these Commonwealth nations, or if you're just a lover of Dota, you're watching and supporting this, because any chance for more of that mainstream recognition is just good for everyone, right? More attention means more money into the scene, and higher production quality, better teams. It's what we all love to see.
Yeah, it's like name recognition, right? Like we've had IESF, WSG. We several years back, it was like 2017, we had the Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games, which I was at in Turkmenistan, where we had the Philippines and, you know, Jordan and stuff like that playing. And it's just getting people to know and understand that esports is definitely a game, a ton of games that are worth watching, and have these viewers to get into things. As we do have our first game starting, as we've got Northern Ireland taking on Wales in a round robin, best of 2, so they'll all be playing against each other. And I know a little bit about these Welsh players. I've been to LANs with them. I've met them in real life a number of times. There's Cook and Tyrox. Unfortunately, one of their players, though, is apparently getting married today, so he's not going to be playing with them. Di, congratulations if you are watching the VOD, or if you come back to this and see how your team's doing. Hope you're having a good time. But Danog, it is draft time. Picks and bans have started, and I kind of see the trend continuing. They've watched the major, it looks like.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, after the major, I was casting a little bit of Southeast Asian Dota, and, you know, some teams were leaning a little bit more into the major meta and some weren't. It really seems like these guys are just taking the copy and paste, and why not, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel. We're hoping that a patch is going to be coming within the next week or so. So yeah, just go with what's strong, what's proven to be strong. And yeah, see if it is able to work out for you. Of course, Pugner, Chaos Knight, they're probably the 2 biggest heroes of this meta for mine. But Underlord still in the pool. We saw how strong that was throughout the entire Stockholm Major.
Dire team pick.
Absolutely. And well, Wales coming out strong with that Keeper of the Light first pick. Let's see if they're going to copy like a Tundra draft or something. You know, is this going to be a 9-esque Kotl mid, or if they've got something else planned for it. Always has that flexibility stuff.
Yeah, I think maybe the strategy behind this might just be, look, Keeper of the Light, you've already banned out the Storm Spirit on the enemy team. That's probably one of the bigger counters for it. The Sand King pretty early on. I'd have to be a little bit worried about this because, you know, in the laning stage, you can get bullied a fair amount if you have the right heroes open to do so. I mean, Anti-Mage, honestly, I know not everyone's the biggest fan of it, but it does body a Sand King in the laning stage. Maybe not so much against a Keeper of the Light, but, you know, things like that, potentially Lone Druid, just other heroes that are able to get right on top of you and bully you out within those first couple of levels.
Yeah, I feel like Sand King can quite often have tempo problems. He's a hero that really does need that early Blink Dagger, especially if he's played from the 3 role. So it's going to be very important here that he gets that ball rolling and uses that Blink aggressively to find pickoffs, defend towers, and look for those early team fights, because it is that investment into aggression. So coming out of the lane strong is very important for him.
we've you can talk all about like, oh, this is the major meta and blah 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 and all that sort of stuff. You could pick the heroes, but you need to actually have the game style to be able to match it out as well, right? So most of the often when we see the Sand King be a big success, it's off the back of
10 seconds
feeding
remaining.
him through a lot of these stacks early on. And Keeper of the Light, especially on the Dire side, one of the
5
better heroes at
seconds
being able to do
remaining.
that. So you know, if they are able to put that 3-4 pairing together,
Dire
assuming
team
this isn't a
battle.
Keeper of the Light mid or even potentially a position 5 role, then you know, you're
Radiant
obviously going to
team
still
battle.
get maybe that 11 or so minute Blink Dagger and really have the impact that you need to push the tempo early on.
Well, Jakiro in the first phase, not something I'm really really aware of in the big pro scene. Maybe a comfort pick here from Northern Ireland, do you
10
reckon?
seconds remaining.
It's a bit of comfort, but it's also just a good synergy with Amaz, right? You drop the arena
5
pre-BKB. I know
seconds
you're not a big fan of BKB and how prevalent it is these days, but you drop
I
that
think it's very
Macropyre.
good. I just don't like how good it is.
Yeah. You drop the Macropyre inside the arena, and there's not too much the enemy team can do about it, right? Of course, Sand King can Burrow Strike out. You can Keeper of the Light very hard to catch, so if you finally are able to get it on top of him and drop the arena on top, he's not going to be buying a BKB super early on. So, yeah,
10
Shakiro,
seconds
it's just a
remaining.
solid laning stage support, plus good synergy with Amaz, so I don't hate
5
it.
seconds remaining.
That makes a lot of sense. Pretty good against Sand King as well. You know, he goes into Sandstorm and you've got, you know, so many just spill spells, area of effect spells that you don't need to target on him. Good ways of potentially catching him unaware.
Yeah, kind of weird with the bans coming through in this phase as well. You can see the 3 heroes that are banned out so far, Wraith King, Ursa, Juggernaut. They're 3 heroes that actually look to make the enemy offlaner's life a little bit challenging. So I wonder if one of them is going to just, and Chaos Knight's kind of in that boat as well. I wonder if we're going to
Radiant
see one of
team
these
battle.
heroes just left in the pool, because of course you want to have a good lane against a Mars, and you also don't want your Sand King to have a good carry matchup against him, if that makes sense. So something like the Monkey King is still in the pool, for example. They've got rid of the Snapfire because, again, it's just another good
10
pairing together with the
seconds
Mars.
remaining.
Yeah.
But Razor could potentially be an option. I mean, with all
5
these heroes, it
seconds
is something that
remaining.
Mars is just great in the laning stage, just because the spear is great for being able
Dire
to
team
create that
battle.
little bit of space and prevent the kill potential. But it is something that you need to be worried about.
I always think of Anti-Mage as one of those heroes against Sand King and Darkseer, those offlaners who rely on their mana so much as a good pick. Maybe we'll see that 4th pick from Northern Ireland if they want to go that direction. But I was going to mention that Grimstroke. They're banning out, you know, the Wraith King, the CK's gone, Ursa's gone, all these Grimstroke pairings, and then they ban the Grimstroke as well. They don't want these chain stuns and laning potential from some of the tankier
10
heroes
seconds
to be
remaining.
amplified by the Grim.
Yeah, and, you know, banning out the Grimstroke
5
means that Wales are
seconds
just like,
remaining.
all right, we'll get rid of the other big Pangolier counter in the Bloodseeker and then pick it up for ourselves. You know, the Mars doesn't do anything as long as you're in the Rolling Thunder, doesn't care about the arena. Jakiro almost entirely spell-based, so when he's in Rolling Thunder, he's not going to be worried about that at all. So right now, what I would be looking for
Radiant
Northern Ireland
team
is some
pick.
kind of BKB
Wind
piercing
Ranger at your service.
disable. So they've gone for the Wind Ranger. I wonder if it's going to be like a Seb 5 Wind Ranger,
Yeah.
or maybe mid. You know, I'm not a huge fan of the hero. I think Seb really made it look good just because he's level 30 on the hero. It's one of his favorite ones. But you know,
10
he's a
seconds
2-time TI
remaining.
winner, right? So you gotta put perspective into the equation.
5
And
seconds
I want to see something
remaining.
like a Bane. I want to see something like a Winter Wyvern. I want to see something like, probably not a Beastmaster anymore, just because you've got the Mars, but just something that's able to stand there and either attack the Pango or give some level of control onto him.
Yeah, we've seen like the Drow Rangers and things like that be that turret that stands her ground and just clicks the Pango when he's rolling around. Maybe something along those lines. But yeah, I like your point about the Wind Ranger. It definitely has been the past few years a specialist hero. You think of Weehar mid Wind Ranger, now Seb position 5 Wind Ranger, and outside of that, you're kind of like, nobody else. You know, you kind of put her in the realms of Meepo and Invoker and Shadow Fiend nowadays in terms of player performance.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for mine, I'd probably put Somnus in that same category as well. It's just one of
Okay.
these heroes that you literally cannot make a single
Dire
mistake
team
if you're
pick.
playing it in a core role. And it looks like it's not going to be the case. It seems much more likely to be a support. And I don't hate this, right? It's one of those heroes, maybe they're going to say, all right, your main priority is just get on top of that Keeper of the Light, get that focus fire in onto him once you've got the Javelin, and just take him out of the equation. We're assuming this is going to be
10
a support
seconds
coddle still.
remaining.
probably more likely to be the case now as well, just
5
because you're
seconds
against
remaining.
you've got the Pango against the Puck. Pango could go into a bit more of that physical damage build, maybe an Orb of Corrosion, and then into the Diffusal, just because Puck, one of the big weaknesses in the laning stage is you've got quite low armor. So the Swashbuckle is going to give you a lot of value, whereas Keeper of the Light into the Puck, you're just able to shove the lane out just as effectively as the Coddle is.
Yeah, and then going into kind of mid-game, how do you like this Puck? Because it feels like it often goes multiple ways against the Pango. Now you don't have that guaranteed Aghanims upgrade with the coil. You need to wait to level 25.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on who starts the fight, right? So now, you would say probably the jump is going to be better initially for Northern Ireland, but again, if they go for the style where you're just building up a lot of stacks for the Sand King, he gets that 11 or so minute Blink Dagger, then it swings back the other way for Wales. So it's going to be heavily based on the vision, and I wonder if Wales is even going to consider going something that's going to provide them with that extra little bit of vision, whether it be something like a Templar Assassin. It's good against the Puck in the laning stage as well. It's decent against the Mars if you want to put it into the position 1. Yeah, it's not great against the Jakiro, but basically everything else it's good for, plus the trap vision. Monkey King, like I mentioned, still very good. Beastmaster, probably not as much. Clockwork, probably not. I would say probably one of those first two. Just go for the Shaman. I mean, it's good against the Puck, right? Instant lockdown.
Yeah, it sure is. I was thinking maybe Ench along the thought process you were having there, just face tank, walk up high ground with a creep, give vision like that. But I think the Shadow Shaman's pretty nice and filling the hole that Wales had in terms of tower damage. Now they've got spell damage, they've got team fight, catch and kill, but Serpent Wolf and Shadow Shaman going to give them the ability to convert these team fights or pickoffs into bigger objectives. And of course, maybe even go for a cheeky Roshan if they've got that final pick to do the damage and help out.
I'm kind of still wondering what they're going to go with next. Like you said, it does give them some sort of way to siege the high ground, but it's not enough. You know, you can't base everything off of a 2-minute support cooldown, right? We're assuming it's position 5 as well at the end of the day. So if it is a position 5 Shaman, then
5 seconds remaining.
You're against a Puck, and you need to get that Blink Dagger early on. You know that the Sand King's going to be leeching a lot of the farm. You know the Keeper of the Light is going to be leeching a lot of the farm. So where exactly is he going to get a lot of that gold from? I would have to say that it's probably something that he needs to really succeed in the laning stage. Both the Wind Ranger and the Mars are certainly killable in those early couple of levels. So I really want to see them go for a more aggressive position 1 here. I still really like the Monkey.
Tiny?
Tiny's okay, but
Tiny.
The Monkey, for me, Tiny's fine. Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, especially if you're able to get the toss back underneath the tower, shackles, you know, you're able to get some free kills in that way. But the reason I like the Monkey is just because against the Mars, very solid. You've got that instant lockdown onto the Puck for the backlines, pre-Shadow Shaman having the Blink Dagger, and it's just something that enables you to get in onto these squishy heroes on Northern Ireland, and then even if pushing the high ground, you could drop the Wukong. So that's why Northern Ireland banned it out.
Yeah, good shout. And the ban from Wales of that anti-mage against the Sand King as well. Also removing one of those difficult laning opponents that the Sand King does hate. So we're looking for position 1 heroes for both teams, it looks like. And we're honestly running out of options. Wraith King, Ursa, Monkey, Spectre, Medusa, AM, Jug, Bloodseeker, CK. But what's left? Like a Sven?
Sven,
Phantom Assassin?
The Tiny's still there. I honestly... Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that Medusa bear, just because you've got the Pangolier and you're more likely to be going into the Diffusal Blade. If they went a Medusa, you could just go Terrorblade, right? And you would have been totally fine with how that panned out. So I'm just a little... Maybe if Northern Ireland Terrorblade, you can still Phantom Lancer. It's going to be pretty decent. So I guess just leaving their options open and not making it quite as obvious for Northern Ireland.
It feels like Northern Ireland want to bring the team fights together pretty early on as well. Like they've got all of these low cooldown spells. They're not really reliant too much on getting the initial Blink Daggers or items they can just cast and kill. Whereas Wales maybe take a little more time to get up and running. So a Lifesteal is going to give them that fast tempo. I hope to see like the Armlet Deso build.
Surely you Razor into this. Like you're just going to be walking the dog every single time. Even against the Mars, it's decent, right?
It does mean you're playing into Northern Ireland's game plan a little bit in terms of trying to match their fights and play with them. So I could see the argument being made by them that, hey, we could just slow things down, take it a bit later with, you know, like a Phantom Lancer, for example, or the TB you mentioned, and go for these illusion heroes.
Or a PA. I mean, PA into a Lifesteal is pretty strong as well.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, just a lot of these heroes on Northern Ireland seem incredibly squishy, and especially, like I said, I'm favoring Wales draft so far, just because I feel like they've got superior Roche potential. They're going to have the initiation advantage, and they've got this last pick overall, so they can make it however they want. I honestly don't hate the Morphling either. You know, it's one of the best matchups into the Lifestealer. Just being able to steal the Rage away. It is, again, probably not as much as like the Meepo and the Wind Ranger and all these sorts of other heroes, but it is still like a niche pick for mine. I've seen so many great Morphling games where, for whatever reason, it tends to fall off a cliff for no reason whatsoever. But I'm still going to say Wales probably have the slight edge in the draft here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, I really do believe Northern Ireland have to come out on top in like 2 of their 3 lanes. If they give up too much ground early on, I struggle to see how they come back. You know, Lifestealer not a great hero at catching up and taking stacks or anything like that. Puck wants to be out on the map, shoving waves and
10 seconds remaining.
Split pushing for the most part. Setting up team fights is going to be incredibly important for Northern Ireland. So I think vision is something that we're looking at quite closely in terms of how, going back to the Pango Puck conversation, how they start those fights and how they initiate. You've got to be ever wary of a Blink Sand King or a Morphling appearing out of nowhere. I'm wondering what kind of item build does Morphling go this game? It's not like a Lincoln's game. It'd be like Manta Skadi, yeah. I guess. You want the Skadi against Lifestealer for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Manta's going to be great just for securing the additional amount of farm, just using your illusions, but also against a Jakiro, so much damage over time, so it's going to be useful for being able to remove that aspect, even able to dodge out a few of these abilities if you're really on point, the silence from the Puck, for example. So, yeah, wouldn't hate to see that. And then, like you said, the Skadi, so important against the Lifestealer, hell, even against the Mars, right? Just to be able to hold people within an enclosed area means that your abilities like the Illuminate, anything to do with Pangolier, it just makes it easier for all of your spells to go off without a hitch.
It's still pretty funny for me, knowing a couple of these players. Tyrox used to be a mid laner who was like known for his Templar Assassin. Now he's playing Kotl position 4 or 5. And Cook has been around for a while as well. He used to be support, he used to be a mid lane Invoker player. Now he's playing Sand King. Curious to see how they all do.
Oh, are you saying that it's like, have the years caught up to them? Is this some of the boomerness that's forced them to go from that mid laner into the support role?
Well, I don't know how old their other teammates are, but they were getting called boomer in the lobby chat before we started. Like Cook and Tyrox, they're boomers, so I'm assuming they've got a Zoomer mid laner to pick up that skill gap. But yeah, Tyrox and Cook used to be part of Barbecue Chicken Esports back in the day with Elia, who is now the Liquid team manager. There was Richie and I can't remember the last player's name now. I said it earlier, but I've forgotten. But yeah, they had no, Ryan was on the opposing team when they were playing at the LANs. It was Tone, that was his name. But yeah, they were pretty much like 2nd or 3rd best team in the UK back in the day. I'm talking like six years ago or something like that at the I-Series LAN events.
There's some real boomer stuff is what we're talking about.
Yeah, truly. Like, this is back when my career was still a hobby. I was taking time off work, going to LAN events. My boss was asking, what do you do exactly? Like, I go and talk about video games for 10 hours straight. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, you can have Monday off. No worries.
Yeah. You're preaching to the choir here, Gary. I have a very similar story. Basically, at my work, I would say, all right, I need a day off, but I need it to be 2 half days. I get off at lunchtime, fly to Sydney, cast, sleep in a capsule hotel, fly back, start half at lunchtime the next day. And they were like, all right, let's make it work. Esports dream.
And how many times did you have to explain how Dota is like chess, or it's like watching a football game where we're commentating on it?
Yeah, pretty much. I was just like, look, I just compared it in layman's terms, right? I mean, we've got these Commonwealth Games, right? I just say the biggest Australian sports commentator, his name is Bruce McAvaney. So it's like, I'm kind of like him, but I just do it for video games instead.
That's good. Oh, there we are. Any surprises in the lanes? Looks like it's all as expected, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Maybe... No, it's all looking pretty standard, right? Like, you've got this Keeper of the Light who wants to be stacking up for Cook as much as possible, so I'm going to look to see him do that from the, 1 minute 40 mark onwards. Top side, you've got a Wind Ranger trying his best to harass out a Shadow Shaman, but he's got pretty decent armor, so he's not going to be taking too much harass there. I think this is going to be a pretty passive laning stage, if I'm being perfectly honest. Maybe the mid lane, you could see a few of these individual skill plays start to come out, but side lanes, probably not so much, at least until they're level 3, level 4, that sort of area.
Yeah, they've already got the high fives out. We'll see if that rune control comes in as well. We see a lot of it, even earlier than the... Usually we see the 4-minute rune battle where people are moving out of these side lanes 3 minutes 30, 3 minutes 40, but sometimes even earlier to control those early bottle runes for the mid laners.
Yeah, maybe Tyrox can help him out a little bit, right? You can see he's doing a bit of trading with Tay at the moment. Want to see maybe he gets off one more Illuminate Blast before he goes and tries to start some stacks happening. Looks like they're going to be considering going for kills. But I was really wanting him to do that because A, you could start these stacks going, and B, you can also protect that bottom water rune to make Neb's life a little bit easier. But it seems like he's just prioritizing a little bit more on building up stacks within his own lane for now. Maybe just wanting to get the Sand King to level 3, have that 1 point in the Sandstorm. 1-1-1 build is pretty standard.
Oh, Shadow Shaman. And having a go at the Wind Ranger. Both of them just trading hits as well in that top lane. And Wales have pushed this wave all the way under tower, so it looks like the Mars is going to get some free farm under there. And no way to pull it back. Small camp blocked by Radiant, large camp blocked by Dire. That's this awkward position where Iggy on the Morphling's like, well, what do? I block the wave a little bit? But then he's going to be under pressure from both Wind Ranger and Mars, who are level 3 and level 2. They've got lots of magic nuke damage.
The supports are all doing a good job.
Yeah. And Morphling always feels real sad when he's not got the second point in attribute shift yet. Yeah,
absolutely. You just feel so vulnerable. Any kind of gank is just that little bit longer that you're in a bit of a worrisome position. Bliskin should be fine. He hasn't had the win run, but he was at full HP, so he's going to be able to get back. And just these slow little bops. You know, bop, bop, bop. Tiny little bit of harass coming through. And again, it's just going to be a passive laning stage. Looks like Tyrox is going to be able to snag away the bounty rune, which is a nice little bonus for them. Or even keeping it for the Pango.
And a courier sniper as well. Yeah, finds himself in the ideal position. That deep ward paying off dividends as they do get that Shadow Shaman pick off. Bliskin and Mars getting that kill with power shot, spear, God's Rebuke. Shadow Shaman very, very slow, doesn't have boots, and is incredibly sad, which there's definitely a question here about their draft. 2 position 4s basically, the Shadow Shaman and the Keeper of the Light. Both of them need that little bit of farm and can suffer if they don't get it.
Bliskin's doing really nicely. I mean, he was the one to secure that first blood there. He almost gets the power shot off onto Iggy as he's got the salve going. But just ends up missing. Still, though, he's doing his job in this laning stage. I was saying before that the supports have been doing a pretty good job of stopping a lot of these pulls from happening. With the courier that got sniped on the bottom side, though, I'm a little bit surprised that Tay hasn't ferried out a sentry ward and de-warded that cliff ward there. It's only got about a minute or so left, so not sure if he's going to get the real value out of it.
Yeah, I wonder if he thinks it was just a bit of luck from the Keeper of the Light, who was sat next to the bounty rune and saw the courier as it moved just below him. Might not quite know there's a ward there, but we'll see in the next minute or so. And yeah, Wind Ranger's finally unblocked the large camp. Shadow Shaman will come and open up his small camp so we can get these pulls and manipulate the creep wave up top. Iggy is not having a good time on this Morphling. 11 CS. Mars up there with 20 and 14 denies.
I mean, that's just a Mars, right? You've got that extra attack range relative to most other melee heroes. And very tanky. He's got a couple of these bracer builds, boots of speed. You're going to be able to outtrade almost everyone in this game. The thing I'm a little bit worried about, though, for Wales is that they still haven't built up any of these stacks into the triangle, and that's something that I really wanted to see. You know, you need some sort of way to move away off the map. And actually, a little bit of miscommunication here leaves Cook on his own, so he's not going to be able to use the Sandstorm for farming. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't die with it. But yeah, like you were saying before, you've got this double position 4. Speaking of which,
they're going top again. Yeah, he drops. Mars will spear the Morphling back. Doesn't connect it to the tree, but they've still got a lot of damage. And Iggy, he's sticking around with a level 2 waveform to try and kill off the Mars, but he's going to think twice of it. Bliskin's power shot off the mark. And 14 one charges there for the Morphling should bring him basically back to full once he shifts down to Agi.
At least he's got the the Morbid Mask, excuse me. He's dropped it in base. Volition is bringing that one out to him as well as a salve. So Iggy should be feeling a little bit better now in this laning stage. I kind of want to see... Maybe they're going to move the Keeper of the Light up onto this top side with this siege creep wave that you've got coming through, just because the Shadow Shaman isn't going to be able to push that one out. And now with the Morbid Mask, the Morphling can move into the jungle a little bit more. You can put the Shadow Shaman paired together with the Sand King and maybe go for a few kills onto this Chikiro as a result. But you got to make sure you're not losing too much map control as a consequence of that.
Yeah, and you've got to be afraid of these mid laners coming out as well, right? Both have hit level 6. There's catapults on side lanes, so this rotation from a Puck or a Pango with a big team fight ultis could find that pick off that takes your tier 1 down to like half HP and allows you to go for that 10-minute catapult push to secure it. And Cook down bottom getting chased by this Lifestealer, but he's going to burst strike through. Gets the Chakra Magic, but you can see how much damage they can actually lay into him with just a level 2 Ice Path and a bit of chip damage from the Dual Breath.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Looks
like
Pango's
Tyrox
going to
is...
be back stacking.
Precious bounty.
Yeah, stacking for himself. Doesn't look like he's successful.
Never mind.
That's the sign of a core player, you know. Doesn't know the timings. We've got Tyrox moving towards this mid lane, maybe going for some kind of surprise play, just seeing if there's any wards next to the power runes. Yeah, I still think it's just been a little bit too passive here from Wales' side, right? Like, they've fallen a little bit behind in kills. Not that that matters too much, but it only matters if you're actually farming as a result. And it doesn't really seem like they've been doing too great a job at that. You know, we've talked about the Morphling on the top side. Yeah, Keeper's a little bit ahead of the Wind Ranger, but certainly not enough.
And now Puck with this Arcane Rune. Looking for that first move. We do have Pango coming down bot as well, but the coil snaps in onto the Kotl and they silence the Sand King before he can get the epicenter out. Down goes Cook. E-Dog helping pick up a nice kill down bottom. And yeah, Pango is really wondering where he should be. He was walking bot, didn't TP, wanted to get involved. Just too far away.
He'll luck out and get a regen rune at least for his trouble. But yeah, this... I mean, he is farming though, right? He went for the build that I was kind of expecting, the Orb of Corrosion into the Diffusal Blade, which is nice. You know, this is exactly what you want against a Puck, against a Wind Rage, honestly, even a Mars, who... He's still got the Soul Ring build, but you don't want to be using too much of that HP pool. You want to be that tanky, ever-present frontline presence there.
It will be a completely free lane for him now. Volition probably going to die if he shows himself to creep wave again. That's why he's hiding back in the trees.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about with that switch up of the supports, right? I really feel like he would be much better served having the Keeper of the Light up here and Shadow Shaman down bottom, because you're not going to be able to do anything to stop this push.
Burrow into Illuminate, and they've got the Jakiro all locked up. Tyrox down to the Lifestealer. As he infests to creep, but gets stunned up on his way through, and this rotation from Neb allowed Cook to get the epicenter off, getting 2 big kills down there, only giving their Kotl away. That's what they needed.
He's still standing up here thinking, what do I do? What? I just have to stand here and hopefully soak up a little bit of this experience. I mean, it is important, him getting that solo XP to get that level 6 as early as possible, but there we go. He's just instantly revealed there. Unfortunately, the arena ends up destroying the trees, meaning that the shackle shot doesn't land onto anything, but he should still fall.
He should. It'll take them much longer, you know, with a whiffed spear and the shackle shot not latching. It does slow down the push on that top tier 1, but it doesn't look like reinforcements are coming. Morphling still sat in that jungle. Of course, we saw the 3 heroes bottom, opening up the space for Iggy to get his farm on. Just Morbid Mask into treads. I kind of expect Dragonlance, Manta Skadi go the full stats right-click build here for him.
Yeah, but just have a look at the difference in the vision right now. You've got 4 Observer Wards out on the map at the moment. Tay's just been able to get rid of 1, but by doing so, he's just resigning himself to death, just feeding a little bit more of that net worth over to Neb. That's very important because he's only 300 or so gold away from picking up that Diffusal Blade. And compare that to what we see from Northern Ireland here in their vision, it is pretty lacking.
Yeah, they've got 1 ward in the lane down bottom, looking for TPs that will rotate there, but not much else. And now it looks like a concerted effort from Wales to come into mid. They've got Blink on Sand King, so he's ready to fight, jumping straight onto Pliskin's Wind Ranger. Tyrox unable to finish the job. They move on to the Puck instead. Neb thinking about the Rolling Thunder, but changes his mind. Just fake pumps it for now.
Yeah, I like the movement, but just wrong target to go on, right? The Windrunner was walking around underneath your own vision, so you knew that that probably isn't the target that you want to go on, especially for this really nice timing on the Blink Dagger on Cook. That's not how you want that 10-minute Blink Dagger reveal to go. You want to take out the puck, you want to potentially use that to transition into being able to take that mid-tier 1 tower, but instead, they don't even get the kill.
Yeah, I'm looking at this puck going Blink Dagger, and I'm having a few worries about it. We've seen Witchblade puck, the scaling puck trying to get to maybe the mid to late game, level 25 or so. Going for a Blink Dagger is doubling down even further on this Lifestealer puck timing around the arena from the Mars, able to fight early on. And it still seems like if Wales can just weather the storm and drag this game out to 30, 40 minutes, they've got that Morphling, the backup plan, and the scaling advantage.
Yeah, I suppose the theory behind him going into the Blink Dagger is, look, you've got a Sand King that's got an early Blink Dagger. He hasn't gone like this Hood of Defiance sort of build. It's really just about making sure you're nullifying as much as you can out of the enemy team.
Oh, that Wind Ranger gets demolished. Almost dies to just a Burrow Swash. Neb will chip away at Tay with that Rolling Thunder. Volition is going to shackle the Jakiro as well. Niall's going to get some good damage onto Cook as he has to Burrow Strike defensively and puck cleans up. Killing spree from the Pango, though, and he's looking to get even more.
Defusal.
E-Dog in so much trouble. That Diffuser, you're right. Destroying the puck, but Daly with the Arena will close him in. Make sure he can't chase forward. Another great swashbuckle, though. It's both heroes, even up into the fog onto that puck, and Mars will die to this dominating Pangolier. A 3-for-1 trade.
You just see how influential that physical damage is, right? The Orb of Corrosion plus the Diffusal Blade absolutely rips through the puck, hindering his impact quite heavily. Wasn't even able to get off the Dream Coil in that fight, which probably would have saved at least one, maybe even two of the heroes. Now, though, you have to wonder, is this the time where they want to try and make a bit of a return play here? You use the Arena, sure. You use the Infest, sure. Dream Coil is the big thing, right? You still are able to make a lot of aggressive plays happen as a Wind Ranger, as a Jakiro, as a Mars, as long as you've got that burst, that initiation aspect. And, you know, with the Sand King, you catch him in the Dream Coil, you catch the Pango in the Dream Coil. It's not like they have any kind of easy way to get out of it, but he's already got the Aghanim Shard queued up for Neb here. Really like that early timing, able to avoid a lot of the early aggression that's going to be coming out onto him, because he's putting himself out there. He wants to be the main focus of a lot of these skirmishes.
They're going to allow him to guarantee that Rolling Thunder does get used. Yeah, I do think that Northern Ireland have got to do something as soon as possible. The Blink Dagger is going to come out towards the Mars, but he's been jumped already. The importance of that initiation, the importance of that first step, shown off by Wales multiple times in a row now, and the impending doom. It's got to be a thought in the back of your head. Where's Morphling been the past 5-6 minutes? He is climbing that net worth chart. Where's Pango going? Neb's just rolling up into triangle. Hello, anyone up here? Oh, there's a life stealer. There's a Jakiro. Ice Path looks good.
Oh,
but
the Epi.
Channeling up the epicenter, but Blink is cancelled
nice
by
power
the power shot from Pliskin. Very well placed.
Very nicely done. And unfortunately, Iggy, he still doesn't have the greatest amount of net worth, right? He's sitting in 5th at the moment. He's level with the Lifestealer for sure, but you certainly want him to be getting a whole lot more. You want him to be accelerating away and ahead of the enemy team, because he has been not contested at all. 0-0-0 kill involvements for him right now.
Yeah, just had a pretty rough lane with the Shadow Shaman support. Getting what he can right now.
Yeah.
And on this topic of net worth, the puck is down there, 4,700, having a rough old time. And again, just the Blink Dagger is always an investment into aggression. Okay, you can blink from camp to camp and you can place yourself on the map nicely, but it's always about getting the jump and finding team fights. So if you don't use this double blink timing on your Mars and puck now, you're wasting a lot of that investment.
Yeah, I think Pliskin's been doing a really good job in terms of the laning stage, being able to harass. He's been able to get away from a bunch of ganks, but I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of this item build. You know, he's got the Tranquils and a Null Talisman into a Magic one. I just want to see him get that Javelin, right? If you're going to go into this Blink Dagger build on the puck, you need something that enables you to actually get kills when you do connect through with him. And right now, they just don't have that.
Even an Urn into Spirit Vessel, right? You're against the Morphling, and you don't have someone going for something that will reduce his healing. Let's see what he decides to head towards, because right now Wales, again, the ones applying the pressure and moving into mid lane. They do get a catch on Tarok's Kotl, but Serpent Wards and this blink stun from Cook kicks it off onto Daly's Mars, and in comes Neb. Would you believe it? The man of the hour just arriving and crushing through that position 3 of Northern Ireland, as back towards that tower. Jakiro's caught up in the shackles, and the Serpent Wars proving indomitable here, right next to the tower and making a wall that Northern Ireland can't pass through.
Yeah, the big point for mine is it just feels like they're playing different games right now, Northern Ireland. You know, the players, you had the Jakiro and the Puck still sitting up on the top side trying to go for a gank onto this Morphling. I don't see any way you're going to kill him with these items that you've got so far, right? Like, he's still in position 1, he's still been able to get an infused raindrops, he's got the Morbid Mask, he's got plenty of items for himself, and so they weren't there for the start of that team fight, and I feel like that's 3 fights in a row where we haven't seen a Dream Coil come out here from E-Dog.
Yeah, we really haven't. And they've not really been snappy smoking and getting together, grouping up, which it feels like they need to do. During the draft, we we're talking about how they're kind of on a timer, or at the very least they want to be playing for these teamfight wins earlier than Wales does. And Morphling, well, he's top 3 now. He's been under a ward for quite some time, and you usually expect if your position 1 is under a ward and you know the opponents are playing bot, showing mid, you go for a move up there.
And I mean, the lack of movement for me is going to be punished even further, because we've been talking all early game about how you're playing with 2 position 4s on Wales' side. Well, that has not been punished. You've got the Blink Dagger now at the 17.5-minute mark on the Shadow Shaman. He just had boots and a single Iron Branch.
Well, that's a coil.
Finally, a Dream Coil.
3 of them caught up and snapped on the Kotl. Shadow Shaman going to try and turn with the shackles here as Cook yules into the sky, but Iggy and Neb, the 2 big cores of Wales, just crush through the opposing supports and roll forward towards the Puck. Oh, what do we have? No mana. We've got a blink for Puck and a phase shift as well. Neb's going to go for the swashbuckle, but nicely dodged.
Oh, nice.
Does roll up for a second, and Cook stops Daly from getting anything else done.
It's just another one of those fights where it felt like they were on different wavelengths, right? You got a great 3-man coil. They used the Macro Pyre together with it, but where was Mars? He was playing around with the Blink Dagger, with Arena of Blood available, and just wasn't able to connect with the rest of the team. Compare that to how Wales is playing. Look at this. Stun, into stun, into stun, into damage. Very easy to be able to get those pickoffs.
Synchronized. All together on the same page. Yeah, you also expect this Infest bomb, right? Something we haven't... Oh, God, Nas in trouble. He gets the Infest and does run away. But it's so spooky when you just have 4 heroes appear in your triangle, forcing you away from your Ancients. But yeah, it's been a while since we've seen these Infest bomb plays. Used to be, you know, Nature's Prophet, Storm Spirit, Puck. You Infest, you jump in. I think that's something they also need to get going and have to rely on as well, is putting Lifestealer into a position where he can actually stick on a target and do the damage.
I think you need to make sure he gets at least the Sange available for himself. He's got it coming out on the Courier now to buff up his damage and his sustainability a little bit, but you need to be making plays with the rest of your team. All ultimates available on both sides, except for the Infest and the Spirit Form, but, I mean, all of the things that you need to be able to make the action happen are available on Northern Ireland right now, so I just don't see the Wind Ranger having too much of an impact, right? Like, he's been on point with some of the shackles and the power shots, and that's nice, but it doesn't actually kill anyone. It just feels like harassment, tickling.
That's not what you need. You need a big old punch. 20 minutes in, there's an 8,000 net worth deficit. And again, they don't have the best heroes of catching up and making that difference up.
Don't know that this Roshan's going on.
They've got no idea. And if they do, I don't know if they actually want to fight it.
Nope.
Yeah, it gets to the stage of the game where the Puck has got to be saying, hey, I don't really want to fight anymore. They're so far ahead, they're so tanky, and they've got the items they need. We need map control. We need to be split pushing these side lanes, getting towards tier 2s and forcing Wales away from our objectives. You see how they just group up. 4 heroes here connecting into the Morphlings lane.
Why not, right?
Like,
you've got a 10k advantage. It's not like you're going to run the risk of falling behind if you group up too much. And yeah, they're just looking to push their advantage, right? They've got the Aegis, they've got the map control, they've got the ability to continue pushing on forward. you were mentioning how Northern Ireland needed to go a little bit more into that split push route. I mean, that's the reason behind this Boots of Travel build that E-Dog's got, right? He just needs to make sure that people are able to... They're forced to defend, right? You always want to make the enemy have to make a difficult decision. Do we defend? Do we push? Do we go for pickoffs? You don't want to make it incredibly obvious every stage.
Iggy was so close. They'll still get the kill, but he waveformed in, turned into Mars, and tried the spear back. Just missed it, but with Neb's rotation, they'll actually go forward and chase into this lifestealer as well. Shield Crash still ready here, and he's got Aegis on top of a Basher. So if you get some good connections onto Pliskin or Nile, you could find some kills. Northern Ireland are massing around him. It's just so difficult. Like you were saying, right? It's just this little plinking away. I mean, he's going to change his name to Plinking in a second, Pliskin, because he doesn't do any damage. But a half HP Pango, you'd expect 4v1. He should be dying there. He just walks it off.
Yeah. Maybe they can make some massive wombo combo happen, you know, with a Dream Coil plus an Arena plus the Gale Force that's about to be finished up here by Pliskin. But beyond that, I feel like it's a really rough spot for them to come back from. 11k net worth now at disadvantage, even though it's only 5 kills on the scoreboard.
And they just keep this pressure up. Go bottom, look for tier 2s. Want to unlock these outposts and take them away from Northern Ireland. I do like the kind of adaptation from Puck. Again, like you said, that Boots of Travel going to put him in a position where now he can go top, shove out, join a fight if need be, if it kicks off around one of his objectives to defend a tier 3 push, for example. Wales have been responding so wonderfully. You just send like Tyrox just comes back and says, "Okay, I defend mid alone. I'm a Kotl."
Mm-hmm. It's what I was wanting to see in the laning stage, but the fact that they've done it now, they're still getting the right message through, right? And with the Puck, he's going into the E-Blade. I could see why, just because it feels like in a lot of these engagements, they're not even able to pick off the simplest of targets, but I just feel like it leaves you so incredibly single target focused. The only way that you're going to be killing multiple heroes in a lot of these engagements is, you know, the perfect arena into the perfect macro pyre, and right now that just hasn't happened at this stage.
Yeah, execution is king. Let's see if Tay can get this D-Ward without dying. Absolutely not. Cook says no. Our vision will stay. And Wales once more just playing this 4 protect 1. Morphling, you know, he's 1-0-2. He's joined in for one team fight.
He just wants that Skadi, and then he'll be ready to go, nearly hitting up onto that level 19. Level 20, of course, very important for waveform and tax targets, especially once he has that Skadi against the Lifestealer.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Lifestealer cowering in his base right now.
It's
kind of waiting. Yeah, just waiting for Wales to come towards them. Hickey just sat in triangle. It must be the most relaxing game of his life. He's like, yeah, go on, lads. You go and team fight. You go
win
cast
the game
spells.
for me, boys.
Just spamming space created on his chat wheel 24/7.
Yeah. And then he's just going to turn up at the last minute and say, easy game, I did it, I carried you boys.
Oh, I'm the position 1.
Yeah. They got 50 seconds left on this Aegis, but it feels like they've gotten everything that they wanted to accomplish in this time. It was a farming Aegis for the Skadi on the Morphling. I would say once he picks up that level 20 for himself, he'll be like, all right, time to go. It doesn't matter that we don't have the second life available.
It's like the past 45 seconds or minute or so has really been a showing of how much of a mental game Dota can be as well. You know, Wales have been pressing forward, keeping that real oppressive game style going, finding picks on the supports over and over again. And we literally saw the Radiant team just sat by their tier 3s waiting to see what was happening. And Neb is going to open things up onto the Wind Ranger, try and roll around and turn and swash the killer. Sand King and Kotl making a move forward towards Tej Jakiro, but in comes Daly. Good arena spear, catches the Pango, and the Pucks come in. The Shadow Shaman silenced, and Lifestealer's opening up on Tyrox. They've got the Neb Pango taken down without the Aegis anymore. And Cook, Epicenter doing a lot of damage. Oh, look who's here. It's the Morphling. He's got his Skadi, and he gets a double kill for his efforts. Great Yules from Cook to stop the TP of Jakiro, and Tay will die. A 5-man wipe and a triple for Iggy. You were spot on, Danog. They bring him at the last moment to destroy Northern Ireland.
Yeah, and it just gives him all of the net worth that he could possibly need going into The butterfly next. None of these heroes really love to go into the MKB. Lifestealer can in a pinch, but you can just see he's forced to go into some sort of item that allows him to fight now, and looks like it's the Desolator that he feels could do so. It's looking really rough for Northern Ireland, let's be real. Even though they had a really nice initiation there, they timed things around the Aegis perfectly, so they're able to get that big kill bounty away from the Pangolier, but it's just not enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I've got to hope for some calamitous mistakes from Wales at this point to give up this lead. Because right now they can take that entire map of farm away from them and wait for the next Roshan in 2 minutes at least. Outpost grabbed as well.
Even just what you were talking about before, where they were cooped up inside their own base. Part of it...
Yeah, like this.
They might run into Cook here. Yeah, like what can you do?
It's much better to move out and do something than sit there waiting and doing nothing. I mean, now props to Tay for starting this off. He'll face tank this Pango and Sand King and do some serious damage to Neb and Cook. The Sand King dropping inside the macro player. But Iggy, he's here with substantial physical damage to rip through E-Dog, Cook, Daly and the rest. Lifestealer's gonna, just walk back to Fountain, buddy. Nothing to see here. Good game is called. Dominant performance from Wales in game one.
Absolutely. I would have to say Neb is my MVP for that one. You know, really making the most out of that advantageous lane against the puck. Good itemization, good positioning. Always seemed... There were a couple of times where he felt he was going a little bit too far solo on his own, but it goes back to the draft that I was talking about, right? After those couple of first picks, I was like, well, what do they actually have to be able to stop this Pangolier from doing whatever the hell he wants, right? You didn't have someone that could pop the BKB and start right-clicking him like a Lina, for example. You didn't have any BKB piercing disables, and instead they went for this Rin Ranger. He got Gale Force. I don't think I ever saw it. You know, I thought maybe we might see it in that last fight where they got the Dream Coil plus the Arena of Blood, but never came out.
Yeah, it was absolutely this kind of crumbling under pressure. You could see the well-honed, well-oiled machine that was Team Wales, just making sure that all four of them were together at every given moment, getting these team fights going, where it seemed Northern Ireland a little bit sloppy in terms of team fight execution. So game one in this best of two going to Wales. Hopefully we'll see some remedies to the problems Northern Ireland had in game two, which will be coming up right after this break. Welcome back, as we've got Northern Ireland and Wales already in the drafting phase, ready for this Commonwealth Esports Championship qualifier for Europe. I'm Gareth, joined by Danog. And game one, Danog, one-sided, pretty strong performance from Wales. Northern Ireland definitely got to pick things up here in game two, don't they?
Yeah, is Wales just trying to beat Northern Ireland with the draft that they failed with in game one? Because they've already picked up two of the heroes, and it's a distinct possibility for sure. The Doom Grimstroke combination is obviously very, very formidable. It just comes to question of where exactly are they going to be played. We've seen Doom played in a variety of roles, 2, 3, 4, Grimstroke 4 and 5. So let's see how they're going to maneuver around this one. I honestly wouldn't even hate to see Grim played the 5 role this game. Just pair it together with a 4 Doom, a very self-sustaining position 3. And yeah, I would feel pretty solid about that. They've already banned out the Storm Spirit, but I wouldn't hate seeing something like an Ember Spirit as well come through here just because Grimstroke enables it so heavily. Yeah,
having heroes that can utilize that blink on Doom and the ability to just jump in with an Inkswell, give you that multi-layered initiation, always really handy. And the respect given, Neb's Pangolier banned in that first phase as well, along with the Storm. And Pugna CK taken out by Wales. A little curious that Wraith King's banned out by Northern Ireland, because that is one of those heroes that maybe would expect to be paired with a Grimstroke, but there are plenty of other options out there. You know, there's potentially DK, if they want to put that in there. Even in the 1 role, could be a 3 position with the Grimstroke as well. And now Monkey King joining the ranks of banned heroes too.
Might be where they're thinking, considering... I mean, it could just be a position 3 Doom, right? And you don't want the Monkey King laying into that, but... You know, certainly something like the Dragon Knight as well is another hero that can be punished pretty heavily by a Monkey King just ruining your day in the lane.
Now, why the Necro ban? I mean, Reaper Scythe into Soulbind's pretty nice, but is that an indication they want to go for multiple tanky strength cores?
Potentially. It can just be something that they feel they don't have the burst to be able to take down. You know, the damage is still kind of slow-ish with the Wind Ranger and the Mars, so maybe just wanting to take something away that relishes for these longer team fights.
And Razor taken out as well. I guess Ember Spirit, Razor and Necro, both very good laning counters to heroes like Ember Spirit, and do have favorable matchups against like Tiny, Lifestealer, for example. So maybe Wales thinking along those lines. And Clockwork should indicate that it is the Doom 3 you mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. I hope it's not a Clock 3. I really wouldn't like that, but yeah, I mean, Clockwork's one of the 3 heroes that can get out of the Arena of Blood in some way with like flying aspects. It's like Wyvern, Clockwork, and Night Stalker, I believe, are the only 3 that are able to do it. Clockwork with Jetpack. So, I mean, maybe they're thinking of that as a little bit of a counter, but it might just be trying to zone in onto the Wind Ranger and prevent her from using her fast movement speed to be able to get around. Who knows? It could just be comfort as well, right? Because we've seen in the previous game that Wales are probably a little bit more higher skilled in terms of their comfort, and they're going to go attackers. I think Wales are trying to have fun with this one. You know, first picking up a couple of these heroes that are like, you know what, we're just going to beat you with what you tried against us, and then we're going to throw a techies at you.
Well, what does this mean then? Wind Ranger 5, I guess, and Techies 4? So a Techies Mars lane potentially coming out here. Or do you reckon this is one of those things where someone's been watching a bit too much Thompson and huffing the mid-Techies?
You know, Neb's a good player. Wouldn't put it past him.
Man, I'm excited for that if it does happen. And maybe this 4th pick will give an indication of where he's headed.
I feel like they know they're lacking in damage, though, right? Like, with banning out the Necro and the Razor, those are 2 heroes that scream to me, we need time to ramp up our damage. So, you know, Mars, Wind Ranger. Techie is probably a little bit less so, but Visage as well. Like, it's just something that's very, very quick now on the damage component. But, you know, with the Necro and the Razor in the pool, potentially, that would have given them a little bit of a concern. Not so much anymore. Against the Visage, I really like seeing heroes like... honestly, Doom is probably one of the better counters into it, just because you've got so much damage over time that's able to rip through the Gravekeeper's Cloak. Doom as well means that you're just going to be doing a ton of damage through that. Of course, you don't have the break unless you get the Aghanim Scepter, but Gravekeeper's Cloak doesn't do too much against it. I think you need to be conscious of the fact that Wales might try and do a Luna pick, just because it pairs well together with the Visage. You've got Mars to provide a little bit of protection as well. And you have the last overall pick, so either picking up the Luna for yourself or leaving it in the pool with a Terrorblade would be a pretty big win for mine, just because TB, one of the biggest counters to the Luna.
This is one of the scariest things, is a team that has this kind of diversity and drafting ability to have 4 heroes picked, and you don't exactly know where any of them are going.
Yeah.
All 4 of these heroes are flexible, could be in any role, any lane. Northern Ireland going to come out with a bristleback, so yeah, your topic there of needing damage and needing burst going to be picked up. Nice.
I like
Northern
it.
Ireland, a hero that definitely is incredibly tanky.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Of course, Razor and Necro are just good against it in general, right? Not even just that aspect. So they're like, all right, well, you've gotten rid of these heroes that are big counters to what I want to pick. Let's just pick it. I mean, it's a very simple one as well. You know, we were having a look through some of the ranks of the players in the downtime, and you know, for some of them, they might be slightly lower than the others. But if you're able to pick up a hero that's just great in this sort of draft, like a Bristleback, it can really make up for that difference.
Yeah, just got 2 buttons to press over and over again.
Absolutely,
goo
just
and
get
the
the Ags as
crossbows.
well. You don't even need to click anything.
Just face roll the keyboard, run towards your enemies. Another pretty good pairing with the Grimstroke, right? He loves to get in the thick of things, so having an Inkswell, and especially with a Shard on Grimstroke, to give him that Dispel. And also, a hero that's good against those familiars, right? Being able to get the stacking damage over onto Visage, damage over time, somewhat from the Quill Spray. And a good ban on the Timbersaw. A hero that would have done very well against 3 strength heroes already on the field.
They don't have any like super reliable stuns right now. Honestly, on either side, like Mars, I guess, would be the closest to it. But I still feel like an Ember Spirit would be pretty decent here for Northern Ireland. You know, it's going to synergize relatively well with the Grimstroke. It's going to synergize with the minor summon that you're going to get from the Nasal Goo on the Bristleback. You just go into a physical damage build and you're laughing.
It does feel again, though, Northern Ireland going for that faster tempo, the earlier game plan for them with this 4-hero draft so far. We'll see if they decide to change direction a little bit and have that late game security like Wales did with that Morphling, who literally sat in jungle for 25 minutes, showed up and ended the game.
5 seconds remaining.
At least with these heroes, they've got that potential to roam, right? And, you know, Grimstroke, Clockwork, they're 2 of the better heroes at just being a roaming pair and being able to pick off and find those easy kills inside the jungle if they decide to go down that route again for Iggy.
I'm literally looking at this last pick for Wales, and I have no idea what they want, what they need. I mean, we could get like Spirit Vessel and Wind Ranger if that's a support to deal with Bristleback somewhat. Visage gives them a bit of tower push. They got team fight and damage from Mars and Techies.
I mean,
what are they lacking? More tower damage? Someone who goes and just hits buildings at 20 minutes?
Yeah, it's not the worst Sven game, honestly. Like, as long as you're able to pop the God Strength, you could just do anything in these engagements. The Warcry is going to be really good for the additional armor for everyone. And you have to remember with the Mars, if he spears a Bristleback always turns to face you whenever he's stuck. So you're always going to have that ability to just hit the face. So as long as you God Strength, you could actually burst through him pretty damn quickly.
Like, how much do you want a Silver Edge buyer here? Do you necessarily need that? Like you said, you've got the Mars, they're going to turn him around, but do you want the added threat of, hey, I've got a tiny with a Silver Edge, I can burst through you easily?
Yeah, I think that's totally fine as well. I don't think you want to go something like a Viper, for example, just because you've got multiple ways to get it onto him and punish him. But, you know, something else that's able to provide the breakthrough an item is going to be quite good.
Or the PA. You mentioned PA last game. Could be a decent one here. Get out of cogs with Phantom Strike, get away from danger. And of course, with that Fan of Knives, you can really burst through the Bristleback quite quickly.
Yeah, don't hate it. I mean, I feel like that's part of the reason they went and banned away the Morphling, just for something that in the laning stage is able to get away from those cogs. But they go the Conquer instead. It is somewhat of a Silver Edge buyer, but when you look at this lineup, you don't think, oh, they've got great high ground sieging potential. That last game, Northern Ireland GG'd out before they'd even attempted to go up onto the high ground. So hopefully they hold their nerve this time around.
Yeah, this is very much, we're going to knock you out. Keep fighting until you give up. Surrender to our pick off and damage abilities. The question's always got to be asked again, where are these heroes going? Like, is it Kunkka 1? Is it Kunkka mid? Visage 3? Techies 4? You just don't know who's going where until the heroes are picked up by the players. So very difficult for Northern Ireland to get advantageous lane matchups. They've kind of just got to go and figure out their own game plan and work out what their strengths are and how to amplify that.
All right, do we want to have a guess, Gary, of what we think the lanes are? I'm going to say Kunkka 1, Wind Ranger 5, Visage 2, Mars 3, Techies 4.
I think, yeah, Kunkka 1, Mars 2, Visage 3, Techies 4, Wind Ranger 5.
Okay.
Is that the same as what you said?
I think we flipped the Mars and the Visage, so we'll see.
Okay.
So
Oh,
what
Iggy
Visage?
Visage.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, 4 Techies. So 4 and 5, I think they were probably the easiest to sort out, right? Techies and Wind Ranger, put them in the support basket.
Yeah.
Mars 3. Oh, you were spot on. Okay, maybe not. They swapped the 1 and 2. But we were both close, but wrong.
Do we have a different stand-in here for Northern Ireland as well? The Bristleback?
No, he was lifestealer last game.
Okay. Well,
So he'll be that
he's
one.
able to pull it out this time. Again, Bristleback, very easy. Just press your buttons every now and then, and you're gonna have a fine time. I'm not feeling super confident in Northern Ireland's draft, though. I'm going to be perfectly honest. This is a mid Ogre Magi, by the way.
So it is.
So,
Goodness, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how great I feel about that. I mean, what's his itemization going to be? Do you get
Midas?
a Veil? Do you get a Midas? I feel like you're just going to get run over.
I don't know. The times I've seen Ogre Core, we used to see it a little bit in the 3 roll. It was like Midas, Ether Lens, Blink. You go for like an earlier Octarine Core. Oh, I'm honestly not too sure. Maybe an E-Blade in this game. Definitely an interesting pick in that last spot, though, from Northern Ireland. We'll see how it pays off as we head into Game 2 here. With this best of 2 round robin time, of course, in the qualifiers for Europe.
My question's always going to be, where's the synergy? Like, how does this stuff all work well together? And right now, outside of like Grimstroke and Clockwork, I see basically none. I mean, the only thing that's going to be amplified by the Soulbind is the Doom. You could wager maybe a little bit the Ogre Magi, but I don't see the damage. There's just no sustained damage coming out here from Northern Ireland outside of a Bristleback that's going to have an insane laning stage, which I don't think he will. I think you're just going to have a fine laning stage. They should know exactly where whales are because they're walking underneath an outpost outside of the smoke, so
nice.
They can dodge them out entirely. Spend this time getting some super deep wards up.
Ignite is no joke. When you got that maxed out and you're in your core, that's a lot of damage when it starts stacking up. But I think the synergy is really like, we are tanky heroes and you don't have the damage to kill us. We're going to outlast you with an Ogre, a Doom, a Bristleback.
I mean, it's pretty hard to outlast a Kunkka as well, right? Like, you've got the Rum, you've got Tidebringer. It's pretty deadly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Tyrox, he gets the sentry down in the correct place. Should be able to get that D ward. And splitting the bounty runes 2 for 2. As we get our lane set up, Iggy and Tyrox, a bit of a swap there. Tyrox was the one playing kind of position 4, Keeper of the Light in the previous one, but now it's Volition on that Wind Ranger pairing with the Cook Mars.
Very nicely done with the D-wards again. Again, the supports from both sides are doing a pretty good job of making sure that they're at least removing a lot of this early vision from the other teams. I really want to see Northern Ireland put a little bit more of an emphasis onto getting some of their own deep vision up, just so that you're able to respond to some of the aggression that Wales is going to be able to put forward towards you.
Up in that top lane, already a battle between the Clockwork and the Techies. Battery Assault does a lot of damage, but I think the big thing here, this Sticky Bomb with Soul Assumption, they've got a lot of burst damage, even just at level 1. Got to be on your toes as Northern Ireland, making sure you don't step too far out of bounds. And down bottom, Wind Ranger is okay, but takes a tremendous amount of damage just from an Inkswell of Tay. They're giving Nile a pretty good early start.
And he actually... Did he get that Inkswell connected onto him?
Yeah.
How the hell did that happen? He's got Windrun.
It's like one of those things like you're hitting, you wind run to try and dodge, 2 hits from the Grim, thinking, I'm winning this trade. And then your wind run ends and he ink swells and chases you.
I was watching a video just earlier today about Fear Dota, the god of NA Dota, and he's like, look, when I'm playing Grimstroke, I would never get a level 1 point into Inkswell. He just hates it that much. It feels like it's the biggest bait imaginable. It means that you're not able to secure these range creeps, and I think we've seen 2, nearly 3 range creeps denied out by Wales so far in this bottom lane. Like, there's the 4th.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of XP and gold not going into this Bristle, who you said needs a better than average laning stage for damn sure. Inkswell, you really need to guarantee a kill to make it worthwhile. It's not as bad as, but in the same pool as Enigma going Malefice level 1. You want Eidolons 99% of the time unless you really can guarantee a big kill for yourself.
Yeah. And it needs to be that first blood kill as well. It can't just be any kill.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Ooh, nice shackle, making sure to deny the courier kill. Volition clearly feeling very comfortable on his Wind Ranger here. It's a gold tier Wind Ranger.
Iggy taking some serious damage top. Scorched Earth there, forces the Fairy Fire and a nice tree placement. Iggy hides himself away in the trees and cuts back through to the lane.
We placed
There's no
another
salve here though. Two branches placed to block the paths.
Well, 100 gold, is it worth it? He better hope he doesn't feed away that first blood now. I really want to see at level 4 him go that 1 point into the Infernal Blade. Just 1 is fine. It's just more stuff that's going to rip through that Gravekeeper's Cloak.
So tempting to go Devour though, isn't it?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I can understand why you'd want to do it, but specifically against this matchup, I think you have to do 1 point Infernal Blade.
Oh, good shackle shot. This time holding back the Inkswell from Tay. And every time I look bottom, the lane is trending towards Wales, and that's giving Cook such a good time last hitting nearest tower under no pressure at all. As Wind Ranger basically just 1v2 zones the others out.
Well, a big part of that is that they're denying every single range creep, right? So that's a big component of the lane pushing in, and if you're able to remove that aspect every single wave, then, you're always going to have this in an advantageous position for yourself.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger grabs Bounty Rune, can come back and maybe contest this pull, which Tay is trying to get going. Yeah, looking to drag back the wave. Well done by the Bristleback, holding the Dire Creeps as well. In mid. Trunker 19-2. Ogre has Midas Cube, does he? Yeah, of course. Midas Ether Lens. That's what I was saying. The off-lane Ogre build, this is it, and I don't see why it should change.
I don't know if I'm exaggerating or not, but I'm pretty sure every single range creep in this bottom lane has been denied by Cook away from Nile and Tay. That is not ideal. Like, you cannot be falling this far behind. You still do have, at least relative to your enemy position 1 in the Visage, a little bit of a net worth advantage, but in terms of experience, which Bristleback really needs to start that aggression going, it's falling a fair way behind.
Yeah, they have some kind of like 300 XP advantage if you add both of the heroes together. Mars level 4 already, Wind Ranger halfway through 3. Bristleback still needs to crack level 4. As they are utilizing these shackle shots so well just to keep that Inkswell target at bay.
E-Dog's managed to get level 6 just prior to Neb. Unfortunately doesn't luck out with the multicast on the first use of the Ignite, but it is going to make the lane a little bit more challenging for Neb for sure. If you're able to get those multicasts out there, just increase the duration of the Ignite.
And E-Dog has got some pretty serious staying power. 8 armor, 1000 HP. A Tidebringer Cleaves, not really harassing and chipping away at the Ogre as you'd expect from any other opposing mid laner. Pliskin up towards top. Oh, there's a spear down bottom. That'll come to nothing. But Techie's trying to turn back onto that Clockwork who played so aggressively. Gets the first blood. And Daly's Doom, well, he's battling with Iggy here. Another Soul Assumption could come and finish him off before Iggy even dies. Super close on 15 HP, but man, Wales holding their ground as Northern Ireland look to get that one up on them.
Gary, he had the seed shot and he never used it. It's actually so much damage if you're able to get onto, just 2 heroes. It bounces back and forth. Yeah, he had the seed shot available the entire time.
And he had the mana for it as well. He had like 200 mana when he died. That's unfortunate. We're looking at both of these side lanes being lost by the Radiant. I need something to go their way, and I'm not sure Ogre's the best rotating hero to help out, whereas Kunkka, on the other hand, is so good at coming into a lane, X-Bow, easy pick, and then return back to farming.
There she blows.
Even able to get the bounty on his way through as well, so he's still, benefiting the rest of his team while benefiting himself as well. I think this is one of those games where E-Dog's just like, you know what, I'm going to be as passive as possible. I need to get my Midas. That's going to do my farming for me. Not sure how
successful. It's a good pick on Tyrox.
Yeah,
and Iggy dying at the tower, so round 2 from Northern Ireland does get them the kills they needed.
See what happens when they use the seed shot, though. That's the big difference there.
Big damage.
It's actually insane how much it is. 4 bounces, 100 damage each bounce. Like, early on, if you could just get that between 2 units, that's 200 damage each.
That's huge. Yeah, Visage and Tenki, not the tankiest of heroes either. Not until you get your Gravekeeper's Cloak up anyway on that Visage.
And you're not going to have Gravekeeper's Cloak with this Scorched Earth. He still doesn't have that 1 point in the Infernal Blade. I don't think he would have been able to get the Siege shot if he didn't have the 2nd point in the Devour, so I'll allow it, but I just think it's just such a valuable skill point to have. Just the one, just a value point against a Visage in particular.
Yeah, don't keep it on auto cast, just point and click when you need it if you go for that kill. We almost had another range creep denied bottom, by the way. I just keep looking back down here, and there's always Cook on a half HP range creep ready to deny it. But Nile with level 3 Quill Spray, much more adept at clearing that out now.
Now, if you've seen it out of the corner of your eye, you have to tell me, you have to be honest, but if you had to guess, how many denies do you think Cook has right now?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm trying not to look. I'd say like 17 or something.
He's got 18. 19. So it's a lot. Like, this lane is just going incredibly well for Cook right now. Oh,
super.
E-Dog?
Ignite maxed out. Kunkka killed. Yeah, he even pings it. Ogre Magi did 1,276 damage to me. How is this possible? Pliskin, Cogs top, runs away, and they doom the Visage now, turning back onto Iggy. They do jump with a blast off forwards, but they're losing this Visage absolutely. Familiars may be able to get that trade kill. Tyrox looking for the clockwork on his way out of there. Should be able to swing across and get Daly on the retreat too, as he throws the little bomb towards him, stickies him up, and Iggy will land the Familiars to finish him off. Or maybe not. Daly face bootsing away. Nah, the sticky bomb arrives yet again. Devours at the last second, but still dies, even with the raindrops on him.
Just using both the familiar lands was a little bit odd. You know, I think if he landed with one, he would have been able to absolutely secure the kill for himself. A little bit odd to actually...
back inside that arena. Great play from Volition and Neb also to connect with that power shot, boat and torrent. Bristleback should be tanky, but against these 3 heroes and stuck inside the arena, he's absolutely not. And Neb's even diving, looking for Tay. They've spotted the Grimstroke now and spearing him easily to the trees, blocking him in place for a bit of a push on the tier 1 tower.
Oh, we've got E-Dog here being able to pick up his Midas for himself. He's going to look to immediately use it, pray for the multicast, and he'll be lucky enough. Him hitting level 10 is pretty damn important. I mean, he's able to get that extra Ignite DPS. He's lucky enough to get the Fairies Trinket as well. I would almost be tempted if I was him to go into the Veil build just because of how impactful it's going to be this early on prior to those BKBs coming out. But looks like he's just leaning more and more into the later stages of the game. Careful here.
I got a good jump onto that Ogre. These proxy mines, they're no joke. He tries to kill off the tankies. The Ignite will tick him down, but E-Dog should get run out by Neb. They also do try and move in on that bot lane with Windranger returning.
We're looking to get a lot of value out of these Midases as well. Doom's going for 1-2, and he's pretty damn close to picking it up. Even with the use of the Devour just before he dies, it's probably one of the worst ways that you can use it, actually, because you got to be alive for it to actually have that level of impact.
They've got another arena. Another kill on Bristleback. Another rotation from Kunkka. Neb really stamping his mark on this game after dying to that Ogre solo. Making sure he makes up for it. Killing off the position 1 over and over again. And it looks like Northern Ireland, They want to set up for something with Clock and Grimstroke down here, but look at how quickly and aggressively Wales snap into action, diving under the tower. Kunkka might be a little stuck down here, though, as Cook and Volition thinking twice about this action. Another TP arriving as Nile shows his face down bot, and it's maybe an overreaction from Northern Ireland. They do cancel another TP. Not wanting to come down here in full force, and the hook shot misses. Pliskin doesn't catch anybody on the way through.
Oh, I only just realized the level on this Bristleback. He's not yet level 7. 0 points in the Viscous Nasal Goo.
Ogre just comes in and slaughters Cook.
Love it. E-Dog's really bringing it back for us Ogre mains. Love to see it. He's got Arcane Boots coming out to him now. Oh, even the Void Stone. So getting very close to being able to pick up that Aether Lens for himself. Of course, like I mentioned before, Daily, he's got the -2. So the net worth lead certainly not looking anywhere near as bad as previous. And Bristleback is capable of sieging up onto that high ground. I would honestly say that you might give the slight edge to Northern Ireland, at least in terms of their sieging potential at this stage.
Yeah, you weren't kidding though, right? Bristol level 7, Ogre level 11. There's a pretty big gap even on their own team. Yeah. I think we desperately need to see some ancient stacks for Bristleback to catch up in terms of experience and gold to some extent.
Vanguard will slightly help with that, especially against the Visage Birds. It's quite effective. Hookshot coming through onto the techies, and Pliskin picks up that kill for himself, even protecting his Observer Ward for a little bit. I was kind of wondering if he might go for the self-deny there, just wanting to get rid of any easy way for the die to get a little bit of that extra experience. Very easy to do it with the Familiars as well, just put him up onto the high ground.
Yeah, should send him up there. Sentry's still around. Iggy more focused on hitting creeps though, as he should evacuate this top jungle shortly. Becomes incredibly unsafe if Northern Ireland want to traverse up there, get some more deep vision down. The tier 1 tower, of course, being taken earlier on, gives them that nice easy access point into that top jungle. Cook will be able to take tier 1 eventually bottom, glyphed up, but no TPs to respond and defend. Northern Ireland are looking for kills, and E-Dog multicast ignite boat, and is a good option from Neb. Connects onto 2 heroes, but this Inkswell Ogre, the beast runs forward. A hook shot into the back stops Cook from reinitiating. The shackle shot sick though. Ogre and Grim caught up in it, allowing Neb to escape. Iggy with the familiar stuns, landing in onto 2-3 heroes. Nile trying to chase forward onto this Visage, but he's resummoned them and turning back to battle, but Iggy's completely caught out. Not in a great position, allows Daly here to swipe down on him as Tyrox kills off Tay. But a chaotic brawl between Northern Ireland and Wales as Cook now arrives with his Arena Spear. And Bristleback is a tanky fella, even under a tier 2 tower, not dropping just yet, surviving until the Familiars land.
They just split up their damage so much that time around on Northern Ireland. They should be able to get a second kill, maybe not. Oof, just able to clean that one up there.
Neb wants E-Dog, he wants Daly. The Familiars are still chasing the Ogre. Oh, E-Dog, can you escape? Just Midas multicast, yes! Get the value before you escape. He's got 10 armor, and actually, he's not going to be dying to Familiars or Kunkka because Neb's Coco's Rum had run out, and he had to back off.
Can't really fault too much about how E-Dog's been playing this game so far, just getting very active, which you don't really expect to see from an Ogre Magi. And yeah, really getting value out of that Midas. Level 13, 3 levels ahead of his closest rival there. Actually, Kunkka just hitting up onto the level 11, so really well done. It's going to be on the back of him if Northern Ireland are going to be able to take this one out. But it still does come back to me of the fact that they were way too split in their damage, right? You nearly were able to pick off the Kunkka, and then you used the Doom onto the Mars, and you didn't end up killing either of them in that previous engagement, only getting a Visage who'd gone a little bit too far and a Wind Ranger barely.
Taki's out in the open. Easy pickings for Pliskin. Didn't even need the Inkswell connection, just a hook shot in. And down he goes. Now it feels like Wales the ones under pressure, needing to try and get to these next level of items. Like Kunkka wants that BKB, which he's rushing into. We've got the blink on Mars, so that's something. I think the big question mark is around this Visage. You know, he's got Tranquil's drums. Dano, what comes next? He's got 2K gold saved up.
For me, it has to be the Aghanim Scepter, right? The Silent as the Grave is just so good for being able to get a lot of these initiations happening. I was saying before that their ramp-up potential is a little bit slow, but if you're able to get that through, then, you know, certainly it becomes a whole lot more impactful if you're just able to instantly wipe out something like a Grimstroke or a Doom before they're able to get off the multitude of their spells.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting a Spirit Vessel against this Bristleback. So he's going to have a pretty good time with his Hood Vanguard pretty much ready. And it looks like Northern Ireland want to go again up into that top jungle. Such a great area to try and force fights if there is someone lurking around looking to defend tier 2 or farm some extra camps. And joining up with Daly's Doom, we'd love to see a double Doom with that Soulbind come into play.
I mean, we haven't even got a Silver Edge queued up for a long time as well. Obviously, Kunkka needs his BKB first. Mars doesn't really want to build it, so it's going to need to be the Kunkka after he finishes up this next item. And he's still more than 1,000 gold away from that BKB, so he hasn't had the greatest start to the game. Ooh,
and there's Cook.
Upside. That'd be a big kill.
Yeah. Defensive arena. They got the Soulbind in. E-Dog gets pushed back across, but the damage from Northern Ireland here going to trap the Wind Ranger in the cogs, finishing them both off. Neb also, again, defensively boating. That's 2-3 times in a row where he's really had to boat himself just to try and run away. And you can see the almost frantic scribbling on the map. We should be playing bottom. We shouldn't be top. Again, this top jungle, once you've taken that tier 1, is just so easy for Radiant to come in here, hold high ground, have access to your tier 2, and force fights, which is so awkward for the Dire to take.
And I really like their vision. You know, I was mentioning before that I really wanted to see that change around from Northern Ireland as opposed to last game. Looks like Neb should be able to clear out the most of this creep wave in the mid, but just all around that jungle, right? Already it is easy because you've taken away that that tier 1 tower, but you've also just got information about every single entrance point to the jungle, and so I feel like that's what's allowing them to play with such confidence.
It can often feel like Dire wants to play that top part because Roshan's there, and you want to try and maybe mirror, match what your opponents are doing. But ideally, you'd want someone like Cook pushing bottom lane, keeping that threat towards the enemy tier 2, maybe forcing the hand of Northern Ireland to come back and defend rather than wandering into a team fight where the enemy's already set up and sees you coming. It's much more cohesive play here from Northern Ireland, it feels like. They are together. Maybe it's E-Dog feeling more comfortable on this Ogre, saying, hey, I am incredibly strong. I've got boots of travel. I can be anywhere, so go play somewhere and I'll join you.
Yeah, I think that's the strat. You can see that Niall's going for the Aghanim Scepter for himself, just to, again, be that frontline presence, force a lot of people to focus in onto him. This is still going to be a pretty slow take of the tower, though.
Oh,
nice
that
use of the
Inkswell hook shot. Volition caught inside the cogs, and they're losing the techies as well. Both supports brought down immediately. Neb trying on this clockwork with the Torrent and the Spear Arena arriving from Cook, who is on cooldown to Spear. Doesn't need it, it appears, as Tyrox buys back and TP's in, but the objective's already been taken. Tier 1 down. Northern Ireland incredibly happy about this because they don't really rely on any of these long cooldowns. Bristle, Ogre, still able just to keep running forward and fighting, and they didn't use Doom.
They didn't use Doom, and they have pretty terrible tower taking. So the fact that they were able to just trade a Clockwork away after he'd already secured a kill or two for themselves is a huge win for them. I mean, anytime... It's so hard to try and out-efficiency 2 Midases, especially when one of them is on an Ogre, who's probably going to get more than his value's worth, or his typical value worth. But
it's like 4, right? The Devour and Multicast.
Yeah. Oh, they're just going to go straight into Roshan. I don't hate this. Just that viscous nasal goo. Very quickly able to make Roshan very, very squishy.
And Bloodlust, honest. Bristleback and Doom as well. All these buffs helping out massively. I like what Grimstroke's got queued up. That Aghanim Shard, Inkswell onto that Bristleback with a hard Dispel. Super, super potent.
They're scanning. They know what's happening, but I don't think there's too much you could do about it, unfortunately. They do have a couple of good abilities that are good for use around an enclosed area like the Roche Pit, namely the boat plus the arena, but beyond that, it feels like they're just a little bit too far behind to want to take this on the front foot. I mean, let's have a look. What do they need exactly? It really does feel like they need that Silver Edge, right? Until they're able to make any significant aggressive move on Wales.
Yeah, and again, the question mark around Wind Ranger not going for Spirit Vessel. We had it in the previous game against the Morphling, and now maybe the same argument can be made against this Bristleback. It's an expensive item now for a support to get, but when you need it, you need it.
Yeah, especially if it's... I mean, the fact that he sees no one even remotely going towards it means that he doesn't even need to go a BKB. Of course, he would like to, eventually, but if he could delay that as long as possible, you're just going to get so much more value out of the longer BKB charges.
They're just going high ground here. Catapult Wave, Bloodlust from Ogre, and Aegis Bristleback as Cook starts the fight off, but BKB Doom charges forward through the arena. Niall has that second life, don't forget. Aegis in his pocket. I don't even know if he'll die the first time. X-Mark not going to connect with the Torrent. And Team Wales scrambling to defend high ground, chucking spells at whoever they can. But Northern Ireland incredibly comfortable just to reset, rethink their options, and maybe just grab the outpost here.
Yeah, grab the outpost. I mean, you might even feel confident about going again immediately. You know that there's no Arena of Blood available. That was really the only thing stopping them from previous.
Doom,
that'd be
no
big.
BKB, blown up by the Kunkka. Pliskin's Clockwork straight in onto that Wind Ranger, always targeting Volition, but there's no follow-through from the rest of Northern Ireland. Now they're split and running to the hills, and they've caught out the Bristleback. Ink swelled up, but about to die. Even with his back turn, Niall drops and surrounded by 5 members of Team Wales. Familiars will stun. They've got that Wraith back there to reduce his damage as well, and Wales strike back. It looked like such a good spot from Northern Ireland. What all went wrong?
I just found the Doom, right? Like, any time that it doesn't have the BKB, it's a big reasoning behind why the Ogre Magi's had to go into it as well. You are very vulnerable if they're able to get just that initial burst onto you, right? The X-Mark is probably the worst sound that you want to hear in the entire game, just because you know it's your impending death coming through. If they've got the setup for the damage, they can really ramp it up onto you very quickly.
It was just that first Roshan, that Aegis, not often used to take high ground or push up to tier 3s. More commonly, grabbing tier 2s and playing out the rest of the map, making your opponent scared to face and meet you. So now, pretty nice window here where Wales no longer have to face that brute strength of the Bristleback, who could have been rampaging towards some of these key objectives. But it seems like Northern Ireland not really deterred by that lost fight. They smoke up and they go again.
I really want to see them playing together, though. I mean, they've smoked without the Doom. He's just walking around on his own outside of the smoke. You've got Soulbind, you've got the Doom, you've got Blink Dagger available. You got to make sure that you're playing together as much as you can. They see the fact that there's this Observer Ward up here as well that was just freshly placed down, so it means that they're going to retreat onto their own triangle high ground, play around the staircases, and make sure that they've got the first amount of information for any of these engagements.
I'd love to see, the Mars or the Wind Ranger, someone go and really pressure that bot lane. Play like a Beastmaster, hide in the trees, cut the wave, shove it towards tier 2, because then forcing your opponents to have an option. Do we come back and defend? Do we keep pushing ourselves?
Radiant's middle tower is
Even just the Familiars, to be honest.
Yeah, good point. Familiars would work out too. Familiars going to help scout the smoke. The Doom blinks straight on in. Daly finds Tyrox. Techie's about to fall. Neb arrives and forces the BKB from Doom, so maybe now a reset from Wales just to chill for a few seconds before re-engaging.
Well, he was resummoned by Iggy on the bottom side. I mean, he's down on the right side of the map, but not actually forcing, again, what I was mentioning in that previous game, those difficult decisions, right? If they can take a fight 5v4, sure, they have to use a BKB for it, but they'll take that every day of the week.
It's kind of awkward playing three position 3 heroes here from Wales, right? Iggy's gone for this Wraith Pact BKB drums build. Not really a carry hero in the Visage, and like you said, didn't go for that Aghanim Scepter or Aghanim Shard. Mars and Kunkka also kind of similar situations. Kunkka going to be scaling a little more, though, with that Shadow Blade. And going into the Silver Edge for more damage.
I would be very surprised if he doesn't get the Aghanim Scepter next after the BKB on the Visage. I think it's just so important that he gets away from the Ignite, that he doesn't get immediately stunned up. Again, it's a lot of those small little instances of damage coming through from the likes of Battery Assault, Scorched Earth, Infernal Blade, Inkswell. These sorts of things that just make a Visage's life absolutely miserable. So BKB, very important for now, but I think your damage is still going to be severely lacking until you get the Aghanim Scepter for yourself. And Nile is level 12, right? And this is compared to the Visage, who's nearly level 18. This is what I was talking about before.
Too.
Yeah, you can have these these full 5-man engagements where you're playing around your low cooldowns, but unless you're actually getting a lot of objectives out of it, you're going to be falling behind pretty damn quickly as Neb makes the play onto the Bristle. He's a full 6 levels ahead. Don't know if he'll be able to pick him off, though.
He's got Mars and Wind Ranger here, so they will.
Maybe he will.
Bristleback completely isolated. Northern Ireland, they push out top with Doom. They go back into triangle with Clockwork and Grimstroke retreating. Bristleback way out of position there.
So now Iggy's actually making that move down towards the bottom side. You can see the pings coming out on the map right now as he's using the familiars to push in these waves as much as possible. But the thing is, Northern Ireland aren't actually making a move at this time, so they're not forced to make a choice of, okay, do we get aggressive, do we not defend? They're still not going to do it, even though they're not doing anything else, so looks like it'll be a tier 2 secured for free.
Oh, like, show that illusion who's boss. But yeah, that whole move, that kill on the Bristleback started with Visage farming bot jungle, Kunkka cutting midway, very intelligently slowing the push mid that Northern Ireland were trying to accomplish, and then finds himself in a position where he's got teammates to back him up. This is all time for them to really wait out the Roshan timer and think about that next pit fight, which I think Wales are probably pretty comfortable taking if they can get another one of these big 5-man smokes, or they're the ones initiating.
He's incredibly close to getting the Silver Edge, though, on Neb. I mean, he can probably get this Ancient stack up for himself, and then if he has that, you could just feel so much more confident on Wales of being able to secure this game for yourself.
Some big neutral items, too. Titan Sliver. Blast Rig, pretty damn good as well. That Visage going to be super tanky. And a Paladin Sword for Mars. Oh, Psychic Headband for your Wind Ranger. It's perfect items coming through tier 3s for Dire.
Yeah, you'll have to see it. Brigand's Blade on the Wind Ranger. I mean, it's okay with the Focus Fire, of course, but it's not amazing. It's not like you actually have a ton of damage so far.
And what's Radiant got? They've got the Quickening Charm on Ogre. Spiderlegs Bristleback, not too bad. Yeah, level 13 Nile still needs that BKB to feel invulnerable again. When it comes to this point, 30 minutes again where we see a similar situation, it feels like Wales have that upper hand in terms of experience and knowledge of how to play the map. Whereas Northern Ireland, I don't want to say they're lost, but they definitely have that shade of indecisiveness where it's kind of, do we defend bot? Do we push top? Do we group up together? There's one hero lacking. We need everyone here.
Yeah. I mean, part of that can come down to an experience, but part of that is also a fact of, okay, well, do we actually have the right heroes to be able to do that sort of gameplay? Like, who on this team can actually look to split push on their own? You might say, like, a Grimstroke sort of can with the Stroke of Fate, but you have no escape mechanisms for yourself. And at this point, around where Roshan could potentially be spawning, you don't want to waste TPs willy-nilly. You've got to make sure that they're available so that you're not caught out on the other side of the map and just allowing the enemy team to have a 5v4 Roche fight.
Stick together, play together. And this does allow Neb to once again come bottom, push that wave. Mids across the river as well towards Radiant side. Now, looks like Northern Ireland pinging outpost and saying, hey, we still want to play around this top jungle that's near Roshan. We are Radiant, so it's more natural for us to come up to this top lane and maybe split across towards mid to keep it closer to the enemy tier 2. I think Wales doing the perfect thing here, just mirroring the movements. You're up there, we're down here. We're perfectly happy with this as long as Roshan isn't alive yet.
Don't have the greatest tools to be able to scout that out. Maybe a Wind Ranger play around that sort of area. Power shot, scan, yeah. You have to be so careful about when exactly you're using it.
There's the scan.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a ping on it, but Roche isn't actually up yet. It was a 2.5-minute Roche respawn timer, so nearly the longest possible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm deciding to go up high ground a little bit here with the proxy mines. That's forcing back Clockwork.
Yeah, again, making them make difficult decisions. This is what I keep talking about. You don't want to have to TP back, and they can see as soon as Pliskin makes that TP rotation back, look exactly where Wales are going. They're like, all right, we want to get a pick off.
So smart. And they find the big target as well. Bristleback inside the arena. Once again, no backup for him. Nobody nearby. And Roshan is spawning in 5 seconds. I don't think Wales can go in there and just take it off the back of that kill. You've got to be afraid of, you know, a buyback and the remaining 4 heroes from Northern Ireland.
I don't know the fact that it's up now with the clockwork. The power shot was just a little bit too early to see that, but they should know that it's gone past the maximum respawn timer now. Just wanted to secure the outpost for themselves. One of the plus sides of the Bristleback, having not too many levels, is that his death timer isn't the longest. So he's able to get back in about 10 or so seconds. And, well, I feel like that might be one of the big deciding factors of this game, is how this next Roshan pans out.
Silver linings in all things, eh? Oh, Doom, Midas off cooldown. No creeps nearby. Kunka's just cleared the large camp and scouts a couple of heroes coming. Does he want to fight into this? He's got Cook nearby, but this is a 4-hero strong maneuver from Northern Ireland. E-Blade towards Cook. He'll just walk it off. And Neb has already TP'd back towards his triangle to continue farming.
Good to travel, though. I mean, it's very important that he stays off the map as much as possible. Can't be caught underneath any sort of vision. Otherwise, that's just going to give them the complete go-ahead to take this Roshan. But even without that information, they're like, oh, Roshan's up, let's just take it. You know, sometimes you could luck out in that aspect, because Neb is not going to be able to join for 45 seconds.
Yeah, unless he starts running right now. As Pains from the Radiant saying, keep scouting his high ground, keep that vision going with rocket flares. Power shot does see Roshan's half health. But Iggy is also a mile away. He's TPing up towards the outpost now as they start the fight off onto Tyrox, blasted by the Ogre, but that Gale Force pushing them around inside the arena, forcing the early BKBs to come out. 1-for-1 trade and a buyback from Tyrox as Cook is doomed and chased down by the Doom and Bristleback. Spider-legging over that Roche pit. But Iggy's arrived along with Neb, X-marking and boating the Doom, getting a huge pick off for them and chasing the E-Dog Ogre now. Oh, Northern Ireland on the run. The Techies, he's come back in with a blast off towards them. The stun from the Shard catches them both and they blow up the Ogre. Bristleback's not going to stand a chance now either. X-Mark back into the mines and Iggy with that Soul Assumption shredding through Niles Bristleback. Roshan belongs to Wales and it looks like this game might belong to them as well.
You see the difference there. So many buybacks coming through, and there's the damage finally coming through from the Visage there. He picks up the Silent as the Grave, does the most damage in that entire team fight. Very slightly behind the Ogre Magi, but I mean, this is an Ogre that was having a near flawless early start to the game.
Cook taking Aegis. I guess he is one of the calls that brought back. Yeah. I just saw Kunka dropping items and swapping things around. I was like, he's going to get the Shard, though. Something at least.
Invisibility.
Just a couple of clutch blast-offs coming through there. In that team fight from Tyrox, of course, having the Shard prior to that meant that he got the stun as well. Very, very important.
Yeah, almost 2 seconds stun and, what, 7 seconds silence? No joke against an Ogre who is heavily reliant on spamming his spells off cooldown non-stop. Once the BKBs are down on the Radiant team, trouble is a brewing. And now, Wales really feeling themselves after that fight. Just going to go out and clear the rest of the map, it feels like. Tier 1. Taking top, you can go for Tier 2 as well, maybe even move into mid. But the most important thing always, as this Dire team, is holding Radiant Triangle. Denying the Ancients from the enemy carry, denying neutral creep drops. And making sure you're keeping pressure towards the Radiant base.
But with this Aegis, you want to be playing aggressive, right? So I really like where Niles farming here. Obviously, he's not as experienced as some of these other players, but he is playing where the enemy team does not want to be, basically. Killing him at this stage doesn't accomplish all that much. They want to be suffocating you through other areas of the map. They want to be threatening a high ground. So the fact that you're playing on this bottom side, not into an enemy tier 1 tower, he probably could have gotten away with getting through and maybe farming one set of the enemy triangle, but he's going to back off a little bit. The thing is, this is part of the reason why he's so far behind in levels. Like, he's 17.5 versus his enemy carry who's level 22, is that sure, you need to not give your life away for free, but you also need to try and push the edge as much as possible. And if you're not doing that, you're just going to lose out on 1 or 2 valuable waves of experience, of gold, and that just translates to more and more as the game goes on.
Yeah, Bristleback is like the embodiment of get ahead, stay ahead. And if you are behind, it can be a struggle bus to try and stay relevant. Once he gets that BKB, things can change though. Just gotta hold on and make sure Wales don't amass too big a lead.
He'll have level 18 as well, very shortly, so just another way to amp up his damage with the extra point into the warpath.
Again, it just looks like Wales have a much better read on how to play this out. You know, Neb is taking the extra farm down in bottom jungle, clearing that bot wave. You got Triangle being farmed by the Visage. Top jungle was being taken out by Cook. And Northern Ireland still all grouped up, afraid of what's coming around the corner, afraid of what's going to come up these ramps and staircases. Because their vision right now is, well, it's nothing. They see creep waves and towers, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's forcing them to play together a little bit, which always is going to make you fall behind a whole lot more. I mean, Wales, with this Aegis advantage, with their tower advantage, with their ward advantage, they can split up a little bit further. They can use that to increase their net worth. Neb's also hit up onto level 25. He chose to go for the Ghost Ship fleet instead of the Tiebreaker cooldown. Maybe just feeling like, look, we've got this Mars. They're somewhat... I was about to say somewhat lacking in BKBs, but even the Clockwork's got one, so it's honestly not that bad. Just wanting, I suppose, just a way to have that Coco run onto yourself for as long as possible.
Yeah, because Northern Ireland have great heroes to really fight through these long extended team fights. They don't necessarily need to win it with the first jump, as long as they can stay alive or use a couple of buybacks to get back into things. Whereas Wales are still pretty reliant on like Arena, Boat, Neb.
Oh no, Pliskin
doesn't land.
I don't even know if Conker's the one that you want to go on to. He feels like by far the tankiest hero right now on Wales' side.
He's got an AC.
Much more confident. Yeah. I feel much more confident if they were to try going on to the Visage or something like that. As long as you get the Doom off onto him, he's just a sitting duck.
Yeah, but now that Visage has the Aghanim Scepter, he's going to be hiding off the map. Not going to catch a glimpse of him anytime soon. And Lincoln Sphere coming up.
Lincoln shortly. Yeah. Do they have any way to break that? On the side of Northern Ireland? Yeah, with the Doom. I mean, they've got the Fey Grenade. If they see the Lincolns come out, I really want to see him switch that one in just as that Lincoln's breaker.
That's a good shout. A heat map of the past 5-6 minutes, though. Northern Ireland have been sat in their triangle just hoping the Wales come to them so they can see them walking up the staircases.
You're just gone, though. They've been able to wait it out. And, well, clearly they've had the timing available there on Northern Ireland. Immediate smoke up after the Aegis expires.
I just see nothing, though.
Yeah. This needs to be, like, as much of a warning expedition. Even just using that rocket flare as a little... Oh, Iggy. Have to be careful with his positioning. He uses the Silence of the Grave.
They're trying to process of elimination this. They're not here. They're not there. Oh, look. They're under their tier 2. Don't really want to be initiating into that. They'll go for the Kunker instead. He got his BKB off before the Doom. As the hookshot lands in, and Cook, he's low HP, but still gets the Arena BKB off. As Daly runs forward onto the techies. The double Doom there, but Iggy's going to turn and burn, fighting with the Doom. Dive into the back, though. The Bristle and the Ogre, very good target acquisition. Finding Kunker and forcing his buyback, in fact, because Iggy's now isolated. They need to protect their Visage as soon as possible with the Ghost Ship fleet. Boats landing in. Niles BKB's there, getting onto their Visage. The E-Blade, the damage from the Ogre, potentially going to clear him up, but they're scared. They're running back away from the Kunker. They don't want to fight as Wind Ranger re-arrives, and now Neb turns it back onto them. Ogre with an Inkswell on him, but they just don't know who they want to focus on. They go in, do they go out? Neb's going to Shadow Blade, and there's no reveal anymore, so E-Dog is going to Fire Blast, a Catapult, do all he can before he dies to Iggy. Bristleback's alone, stuck here as well. Inkswell was good, but X-Mark dragged back into the waiting arms of Iggy and Volition.
Oh man, Neb did so much in that fight, just able to get Tidebringer after Tidebringer after Tidebringer. 8,500 damage just done by that Kunker on his own. And how the hell did the Visage survive? He just walked off onto the side with the Silent as the Grave, and it felt like out of sight, out of mind for Northern Ireland. They were just like, well, he's gone. We're not going to be able to focus him anymore.
Wraith Pact is one hell of a drug as well, reducing so much of that damage from Northern Ireland. But I've got to say, whoever made the call for that Kunkka buyback, you know, it's so tempting to hold it and think, this fight is over, we'll just think about the next fight. If it was him or one of his teammates to make the snap decision to come back in, absolutely worth it to salvage the remnants of that battle.
Visage up to level 26 as well, so once he gets that summon familiars off cooldown, we have the third familiar available. Of course, very impactful for him to have. I really want to commend Daly and how he took that previous fight. He was perhaps a tiny bit slow onto the Kunkka, getting the original Doom off, but they still got the kill onto him. Had the refresher though, and was able to land the double Doom onto the Soulbind target as well, taking out both the Techies and the Mars, I believe. So very, very nicely done. Hit targets on the right heroes at the time, and I feel like that's really all they're going to be waiting for, is have refresher up again. You've got Ogre Majo's just respawned. Just focus everything onto taking out this Kunkka.
You've got to be wondering, though, like on an individual level, what more do I need to do? What more does Northern Ireland need to do if they had that good initiation, good start to the fight? What needs to change to actually be victorious? Like, Bristleback, buy 3 tomes.
Yeah, feels kind of like that, right? I mean, they've got a decent amount of attack speed, right? With the Bloodlust, you're going to be multicasting it onto multiple people, so it does kind of feel like you do need to try and find the Wraith Pact and focus that one down. It doesn't take too many hits to kill it at this stage, and if you've got this many heroes, they're able to, you know, turn their focus in onto it, and why not?
Oh, they're going to go butt heads again, smoking up, as Roshan is 30 seconds away from respawning. Might be able to make contact here with one of the heroes on Dire that don't have buyback. Kunkka Visage without it. Mars Windranger Techies with, and Cook very quick with the BKB there, saw the E-Blade coming. Didn't want to get initiated on, but now he doesn't have that for the impending team fight.
He's been able to get up to level 20. They
Or Grim.
really going in on here.
Do they kill him? Doesn't look like it. Tay slips
So close,
away
though.
with...
Tyrox. Oof. He nearly went for the, I was about to say the blind jump. I mean, they've been walking around underneath this vision for the longest time. And Iggy, is he just going to get this kill with the familiars? Oh my god.
Just finishes him off. And that's a hero without buyback, dead on Northern Ireland. And Niall, well, he's had to BKB and run back. So Roshan firmly belongs to Wales, who can probably just waltz in there and take it. Still playing defensively around their vision, though. Very patient.
That's just a skill error, to be honest, right? Like, you spent, what felt like 30 plus seconds around there, 3 sentry wards on the Grimstroke, and you never thought to deward the high ground? Oh, no. Can't do that at this level of gameplay.
Yeah, Grim's been walking around with like 3 sentries, 3 obs for the past 10 minutes or something, struggling to find placement for him. There's the Wraith Pact. And Iggy with his
freed up an item slot. He's
has he?
The Roche Pit. He's
you're
freed
right.
up 2 slots.
A Kunkka illusion, though.
Yeah, they're trying to block it.
Yeah, and Doom's just gone in. Tries to throw his ultimate, but he's been reflected back with a Lotus Orb. Roshan's about to drop this arena good towards Niall, catching the Bristleback unawares. And the Aegis and the kill of Roshan taken by Neb and the Dire, while Northern Ireland get wiped. Didn't even get a kill.
Got the cheese.
That's a risky play.
It's a very minor win coming through there, but yeah, certainly not worth it if you're losing that much from it as well. Having bought the point booster recently means he doesn't have that buyback gold. The rest of the team does, but they're going to be sieging up onto the high ground. And we were saying before how both of these teams have pretty terrible high ground siege. Maybe not so much now that you've got the Wraith Pack, the 3 familiars, the Boots of Bearing. You're able to
Triple
respond through it.
Triple buyback at that point when your barracks are pretty much already dead has got to feel incredibly sad for Northern Ireland. And Cook just goes on to Daly. They've got the spear and the shackler shot, catching out the Doom and the Bristleback, who needs the Inkspell BKB to run away. They've got Torrent Storm landing out the water park, forcing this Radiant team back, but they're riptide. It drags Niall and E-Dog straight back in towards Cook and the gang, and they've killed off the Ogre, dead without buyback. 2 heroes gone for 100 plus seconds, and Bristleback's gone as well. That's got to be game.
Oh, it just felt like the maturity, the composure, the late game decision-making really came to the front with Wales there, being able to close that one out, playing around their vision so much more effectively, understanding the value of information once you get into this stage where, sure, net worth matters, but buyback status matters so much more.
Yeah, understanding that map control being so important. Wales doing a great job at cutting waves, getting themselves into a position to actually fight. Great stuff from them. I mean, honestly, looking incredibly hot here in this best of 2 round robin. I'm definitely curious to see if their next opponent, Scotland, is going to be able to put up as much of a fight. Obviously, you know, knowing a couple of these players from Wales and how strong they are, it's good to see showing from them on this international level. But Northern Ireland, not too shabby. They showed us Ogre, definitely a viable pick. It was a lot of fun to watch him with his E-Blade and his big old fire blast. But Danog, Wales on a slightly higher level.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I hope Northern Ireland don't get too discouraged. I mean, up until 33 or so minutes, they actually had a pretty comfortable net worth lead as well as a win probability advantage. So it really just is that extra little X factor that they need to be able to close out the games or to be able to make that key decision around the time. And it can just be something as simple as not dewarding a high ground when you know Roshan's about to be respawning. You know, it's as simple as that. So it's something that I'm sure they're going to be regretting, but they're going to have more chances to be able to rectify that mistake.
Well, with that, we'll take a quick break and return with Scotland against Wales coming up right after this. Welcome back to your Commonwealth Esports Championships coverage here as we're in the European Qualifiers as we head towards Birmingham at 2020. Danog joining me here as we've got Scotland versus Wales, and we've just watched Wales dismantle Northern Ireland in a 2-game series. Reasonably convincingly, a few shaky moments, but looking pretty solid, aren't they?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, a big part of that was just, I feel like Northern Ireland, their laning stage caught Wales a little bit by surprise. I think that they might have been messing them a little bit considering how comfortable game number 1 went. I think it was pre-27 minutes that they were able to close that one out. So I think new series, new them, they're going to take it 100% seriously again to at least get that first win on the board for themselves.
Absolutely. We've got a draft already underway. Wales changing things up a little bit, still banning out Chaos Knight and Pugner, but going for a Grimstroke first pick for themselves after seeing how strong it was in that previous game, paired with things like Bristleback and the Doom in particular. So I'm definitely looking for that Doom second pick from them. As Scotland, a strong opener as well. I like this. Dragon Knight Mirana, good off-lane duo, and plenty of stuns.
Yeah, I still wouldn't hate to see the Doom come out here, though. I feel like it's going to be very strong against the Dragon Knight, good pairing together with a Grimstroke. I mean, there's nothing really bad about it, and it gives you plenty of options to ban out the big counters to it now. I can understand someone wanting to go for, you know, a Bane or an Abaddon or an Omni Knight down that sort of route instead. Or if they actually go completely different avenue. I mean, I suppose with how Neb played the Pangolier in game number 1, why not? And again, it's not like Mirana does anything to it while he's in the Rolling Thunder. It's not like the Dragon Knight does too much either. I want to see what avenues these teams go down because they've already been able to pick up the Grimstroke for themselves. It's a carbon copy of last time, right? They instantly ban out the Bloodseeker. Now they feel there's not too much he needs to be worried about. So I want to see Team Scotland go for something that bides a BKB and can hit the Pangolier when he's rolling around, or some kind of BKB piercing disable. If they don't go for either of those, I feel like Neb's just going to have an easy one again.
Well, one of the advantages of playing second, Team Scotland been watching the games, doing a bit of homework, seeing what Wales have been playing, get rid of that visage that Iggy showed off in the second game of that previous series. Yeah, you're right. Bloodseeker Bane banned out against the Pango, who is not the ideal combination with Grimstroke, but he still can make that Inkswell work for him quite nicely.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I was kind of surprised at how little of Grimstroke we saw at the Major, like relative to how strong I think the hero is, just because it's so versatile, right? The only thing you're really lacking is some kind of solid defensive tool and movement ability for yourself, but it has a stun, it has wave push, it has team fight, it has a silence. It's just good overall, right? And it's not like you need the biggest items to be able to achieve too much with it. So I feel like it's just a solid opener. Even just landing the Soulbind onto a Mirana, plus it doesn't matter who else it latches onto, right? You can't leap anymore. A big part of your survivability is just gone if Grimstroke was able to get that one out there. So I don't hate it as an opening, and I feel like it leaves Wales options very open when it comes to the remainder of their draft.
You know, I was talking to Kips about exactly the same thing. I mean, pretty much word for word what you just said was what we were talking about during the DPC European qualifiers. And I kind of compare Grimstroke to Oracle in that regard. He's like the aggressive version of Oracle. Like, okay, Oracle has a root, a dispel, a heal, a nuke, and all that. Grimstroke, you know, he has a dispel with his shard, but he's got damage, he's got a silence, he's got a stun, and he's got that soulbind, which allows you to pair up with heroes to win team fights. And he feels like he can play much more aggressively, but I think more importantly, he's got wave clear. He can be one of those heroes that goes to a tower, defends it, holds back, and buys time for his team. So yeah, he covers a lot of bases and is a great first pick for sure.
That's the big area. When you compared him to Oracle, I was like, oh, I don't know about that. I wouldn't want to be an Oracle when I'm playing against, you know, a Beastmaster or something like that. Yep. But as a Grimstroke, you're like, okay, you know, we can make this work. We could stop a lot of this death ball that is just so prevalent these days in the meta right now.
It's just that wide skill set of like having all of the mechanics in one hero feels pretty nice to have, but being able to be aggressive and actually hit creeps once in a while definitely
and it
helps out.
Especially having first pick, it doesn't reveal much about the draft, right? It just, again, leaves your options very open. Even with the Pango, they haven't revealed too much of anything at this stage. I do kind of want to see them go into more of a defensive support now. Like, you've got 3 separate stuns on Team Scotland right now that I feel like you need some sort of way to disrupt, whether that be
literally disrupting with Shadow Demon or Abaddon, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. I like Omni Knight. Like, I think it needs to be with the right hero. Sand King for now, just to remove a little bit of that. I mean, honestly, Team Scotland probably could have gone Sand King as well if they didn't pick it up on Wales. But I think it's going to be solid. It also, again, keeps them guessing. It means that you're not 100% sure if this is a Pango mid or if it's a Sand King mid. We've seen it played across both of those different roles. I think I just want to see the position 4 or 5, whichever one they don't want to lane the Grimstroke into, come through here. And for me, it's Abaddon. I want to see an Abaddon picked up right now. They've got no silencers on Team Scotland, which is the big counter. They've got nothing like an Astral for an OD. Lich instead. Wow, that's something completely out of left field.
Yeah, I mean, with Soulbind though, you know, Chain Frost, Burrow Strike, tons of team fight here for them. And I like the Sand King pick there. They've obviously revealed 2 supports on Scotland. Mirana maybe a bit flexible. Ogre we did see mid, but 99% of the time that's your 4 Mirana, 5 Ogre. And having Sand King play into a melee support always feels so good, especially when you maybe feel forced now with Scotland to pick a ranged carry because of, as you mentioned earlier, the Pango. You want someone to stand and hit him when you've got your BKB on, and to try and lane against the Sand King as well.
I kind of want to see them go Lena here. I feel like Lena would be just a very solid hero. You know, you've got a lot of stuns to be able to set up for aggressive potential. You've got a lot of people that are capable of standing in front of her. Mirana able to rotate to secure those runes, something that deals with a Pangolier. The other option is a Spectre, you know, something that's able to get in onto the Lich or the Storm Spirit's already gone. I would say Ember Spirit, but it's not like they have a Grimstroke on their side to be able to pair up with the Inkswell, because I feel like unless you've actually got that stun potential for the backline dive, you're not anywhere near as potent.
And if you wanted to go like a Medusa here would, if you just ignored the dire draft, you looked at Radiant, Medusa would look pretty good. Tower push with DK, you've got Bloodlust from Ogre, you've got stuns and control, and a team that can play together as 4 while you're farming. The threat of the Pango, though, is always there in the back of your mind, thinking, hey, they've got Diffusal Blade, they've got the ability to jump. So they go for AM, a good laner against Sand King, but I'm not sure how he's going to fare actually making his way out of laning stage when you've got so much aggression from Wales.
Yeah, I mean, it is just about going in onto the backlines, though, right? Like, what can a Grimstroke do against you, honestly? Like, what can a Lich do against you as long as you pop that counter spell? He can't use the Sinister Gaze. The thing about the Medusa is, I know it's going to be very rare that a Lich would have been in range to do it, but the Sinister Gaze does do that mana drain as well, so that would have been a little bit troublesome against him. So maybe the Anti-Mage is providing that backline dive that I've been wanting. And, you know, again, it's a good lane against the Sand King as well, so I honestly don't hate this at all.
Yeah, and leaving their mid lane until the very end, maybe trying to get a better idea of maybe where Pango or the Sand King are going until they take that hero up.
Yep. All you can really do now is make sure that you've revealed your carry matchup. You just need to ban out one of the bigger counters to it. And for right now, it's the Faceless Void. Probably, I would consider maybe a PA as well, just something that's able to rip through you before you're able to react. You've already got a ton of stuns, right? So it's just anything that's able to get in onto you and try and burst you down super quickly.
I'm really curious what else Iggy plays, because we've seen Morphling, we've seen Visage. He feels like he's one of those players, you know? Gonna bring out a Meepo or something.
I'll make my own meta style of heroes. Love the Lena ban, by the way.
Yeah, good shout. And there's always like the solid option of a Juggernaut who's very good at playing that faster speed. You don't necessarily need to farm too many items. You can play with your team. Healing Ward lets you shove towers. You can sit on the front lines with Spin. For Wales, anyway. But are you one of the people who hates Jug? You are. When we did Games Without Borders, yeah. Sorry, I regret bringing up Juggernaut.
No. I'm just thinking if it's okay this game. It's probably not. Like, I don't know. I feel like they're still very heavily lacking in Tower Siege, and Jug isn't the greatest at it. Sure, you've got Spin, but like, realistically, that's not going to do too much. Like, you'll be able to spin. By the point you're sieging high ground towers, Anti-Mage is going to have a basher, at least. So he's going to be able to disrupt a lot of that. So I'm probably not the biggest fan. I think they need something ranged that's able to deal with this. Can they Terrorblade? I think it'd be a pretty damn good Terrorblade game for Wales right now.
Yeah, it looks like they could. I'm trying to look through the options. Again, so many carry heroes are banned. I wanted to like transition to say, hey, you love the Monkey King, but no, it's also gone in that banning stage.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Iggy was one of these like Ricky players and they just pull out a Ricky here and say, haha, Anti-Mage, what are you going to do now?
gotcha. And they're like, all right, try and push us. And they're like, oh crap, we forgot.
Oh, we don't
about
do tower
that bit."
damage. Oh no.
Yeah, we forgot about that aspect of Dota. Yeah, I want to see a TB. The Medusa not good against the anti-mage. Yeah, just something that's able to farm in multiple areas, not just the laning phase, but also super capable of going to the jungle.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. My mind suddenly jumped to like Nature's Prophet with the ability to join team fights without needing like a boot to travel. Having something like that can play the map, farm jungle, push lanes, and then join in with your Sand King, Pango, Lich, Grimstroke, quad hero, Death Squad, which has already been made up for yourself.
Don't hate that at all.
They're taking their time.
Yeah, I mean, just to be able to have that level 20 talent against the anti-mage as well for the leash component. I suppose AM will have the Battle Fury still at that stage, though. It means that you can't actually go ahead and sell it. Go the Tiny instead. I mean, it's fine, right? Just a AoE stun ability against an anti-mage, right? You're not going to be able to get the counter spell off for that. So, yeah, it's a good tower hitter. Really like it.
So they didn't ban the Necro, right? That's still out there. So some lane swapping could happen if Team Scotland want to go that avenue. Put DK mid, AM stay safe lane, have this Necro laning and playing against the Tiny, which has been considered a pretty hefty counter against him. And you've already got tons of team fight and catch that having that just burst damage would be nice, but it's a DP.
Yeah, Spirit Siphon, also that percentage damage, which is always going to be very effective against a couple of these strength cores that you've got in the Sand King and the Tiny. I was mentioning before how I really wanted one of those heroes that could just pop BKB and start right-clicking the Pango. You don't even need the right-click. You just let your Exorcism Spirits do the work as long as you've got that spell immunity for yourself to be able to stay on top of him. And DP is already very fast. You get the movement speed bonus when you pop the Exo as well. So like this DP last pick coming through from Team Scotland. Honestly, both drafts are pretty solid. The only thing I'm a little bit more concerned about is the Lich, I would say. You know, it's the one thing that I feel like is going to be dying a lot in these engagements.
Yeah. Dragon Talon's arrow, dead. And again and again, over and over again. And as far as we know, the players in the lobby are in their respective slots. So Jabba position 1, Millsy position 2, Journey position 3. So it should be a DP mid lane, a DK off lane. But of course, and one of the players was saying Dota isn't always as straight cut as that. They could do some lane swaps and maybe put that DP against the Tiny in the lane. Well, what would you prefer, DP against Pango or DK against Pango?
I would probably say DK, just because DP is so reliant on the Spirit Siphon for the laning stage, and anytime you just start using the Siphon, he can shield crash away. He can swashbuckle away to be able to break it, kind of like, you know, against a Razor or other things in that nature. Also, DP, her armor relative to a DK, much lower. So I feel like you are going to be so much more sustainable in the lane as the DK, and you've also got the DP into the Tiny, which is going to be very solid. So we'll see how they go. I mean, she's got a Observer Ward at the moment on Millsy, so I assume he's just going to be playing that in the mid lane, but yeah, either one would have been fine.
Looks like it. High fives all around. Good luck, have fun as well. Game 1 in this best of 2 between Scotland and Wales. And a later smoke from Scotland here as they do come out of their base. Gathering on this bottom outpost. Looking to get that high ground ward up, or maybe expecting Wales to come here and do that.
You ever get much time to go to Wales or Scotland, Gary?
When I was younger, yeah. I've not been recently, though. We used to go camping quite a lot when I was a kid. Parents took me up to Scotland when I was very young, and Wales a couple of times as well. I don't remember much of it, though. Like I did most of my traveling when I was living in Southeast Asia. Like we left the UK as quickly as we possibly could and just said we're getting out of here.
So you did Brexit early, is what you're saying?
Yeah, just emigrate quickly. And now I'm living in Berlin.
Lovely countries, both of them, though.
Oh yeah, beautiful scenery in Scotland and Wales. Anyway, not sure about England. England's a bit less said about
up
that.
North. Up north, it's fine.
Up north, yeah. Well, I am a northern boy at heart, even though I've got a bit more of a posh accent than people would expect.
You're not a Geordie, are you?
No. Yorkshire boy. Half Irish, part Scottish, Yorkshire boy with a Welsh name. I've got it all.
Wow, jeez. You got the Infinity Gauntlet filled out.
Yeah. I think the only thing I don't have is Northern Ireland. I don't think I've got anyone in the family from there. Just like Ireland itself. That's where the red hair comes from. Where's Sand King support? Grimstroke. What's he leveled up? Stroke of Fate. Very nice. Roshan knows what's up.
Yep. Get that range creep. Easy game. See how easy that is? And then suddenly you just get so much more experience super early on. They do need to fix their positioning a little bit, just because you don't want to be giving the Ogre Magi the ability to always land those two-man ignites. It always lands onto whichever target is closest to the primary target, the secondary ignite ball. So if you're just playing with a creep in between the two of you, you're never going to get that double value.
That's clever stuff. And AM securing a couple of his own range creeps, doing well for himself already. And he's got the Iron Brew Love Heart, less than 3 there, Jabba, rep in Scotland.
Denied.
Is that a?
Have you had Iron Brew before? Do you know?
No,
you know
I know what it is. I know that it's the. I think it's the second most popular local drink in the world, or something like that. Like that.
Oh, really?
Localized to one region. There's one in Australia as well,
Lich?
which is like a. Oh.
Lich is dying. Tyrox. Yep.
Oh,
There's the
got it.
chain stuns. Iggy can't trade back for the DK either, and this massive wave's going to come under the Radiant Tower. Pretty low there, though.
Very happy about that. They don't have any cooldowns. He'll be fine. And you're a DK, of course. He's going to be hitting level 2 very shortly. Immediately puts the point into Dragon Blood. And then he's just got plenty of regen, plus whatever the tower provides him as well, just from standing underneath it. A couple of braces, I believe, coming out as well. Needs to make sure he's actually hitting these last hits. He's missed probably a 2 or 3 underneath the tower for no reason.
What's the Australian drink, then?
It's in South Australia, so like where Adelaide is. Farmers Union iced coffee is also very popular. Top lane, Mirana might die.
Yeah. Combo down by the Tiny. I mean, doesn't even have toss, just avalanche and slaps from the tree grab. Frost
Very
Blast
deadly.
doing a hell of a lot of damage. Keeping themselves in it. Pango going to get away from that DP spirit aside from the swashbuckle. Like you were saying, he's got that ability to create the gap between himself and the Death Prophet. Maybe slight advantage in terms of last hitting as well. He's 3 creeps ahead. He's a melee hero. And has that shield crash swash to secure and wave shove. Like we're seeing there, just jumping straight in towards Millsy. Keep the pressure on.
I mean, life's just going to become easier and easier for Neb as the laning stage progresses, right? Because early on, you've got such long cooldowns on both your Shield Crash and Swashbuckle that you're not going to be able to get away from the Spirit Siphon. But now that he's level 4, 2 points into it, reducing the cooldown by 4 and 2 seconds respectively, he's feeling a lot more confident.
He sure is. Goes get a Radiant Bounty Rune. It's under an Observer, so they see it happen. Can't stop him, though. That top lane is just a constant battle. Tyrox spamming out these Frost Blasts, trying to keep the Mirana low, so Journey and Kalnak don't really want to play too far forward into this Tiny's hands, who's gone level 2 Avalanche, just to continue this fighting style, but they do get a Dragon Tail stun, and the Mirana leaps forward, but the shield! Tyrox with a Frost Shield just puts it on the Tiny and says, yeah, what up? You can't actually burst through him once you've cast your spells.
I feel like this is going to be a game very, very heavily based around the concept of damage reduction. You've obviously got it with the Frost Shield coming through there with Tyrox. You've got the Breathe Fire coming through from the Dragon Knight. I really want to see him get that level 10 talent for the extra reduction. And Wraithpact, I mean, it just makes a Tiny's life so much more challenging if you're able to get onto him, because it still stacks additively, right? So you want to make sure that you've got the Wraith Pact plus the minus 55% damage onto a Tiny, and he just has nowhere near the same level of impact.
Yeah, even onto like a Pango, right? With Shield Crash and this Frost Shield, he's going to take literally no damage. And even the Radiant team, they've got AM with that counter spell, DK with his armor. Tons of stuff here to reduce the incoming damage. Well, Neb's going to get himself a second Bounty Rune. Comes up to his own jungle and finds it still there. And the one lane that's been a little more quiet down bottom, AM's doing all right. Not a spectacular time, because it is this Ogre AM into a Sand King Grimstroke. Yeah, I guess they're happy they haven't died and fed away, but are you comfortable with this lane?
No, I would say that I would expect to do a little bit better on Scotland. I mean, again, you picked Anti-Mage into the Sand King for a reason. You need to be prioritizing a whole lot more on the vision aspect. And, you know, Sentry Wards are all well and good, and they've got a decent coverage of the laning stage, but, I mean, by this stage, he probably knows, all right, just play on the right side of the lane, get these pulls happening, and I'll be just fine. I mean, you want to make sure that he's down at 0 mana at this stage of the game, and you've allowed him to get a Soul Ring now. So Cook really isn't concerned at all anymore.
Yeah, Ogre can plant himself in front of them as much as he likes, but they'll just ignore him for the most part. Gaddy trying to find a pull or something, but he can't get it done. Wales proving they are much better at controlling that lane equilibrium, dragging it back.
Ranagon, she's just stacking up, looking to assist with some of these runes a little bit. Praying for RNGs to look favourably on them, and they will. It'll be on the top side. Tango not lucking out quite as much. Be able to steal away that Valkyrie as well.
They stopped ignoring the Ogre. They realised they can kill him. Inkswell and Burrow Strike more than enough disabled to find the pick-off on him. And now Anti-Mage left alone in this lane, but very low mana here for the Whale side to continue casting their spells towards him.
He's got Soul Ring. He'll be fine on Cook. No mangoes on
Bullet toss back.
Cool.
Journey sent in towards his tier 1, but Iggy getting stunned up. Taking a lot of damage with this Lich nowhere to be seen. He'll arrive now, Tyrox. No regen for the Tiny, though, so... Yeah. Iggy in a bit of trouble, and Kalnak with that Starstorm with the Frost Shield, Avalanche Toss. Can't kill, but maybe some pressure relieved at least.
Still, though, this is not where Iggy wants to be. He needs to be in the lane, making sure he's able to consistently get those last hits. Tyrox, he has plenty of gold. He could very easily just send a couple of salves out to him, and not the fact that he took that 30-second engagement without having a courier on the way means that it's just going to be probably a wave or two that Iggy's not going to be able to get that farm, and you know he's already fallen behind. He's number 6 on net worth right now. Could really look to snowball and be so much more.
Hey, maybe making a call for Neb to come up top, make a TP play with that Rolling Thunder and Fairy's Trinket. If he can shove out that mid wave and make his way up there, or even just down to bottom, where of course Volition and Cook offer much more kill threat, and Neb can find himself in a position.
I think normally he would, but yeah, he's just so low on mana that you can't afford to TP. I mean, by the time you do that, you're basically out of mana for that lane, so he's forced to, I was about to say run all the way down towards the bottom side, and that just emphasizes the importance of Kalnak making these rotations like he has towards the top rune. He's just guarding the top rune, he's praying that it's going to be up top again, he's going to be lucky. Yeah, I mean, that you might even have the luxury of being able to make that rotation through the top rune at least one of those 2 times on the Pango if he doesn't make that movement. And DK is one of those heroes that once you've got a decent enough start to the lane, you're not going to die if you're left solo. So Mirana can make those rotations and really impact not just their own lane, but also, you know, the actual game state through restricting what the enemy team will do.
Oh,
that was fast.
Jabba. Yeah, finds Cook, destroys him with a Mana Void. It's also the fact that if Mirana's off the map, hiding in fog, there's that fear, the threat that an arrow's going to land through the trees onto you. So you're also playing very tentatively on Wales, like top lane. Tyrox wasn't fully expecting Journey and Kalnak to both be up here, so it's not just pressure onto tower, it's a kill on the Lich. While Iggy was farming jungle and wanders himself back up to top.
Like
Avalanche toss. Cook's rotation will move forward to that Burst Strike. Journey very tanky though with a double bracer. He's
what an
not
arrow.
gonna die. The toss forward. Journey got the urn on him. The caustic finale reapplied. But in comes Gaddy. We'll slow them down with the ignite. So Iggy and Cook gonna have to land this level 1 Burst Strike, which is pathetic range, but he gets it somehow. And the avalanche from Iggy takes down Journey. I think if DK just continued running there, he was fine, but he turned back to try and fight.
Yeah, he assumed he had more than 1 level into it. He would have been A-okay with being able to get away. So a little bit unfortunate there for the DK, but great value of that rotation coming up through there from Cook.
Oh, Neb trying to roll into mid. But Mirana and this Death Prophet just fine to withstand his first use of the ulti.
The happiest person about all of this, though, is Jabba on the bottom side. He's been left solo. He's got a lane fully pushing into the tower, so denying away a lot of the experience that Wales would be looking to pick up for themselves. Even just trying to make the lane a bit easier for him to secure the farm, getting a half pull onto that small camp there. He's loving
that arrow. It stops in there, but Cook's initiation not good enough. And Millsy with the ghosts out. Make sure that Wales can't keep playing aggressively, but a good little regen rune grab there, thanks to Neb's swashbuckle. I should allow them just to hold on to this tower with Cook's Sandstorm and the threat of the Pangolier still around. Look at the rest of the map, though, like you say, yeah, bottom lane AIM's farming and top lane tower dying to Journey.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now,
AM.
with that urn finished up with the... Oh, that is an early Battle Fury for sure. I mean, in terms of naked Battle Furies, that's you don't get much more naked than that. Just a magic stick, a few ironwood branches.
10 minutes 35, he's got it. And now that clock starts ticking. Wales would love to get a couple of kills to slow him down because the treads, the Manta style, they come very quickly. If he's given free access to his jungle, which has already been stacked up a little bit for him. And medium camp there, large camp in triangle, ancient stacked as well. So Marana's been doing a great job, Kalnak. Like you've been talking about, just rotating, guarding runes, stacking camps, and being that hidden threat with the arrows.
He was rewarded with the time as well, so now that he's level 6, he even has the potential to assist with some of these ganks. Moonlight Shadow, of course, great tool for that super early on, where you don't have as much freedom as a support to be able to get a lot of these defensive sentry wards down.
Yeah, and Wales
like
giving them... Wales giving them the opportunity to hit to trade towers. They go bottom with their catapult, but that leaves mid-tier 1 wide open. Swashbuckle. Do we have blink on Sand King yet? We don't. He's 200 gold away from it, so Anti-Mage should be able to blink away. Unless he's chain stunned by this Rolling Thunder under a sentry. They see him get Jabba. While Cook initiates back on the journey. They need more reveal. They see the DK under the sentry again, so Iggy's there with the combo. And Wales grouping up together, showing strength in numbers.
Man, it just comes down to individual play again. I mean, DK really didn't want to join into that. He was only 300-400 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Might have caught another one. Gaddy kind of going forward into a team fight that he shouldn't be here for.
Yeah, Wales just not giving up. The chase continues. 3 heroes in a row. And it looked like it would be an easy tower take for Team Scotland in that trade for bottom tier 1. But now Wales come back and pressure our opposing side.
That's the thing, when you're going this anti-mage that's gone this... Oh, again?
The stun?
Backline?
Yeah, they've got this diffuser blade, orbital corrosion onto the DP. The arrow comes through, but the soulbind's there. The 2-man stance, the chain frost bouncing
what a chain
in
frost.
between the DK and Marana. Oh my god, Tyrox! Oh!
You love to see it. That wasn't even the soulbind
That's why
one
they pick
either.
glitch.
There we go. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So what I was saying before about the anti-mage, you know, you could go this naked build if you want to get the Battle Fury super early on, but you can't show yourself in the lane like that. You're just so vulnerable, right? You've got no movement speed, you've got no stats for yourself, you're just a sitting duck entirely, and I always thought that he would have been able to get off the blink right before the Rolling Thunder hit onto him, but either he was a little bit slow or he estimated that the Rolling Thunder wasn't going to hit him. Not sure what. But yeah, it means that Jabba, just that one single kill is extended into so much more, right? They had what felt like nearly a 3,000 net worth lead. They had taken towers early on. They had all 3 of their cores towards the top of the net worth. I think it was like 3 and 4 was the kill score at the time. But, you know, we've had since 1 kill for Team Scotland and 7 for Team Wales.
Yeah, and towers as well. It looked kind of bad losing that mid-tier 1, but getting bot tier 1, mid-tier 1, now that bottom jungle's open. So your Tiny has so much more room to farm down there once this top jungle becomes threatened. I assume that's really where Scotland will aim to play into in the coming minutes. Get Anti-Mage up, split pushing the top wave and farming backwards through the jungle into his own triangle.
I mean, you know it's not good for an
Radiant will
anti-mage when he sends through some tangos to himself at the 14.5-minute mark just because of how harassed he's been. He's even got the Possessed Mask neutral item, so he should be somewhat sustainable. But at least now you've got on the Dragon Knight the Blink Dagger, although Jabba needs to be careful about getting caught out, luckily for him.
The DP.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very valuable pick-off for Team Wales to have, though, right?
Yeah, because she wants to get level 12. She wants that second point in the ultimate to actually go and play with the team together to give AM that space. And that's why I was saying it feels often more natural for Radiant to be playing top. And that's why DK and Marana are both up here. Ogre was walking there as well. DP and AM down in that bottom jungle, not their natural habitat, really.
Spot
allowing
tiny,
Wales to come down.
Kalnak just leaping away in time, but wouldn't have actually seen that Iggy was completely out of mana. So there's no way for this Tiny to be able to take him out, but they don't know that off of a brief glimpse.
Now he's got his Aghanim Shard on top of the Hyperstone, so halfway to his Moon Shard as well.
are scanning.
I see this build more and more often. If you feel like you've got the ability just to keep farming and scaling the Moonshard much better than that Echo Saber build, and Iggy so far hasn't really felt the need to continually fight. There's just so much trust in the rest of his team, knowing that Neb and Cook have these decent laning stages to get Blink Dagger Diffusal Blade at these key times, so they can just go play with the supports. They can four-man, roam around, fight together, and Tiny can farm and join when he wants to.
Wales have been off the map for the longest time, so you could see Team Scotland, they're a little bit antsy about this. They're looking to play somewhat more together, even pinging out that there's vision in the region, and immediately they're going to see that the Observer Ward placed down there, it's the right sort of Observer Ward to place, but you probably want to be placing a Sentry Ward alongside it, just in case what exactly happens.
There's DK and DP just sat on that high ground waiting. Cook is showing mid.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bring the DP any closer to that level 12, right? Hanging around with the rest of your team, just hugging next to the tower, still 1,000+ gold away from the BKB as well to make her feel almost invincible. I mean, the Tiny's not quite yet at that point where he can look to really just be that right-clicking beast against you.
The upside, I guess, is Scotland not too afraid of Wales sneaking a Roshan just yet. They are very team fight focused at this point, so trying to open the map and look for those opportunities to get the initiations, play into their vision.
They're letting the creeps do the work, though. Yeah, Neb just on the bottom side, shoving the wave in again. You've got a siege creep, just forcing some kind of rotation down towards this bottom side. And I think I like, well, Volition looking to try and maybe draw the aggro onto himself a little bit.
They saw the DP, that deep ward, and Cook is wrapping around as well. They do have a dust on the Grim.
Tiny.
Cook TPing top because Tiny's been burst down by the rest of Scotland. Neb with his Rolling Thunder, but it's going to be difficult here to really stick on a target. DK being left alone and Scotland just leaving him, ditching the Dragon Knight. A lot of respect for the rest of the Wales team fight coming in there. Maybe could have stuck around and battled. And might get caught on the way out as well. Yeah, Ogre, a freebie. Bonus kill for Wales. Losing their Tiny, but getting two in the trade.
You're typically okay with that. I mean, the Tiny going down is a big negative aspect. Anti-Mage was still able to farm a lot of that time. First pause, oh, fire alarm, that's no good.
Someone living in uni halls, I guess. Fire alarm's gone off. I've experienced that far too many times. It happened at the Major as well, didn't it? They had the fire alarm go off in the middle of one of the series, yeah.
It did. The entire building emptied out. But I think it was just something in the kitchen, like nothing major.
Someone left the cheese on toast in the old toaster oven.
I could go for some cheese on toast right now. How do you have it? What's your recipe? Is it literally just cheese toast, or do you add a few little extra fixins to it?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think of the last time I had cheese on toast. And it was probably a long time ago. It was like cheese on toast with baked beans was probably like the classic way to do it. Lots of black pepper on top. I don't know. I've been more of a grilled cheese sandwich kind of person recently. Nice bits of bread. You know, two, 3 types of grated cheese inside. Black pepper. That's the way to go.
I like a little bit of tomato sauce on mine. You know, just for a little bit of that extra salty kick. It gives it a little bit of moisture as well. You know.
Yeah, I get that. You need something to dip it with. Like that's why the Americans all go mad for the tomato soup with your grilled cheese. You dip your grilled cheese in the tomato soup.
Yeah. Now I'm just looking at Jabba as he's farming down on this bottom side with his Urn Brew. What do you what do you pair that with? You know, what's the typical
Iron Brew?
Iron Brew, sorry. What's the typical food of choice along with it? Is it the sort of thing that you would take to a football game, or?
I just have it whenever you want. It's like it's kind of like an energy drink. Do you have a Lucozade in Australia?
No, but I know what it is.
No, it's like the same kind of thing. It's just like fizzy sugar water with a bit of flavor. I don't know. Just like fish and chips, deep fried Mars bar, something along those lines.
Love it. Man, it was Friday yesterday.
It's just like one of those things you pick up. You know, you go to the corner shop and you're like, yeah, I want a Snickers and an Iron Brew, you know? It's just one of those casual drinks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure chat's going to start screaming and saying, no, you have to drink it with this. You got to... Oh, that good.
All right. Well, thankfully it's a false alarm with the the fire alarm. Maybe they were out of Iron Brew. That's the Iron Brew alarm instead of the fire alarm, you know?
Maybe it's Iron Brew and Buckfast.
Honestly,
Double drink.
A disappointment.
I was spooked for a second there. I was like, where's Purge come from? Just hearing Purge's voice in my ear. Forgot about chat wheel lines completely.
Right,
Right,
was your one
we?
again?
Top
from
lane.
TI? I forget.
Oh, that's a bit cheeky.
Ah, very good.
Yeah, I was speaking to T Governor, and we were both chatting because, like, we both knew that we would, you know, instinctively knew that we would both try and say cheeky in our voice lines, and we were like, okay, whoever gets in is the master of cheeky, and we can't use it if someone gets in already. And mine got picked. Yeah,
Easy
get wrecked,
game.
T-Gov.
Still pretty even game. I mean, across the board. Yes, you would probably favor Wales right now, just in terms of their map control, the fact that the Tiny, all three cores are a little bit more evenly farmed. Now Tiny's picked up that Moon Shard, so he's got the acceleration available to himself. But this anti-mage, it's still a pretty damn good anti-mage game.
That does not look good.
Oh, it is, yeah. If you can find the back lines, get on that Grimstroke, find the Lich, you can have a lot of freedom.
And that damage
Journey there,
reduction
hiding in the-
component that I was talking about, that's starting to at least be on the mines. Kalnax has the Vlad's queued up for himself. So that plus the Dragon Knight, who hasn't yet gone into the Breathe Fire damage reduction. I really wanted to see him do it, especially considering how active a Tiny can get at the early stages of the game. I think it's a bit of a mistake that he hasn't opted into it.
MS Tiny's been hidden and out of sight, out of mind for a long old time. Wales looking to defend that top jungle and maybe even push into the tower. And 20 minutes in, you start to consider Roshan as a possibility for both of these teams, so a big team fight here could lead into it. Iggy,
Optimistic from Tyrox, just right-clicking a tower as a Lich there. Eventually Iggy joins in, but with zero vision of where the entire enemy team was, he just felt confident enough to put himself up in harm's way.
and they show the DK and the DP mid for a second there to push a wave, so they realise they can give the Tiny the chance to hit the tower. Interesting positioning here from Scotland, though. I kind of like this, coming across the other side of the map. Once the Dire push that top tier 1, it does feel kind of natural to TP bot tier 2 to go back into triangle and get that efficiency going. But even without a team fight win, Wales are in Roche.
I mean, you've got a Tiny, right? This is just what you do. They have to be very careful of where they're sending those illusion runes, though. I think one of them briefly went underneath the tower. Oh, they found the real
They
escape.
caught Cook. Yeah, the jump in from Journey, but the self-fuels and maybe a blink or burrow out. DP has the BKB, and this Cook sanking under the sandstorm finally gets dusted, but Iggy tossing around, but caught under the ghost, dies to this AM and Death Prophet, while Tyrox needed to use the Frost Shield on himself on the run through the trees, but Scotland are coming. They've got a double on Millsy, and Neb now has to swashbuckle off to the right-hand side. Double kill for Jabber, and it's going to be a team wipe.
Oh, very nicely done. I think that was just a case of, unfortunately, the Wales players being caught on the wrong side of the team fight. You know, the Lich was forced to go down to the right side of this high ground ward instead of the left, which meant that he wasn't able to connect through with a Chain Frost onto the Soulbind. It's just a number of different things, and it all stemmed back from the illusion rune being popped by the Pango there, and actually ran out underneath the vision of this observer ward to the left-hand side of the Roche pit. So they knew they were in the general vicinity. That's how they knew to use the Moonlight Shadow, look to connect through. Wow, what a successful team fight to come through from that.
Yeah, and Roshan left at half HP as well. A nice victory celebration into the pit for Scotland. DP with Aegis. Needs to wait another 70 seconds for ulti, but it's got to feel so good as Scotland are winning a team fight like that. It's a bit awkward from Wales coming out into that mid lane. Like, Cook should be the one hiding in the trees, waiting in the fog for his moment to strike, but he went out and showed himself. Not the hero you want to be face tanking, a DK stun, an arrow, and that initiation that Scotland have showed they've got.
Yeah, I mean, Sand King, most of the time, you are a counter-initiator or you are the beginning of a pick-off. And when you're attempting to go for Roche, you're not trying to go for any sorts of pick-offs. You know, the big portion of your damage, of course, is hitting Roshan. So, yeah, it just felt like he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
A simple tier 2 for Millsy up top. Now 30 seconds for ulti to come. Plenty of options for them. I do have to come back and address these lanes. Well played by Wales to keep that bottom lane pushed all the way out into Radiant territory. And Neb, of course, cutting waves again, as he is so fond of doing.
Looks like Wraith Pact is on the menu for the Lich. Don't hate it. I mean, it gives him some nice stats, a little bit of armor for himself. Of course, the damage reduction component as well, provided you are able to drop it. I was almost considering, like, do you go Aghanim Scepter? Just because it is one of those ways to lock
Catch
down
the
the
AM.
anti-mage. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the AoE as opposed to the single target. But
I don't know, I'd be tempted just to go Refresher, honestly, you know.
True.
Get a ton of ultis into the Soulbind. That's obviously a pipe dream, a long way away. And do they have Philosopher's Stone? I don't think they do. No. No free money for either team. Scotland on the front foot again, though. Millsy knows his strength. And paired with a DK, towers just cease to exist in front of this Radiant side. I give so much room for AM to just back farm through that top jungle.
I mean, he's just extended his lead so drastically. He hasn't even had the Bloodlust for a big portion of this time as well, but if that was given over to him, it just extends his net worth lead even further. Nearly hitting up onto that level 20. I mean, he really wants that extra Blink cast range again. It's all about just, can you go in onto the backlines? You do that, you instantly pop your counterspell, you focus down a Lich, you've got the Basher. It always feels like the case. If you're one of these supports that don't have an initial escape mechanism, you're going to get first hit bashed, and you're going to die as a result of that. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Tyrox. I'm saying my prayers for him because I know that it's just going to be inevitable that he's going to get completely taken out of these fights before they even begin.
Yeah, they still need a lot of time, especially for these BKBs. Like, Pango has one, yes, but Tiny Sand King still pretty distant from theirs. That's going to be the next strong point for Wales, it feels like. I don't think they'll be comfortable fighting without their BKBs, especially into Aegis and into the double BKB of DP and DK. Journey just shy of his own one.
Now, I don't want to be a broken record, Gary, but where is the damage reduction talent on the DK? He's almost level 15.
Still not got it?
I feel like he's going to go into one of these level 15 talents instead, once he hits onto it as well, and it's going to drive me bonkers.
It's percentage based against Tinies.
Yeah.
It's definitely value.
Even just
He's
against
got on the Dragon Tail
right?
talent now.
Yeah.
Curious. Wales making a move into top triangle, but there's nobody here. They've got vision bot lane and in that bot jungle, so they do see the movement from Scotland traversing up towards mid lane and into the river.
Certainly not an area you would expect a team to play. You know, you're against an Aegis, you're fighting with no vision of your own into the enemy's triangle. Like, those things do not compute coming through together, and maybe just trying to next level mind game the enemy team, saying they'll never think that we're going to be here.
Ultimate surprise factor. Especially when you're doing it as 4, you know, Iggy needs just a little bit more. And this should be the moment now that Iggy gets his BKB and they actually consider a proper team fight around him. Would love to see another smoke and another move out of the base, but they've lost track of where Scotland are. They don't know where they're lurking, but if they've kept the timer, they know that Aegis is gone. An anti-mage showing on that top outpost, probably a good indication of where the rest of his squad is as well.
You'll see, though, he was holding on to 4,500 gold. He finally does buy everything through for, I believe, the Lotus Orb coming through to him now. So that's going to enable him to be a little bit more survivable, especially against, you know, the likes of the Lich, even just tossing the Lotus Orb onto the anti-mage to enable him to continue diving on the backlines. Let's see what Tier 3 neutral items are looking to come out here. Ogre Magi going for the Gem of True Sight. Don't hate it. Of course, when you're in an advantageous position, you always want to just continue to try and choke out the map as much as possible. But for me, I think this is, again, another pretty good game for the Fire Shield coming through against the Tiny. I mean, minus 85% damage against a Tiny, smacking you in the face. Pretty damn strong.
Yeah, sure is. I think you're right, this gem, how reliant Wales are and have been on that intelligence, that info in terms of who they can jump, where they can do it. They've got Sand King and Pango and the Grimstroke, who are all very reliant on casting their spells first so they can get the combos out. If you take away that vision element, give Scotland a much better chance to counter the movements of Wales.
Still, Neb's doing a pretty good job. I mean, he's only died the once in this 28 minutes of game time, which is kind of surprising considering I feel like it's been pretty, not necessarily action-packed, but it hasn't been dull by any stretch. Even just with their vision, seeing the fact that Scotland are moving down, they're just trying to stall things out, you know, allow Tiny to get that next big item, play around the safety. That's the real strength that I'm seeing from Wales's lineup right now. They know how to play the map better than the rest of their competitors.
And I think, in particular, it's like playing the map post 20-25 minutes, would you say, as well?
Yeah. Using vision to its utmost potential, which is why this gem is going to be so valuable for the Ogre Magi when he picks it up. He's got the gold to do it right now. Yeah. Because
it can be so easy to lose track of how to gain or regain momentum when objectives aren't readily available. Like, you look at the Radiant now, and they're kind of wandering around from top, back to mid, down to bot, back to mid. There's no Roshan, there's no tier 2s. They don't really want to go push bot lane because that's away from Roshan and away from the outpost. And of course, top lane where they do want to be playing. So it is just trying to gather farm and shut down, close this map, make Wales herd themselves back into their own base. And so yeah, it is nice to see, you know, Cook farming Ancients, Neb pushing bot after pushing top. And Iggy smoking with the two supports, looking to connect through their own jungle in onto what looks like Journey, the DK who is completely alone.
He's got his BKB though, and if he's quick enough... Oh, he actually had the gem delivered through to him from Gaddy.
Tyrox very, very aggressively de-warding. Cook with that initiation finds Gaddy. And this is the start that Wales wanted, but the DK and the AM finding Neb, dropping him low. Tyrox about to go down. Glimmercape doesn't save him, but look at the Tiny smacking away. Nearly killed Jabba. He missed out on a hit there. Animation cancelling. Iggy missing that chance to slay the anti-mage, but he'll find the DP instead. Good rolling thunder and toss there to secure it.
Super valuable use of that BKB, right? That is the first BKB usage coming out from Iggy, and you just see the difference there. You can actually look to stand and man fight into the Death Prophet. You don't care about an anti-mage being able to do anything to you. Even with his Abyssal Blade, you just have no cares in the world. There wasn't even a Chain Frost that went off from Wales there, and they were able to turn that one around. So luckily, at least, they were able to get away on the Dragon Knight, so they're going to retain the gem for now. But it was a pretty quick Roche respawn, so it's going to be up right away. And that's with the Aghanim Shard available onto it. Who would be the one to pick this one up? I mean, I'm sure Pangolier would love to have it at this stage. He's the only one actually on Wales that doesn't have it. And yeah, like I was saying before, it would probably be... Ooh, honestly, the fact that DK doesn't have the Aghanim Shard is a little bit surprising to me from Journey.
That fireball.
Yeah, I mean, it just accelerates your farming potential by so much.
Yeah, you just do this. Oh, that's a good jump stun. Cook counters, but Neb caught up with his Abyssal Blade and the bashes. He does BKB to try and run away, but the disables from Jabba holding him in place. Iggy's coming in, but AM should be able to just counterspell, blink away when needs be. Pango down and no trade.
They're just Roche now, though. It's going to be tempting. Maybe just wanting to play around their vision again, go for the counter-initiation play. Without that Pangolier and the Rolling Thunder, it's going to be so difficult to challenge inside that Roche pit, so maybe make a bit of the safer play.
I've got the Wraith Pack now as well on Mirana completed. But yeah, in that top fight, it looked like Tiny could have killed the AM, but he kind of cancelled animation, thinking, do I go this target, that target, who am I splashing onto? And he missed, you know, 1 or 2 hits.
Just what are you hiding?
Himself from slapping his opponents.
Ooh, free spot as well, so wonder what Tiny's going to look to go into next beyond this.
Oh, poor Tyrox. Oh, your prayers. Not helping him out there, Danog. Does have buyback. 10 seconds for Pango to respawn. Wales, if they want to do something, they've got to go now. Lich is going to have to buy back, and Pango's got a TP. But Roshan down to a third of his health. Iggy's going to move forward with the Inkswell on him. He BKBs up and charges straight in towards him. AM is taking Roshan down as Pango arrives and rolls himself forward towards the Dragon Knight. A great Soulbind double burrow strike. They've killed off the DK and the DB's following. Huge from Wales, but Anti-Mage, the Mana Void on the back lines, kills off Tyrox, but he's been silenced, stunned and disabled. First life gone. Aegis already reclaimed, and Karlnak cannot withstand the damage from Tiny. Cook is still
Tiny's
going.
squishy, though.
With burrow strikes galore. They've also stunned up the AM, but he's got his counter spell out. Can he blink away? He can. Ever so barely scraping away from the danger of Wales, but Cook has got his number. The burrow back in. Oh, they've run out of disables now. No more stuns to control Jabba, and his Iron Brew powered magnificence gets away from it, but that is Roshan taken. Aegis already lost.
Oh, that was so close. I mean, no one looked to scout out the Roche pit, and he actually could have gone on to the Tiny and probably taken him out there. Iggy was so low on HP, had no mana for anything, no BKB, no escape mechanisms available for himself. Instead, Jabba was just on the full retreat. He ends up consuming the Aghanim Shard himself, not wanting to give it over to the Dragon Knight or the Ogre Magi, but yes, really valuable one for himself as well, just to be able to reduce a lot of that damage that, in particular, the Sand King, the Tiny, they need to be right in on top of you to be doing their damage. So it's going to have a really good amount of value for himself.
I mean, this passive counterspell with Wraith Pact that is going to be taking no magic damage whatsoever.
He's level 25 as well.
Chain Frost, yeah.
So
it's huge. It's still one of those situations. Without Aegis, you probably don't feel strong enough just to go and break high ground. So it's good that Wales were able to break his first life and give themselves a better chance moving forward now. But an absolutely dead even game, it feels like here. Very close between the two of them.
He's going into the Butterfly and then the Aghanim Scepter on the Anti-Mage, which I understand both components, you know, just more stuff to be able to siege in onto the backlines, survivability against the Tiny. I still kind of think he needs a BKB, right? Like, just something that's going to make you not care about the Sand King at all, not care about the Pangolier at all, not care about Avalanche, and even just to be able to get that Abyssal Blade in onto the Pango while he's in Rolling Thunder and start to chunk him down.
Yeah, it's just this massive safety net that could just win you a team fight. I'm not sure about... I guess you know Tiny's not going to buy MKB at all. He just does not want to buy that item, so it's safety against him. I guess the way the fight
you could probably... You could Butterfly and then BKB, and then just hope that third Roshan has the Aghanim's Blessing on it. I think that would be the avenue that I would look to go down.
And maybe thinking that he's going to be jumping back lines, not going to be focused. He comes into the fight late, doesn't get focused by Avalanche or any stuns and spells. Let his team tank them for him.
Have you seen any Tiny Position 1 game where Titan Sliver hasn't dropped? Because I feel like it's literally every single time. And it's like, it's just by far the best item for Tiny to have. Like, tier 5 items are worse than Titan Sliver for Tiny. It's that good.
Yeah, I honestly can't say I have. It seems to be there every time. What's Iggy going for the Assault Cuirass next? So even more attack speed for himself. Minus armor going to try and negate some of that damage reduction.
Lich went away from buying the Wraith Pact. I think he's given that priority over to Volition on his Grimstroke there. Obviously, position 4, you're farming a whole lot more. He's just all about his own survivability right now. He knows that he's getting jumped to start a lot of these engagements. So, Ghost Scepter, going to be a very valuable item for him. It's not like anyone on Team Scotland really wants to build into a Nullifier as well. So, it's going to have a good amount of value for himself there.
Yeah, it's been so hard for them. They had one great Soulbind Chain Frost, but that was, what, 17, 18 minutes in or something? Since then, we've not really seen the combos come. Very difficult to really chain those spells together with these two supports without showing yourself to an AM.
Part of that, it's on his own positioning, right? Not playing around the important heroes that are going to enable that. Like, you just basically need to be near the Sand King for that counter-initiation stun, and you need to be near the Grimstroke because he's the one that's going to be casting the Soulbind, right? But, yeah, it just feels like a couple of times they've just moved opposite directions at the start of some of these engagements.
Tower is under attack.
Very tentative play from both teams. Wales have got a pretty good read of where they are, knowing Scotland are back towards their triangle, maybe defending bot lane as well. It's got to that point where it feels like everyone's run out of smokes. Oh, there's 2 on Grimstroke. Maybe feeling they want to go and get something done now. They need that
Up
vision,
on the top side, they know someone's going to be defending against this creep wave, but Kalnak is nowhere nearby. So I don't know how exactly they're going to convert any kind of, maybe blink DK stun into a pickoff.
'Tis mine.
Yeah, Mirana even leapt. Used 1 leap charge to get a little bit closer to see if they can start something off. But again, Wales understanding. They don't need to sit top, don't need to sit in their base. They can smoke out, play through their own vision and go a bit deeper to get triple bounty runes, and then Tyrok's going to place high ground vision up on top of that cliff.
Feels like Neb's done this play about 4 times this game, just shoving out this bottom lane, forcing them to try and defend this bottom tier 2 tower. It's getting pretty low as well. They might even be able to get back some outpost control from Team Scotland.
Yeah, even in the previous series, this was like his move, right? He'd come bot, push the wave into tower, then go mid to cut the wave there. Making sure that his opponents can't get close to the base. Oh, you're right, there it is. Tier 2, outpost, and now return to defending your base top. Tiny has already moved himself there. And Iggy does actually have the MKB queued. Sees the talisman.
Be careful here. Oof, he was farming right in front of that tier 3 tower on his own. Not that they had vision of it, of course, with Team Scotland having control over the entirety of the Dire jungle for now, but it's still such a scary prospect to see someone just out there on his own in front of a team that does have the amount of burst damage that someone like this Tiny does.
It's like when you've got 79% magic resist, you probably just feel like a god. I'm going to go farm wherever I want.
He is going MKB as well on the Tiny. I mean, it's a necessity. The one other way to get around that is to actually go into the Aghanim Scepter instead as well, because all of those trees have True Strike when they hit.
I mean, the other way to do this is if AM sees the Tiny buy an element, he sees the Demon Edge, so he's going to assume MKB. You could just say, screw it, I'm not going to finish Butterfly here and sell the Talisman of Evasion and waste all that Tiny's money.
Possibility, for sure. Looks like he does have that BKB queued up after the Butterfly and Aghanim Scepter on the Anti-Mage.
And no more gem for the Radiant means they've got to do things the old-fashioned way to try and reclaim the vision, but it doesn't seem they're aware that this Dire Ward is there. Completely under Wales's nose.
Big win for Wales, though, the fact that they were able to waltz back on into their own triangle, sorry, not their own triangle, their own jungle, and be able to claim at least the outpost back. I mean, Roshan could potentially be up in a minute, and this is all a result of that deep vision that they were able to place up when they made that recent excursion down onto the bottom side of the map. They know that, okay, an Ogre Magi was here, a Death Prophet's here, we have safety. We know that there's probably not going to be someone sitting up here farming solo, and if they are, as long as we bring all 5 of us, they're going to die.
Tiny is going to be so pissed, by the way. He just finished MKB. He didn't sell it, but he bought out BKB and then put Talisman in his backpack.
Love it.
He does have the Trickster Cloak, which has 20% evasion, but yeah, you called for it. BKB's there. Tiny.
Oh,
good avalanche toss. And massive damage from Iggy. Comes out of nowhere with a double kill. Just walks into that area of the jungle that they've had vision for quite some time. Scotland didn't see it coming, and now it's scramble time. Everybody move. Get to side lanes. Get this split push going. Do not allow Wales to come to our high ground or take a Roshan.
They were praying for the instant Roche there on Cook, but it's still going to be a minute or so away. Still, though, should be able to get some of this outer tower control. Double siege creep wave pushing into the mid lane. It's a Tiny. It's level 25. He is going to be able to just chunk through this, at the very minimum, force a glyph, which, I mean, that's it's worth its weight in gold against a Tiny. Anything that could just delay the game by even the smallest amount is going to be so valuable.
The arrow doesn't hit the catapult, so they do still have them here. I'm a little surprised Dire didn't glyph them, but I guess, yeah, with this Tiny, you don't need to spend the glyph when the big tower hitter just opens up on the buildings. Good arrow, but Cook in with a burst strike to stop Gaddy from continuing the chain stuns for now. And Iggy focusing buildings, will get what they came for, claim the first set of barracks. While Anti-Mage still
DOTA.
pushing top, does jump in onto Cook, gets the Abyssal Blade and Mana Void, but the Yules, no, not enough. That was a Stormcrafter from Cook, but look at this. Soulbind and Chain Frost bouncing in. He has to BKB and blink away. Surely get out of there, Jabba, but he's being stunned up.
The bash!
And they finish him. No, he's TPing home under his BKB. He's revealed, but home free.
Oh, I thought Neb might have been able to he broke out of the Rolling Thunder just a little bit too slow. Maybe might have been able to get 2 right clicks in there, hope for the bash, but wasn't able to. And, well, Roshan is up. That's a pretty big one to be able to claim. I almost feel like this whole game might be decided on the outcome of the fight, and it is the Aghanim's Blessing coming through. So, well, Jabba, he went and bought out already for it all, I believe.
Precious bounty.
Yeah, he did. Titan Sliver and a point booster there in his courier, so Aghanim's is coming to him.
Dire are scanning.
At least the DK still hasn't bought any of the components for it, so if they were able to pick it up, then it's a big win for them to still have 6,000 gold at their disposal. Probably go into something like an AC for him if he's able to have that one available.
Oh, that was quick from Neb. Still going to get caught here by the Abyssal Blade, though. Neb with a swashbuckle back. Tiny coming in with a soul bind. They haven't any follow through, though, as Iggy just stands his ground and whacks away at the Jabba AM, but he's so tanky. Still battling with him, and Iggy comes out on top, but it is the one-for-one trade between the two cores. DP now onto the Grimstroke as Neb has that Rolling Thunder back, and Cook, he's got a good epicenter, looking for that burrow forward. It is chaos as Neb chases forward, finds the Marana, and the double buyback from Wales should secure them the Roshan.
Regeneration.
The tree available for himself, so he's going to need to walk outside and grab that one for him. He might be able to grab this this Aghanim Scepter for himself. Again, against the Anti-Mage, it's pretty damn effective.
Absolute chaos in that fight, though. It looked like the AM versus Tide, just 1v1 brawling gladiatorial style. AM was close to it, but Tiny with tremendous firepower slams him into the ground.
I know Neb, but it feels like... Would you call Neb the star player on Wales? I almost would.
I think so, yeah. He's the one that's kind of holding things together, right? He's the one winning team fights, pushing lanes, making sure the map is where they need it to be, and it feels like he's the one making calls of where to go and how to start fights. But knowing...
30 seconds, no Anti-Mage.
Yeah, knowing that he's out for 30 seconds, they're trying to force something, and it's tier 4s that are quickly crumbling. DK might have to jump here. They're losing their buildings too quickly. He goes in on the Tiny, but Cook's ready with the reinitiation. The Avalanche toss combo. They've got the Grimstrick Soulbinder as well in onto them, and Iggy's focusing the throne. Feared, though, by the shard of the DP. Rolling Thunder back from Neb. Cancels it immediately to get more damage in with the right clicks. DP stunned continually, and AM is about to respawn. The throne is still up, and Tiny being focused. Arrow and stunned, and AM comes in, but Iggy gets the BKB off thanks to the Yule Scepter of Sanking. AM, what can you do? Mana Void, the Volition Grimstroke. Throne is falling, though. Oh my god, they've done it. Wales come with a massive base race, punishing that Anti-Mage with no buyback.
Oh, really came down to the wire, though. This is some entertaining Dota, right? Just, it seemed like the unstoppable force against the immovable object, and unfortunately, it seems like Tiny with Titan Sliver, there's just no stopping him.
What a monster. I mean, Iggy's so good at knowing when he should chase people down and knowing when he should just stand there, hold his ground, and fight back with that big old tree of his. I mean, definitely way closer than our previous series. Scotland putting up an exceptional fight and looking like they might have taken this game off for Wales.
It was so close. I mean, Aghanim shards out the wazoo. Even Fire Shield having a very big impact in that last engagement, allowing them to survive a little bit longer against the wrath of the Tiny, but it's just way too much building damage that they had to contend with at that stage of the game. And yeah, closing it out with a very well-rounded draft. It feels like you just need to target Neb with your picks and bans, it feels.
Yeah, maybe even think about having those side lane supports rotate towards those runes like we've seen from the Marana this game, but maybe more consistently to try and shut him down. But a very tight game one here in this best of two between Scotland and Wales. A quick break, and game two will be coming right after that. Welcome back. Here we are with the European qualifiers for the Commonwealth Esports Championships. Wales on a hot run as they've got themselves a 2-0 victory and 1 game ahead now against Scotland as we head ourselves into game 2. Danog, that was one hell of a close match in game 1, wasn't it?
It was for sure, and we'll see if it's another one. I mean, Team Scotland, it really felt like they had a big part of that game. You know, it was almost in the palm of their hands, but oh, I don't like seeing this hero. It just doesn't feel like it does anything, you know? Like, Seb made it look good, but it's still a bad hero in my eyes. And, you know, if you could take away the Pangolier, why not? They immediately go and ban out the Bloodseeker. They're just taking Wales strat, right? We've got one. There's a Grimstroke on our team already. We ban out the Bloodseeker. We're fine. It's good against the Mars. It's good against the Wind Ranger. I love it.
Yeah, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And if someone else did it, steal it. Just take their strat. Why the hell not? Yeah, Wales still sticking to banning out that CK Pugner, just not wanting to play it or play against it.
10 seconds.
And even a Keeper of the Light ban out from Scotland, and I kind of like that, knowing that they could get that Pango if they wanted to. Or the Grimstroke, leaving some options open.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think Team Scotland are going to pick Ogre Magi when it comes their turn to pick. And I'll tell you why after they do it. But in the meantime, we'll see what they could potentially go for here. I mean, the thing that I want for Team Scotland right now is I think Pango does an okay job at it, but once BKBs are out, and for Mars in particular and Wind Ranger, she's very fast, so you're going to have a rough time of it. You need something to, like, hold them in place, like have a small area to be able to fight around, because that's where Grimstroke really shines. That's where Pangolier really shines, and I feel like they don't have that with their heroes right now. Ogre can provide a little bit of that with the Ignite, of course, providing a little bit of a slow, of course, stuns, potential double stuns coming through with the Soulbind, but I need something else.
10 seconds.
I wouldn't even hate to see them go a Sand King themselves, right? Like, very quick pick off for a Wind Ranger. Why not?
Well, the thing is, last time Wales did this opener, it was that second game against Northern Ireland, right? Their Techies, Visage, Kunkka. So I'm definitely intrigued whether or not they'll go the same me direction. You know, they definitely picked to have a bit more fun in that game than serious kind of competition. But I think after facing Scotland in game 1, they've got to screw their heads on tight and make sure that the ship ain't sinking.
Sure, the EK from last game, Journey, he's actually a really high-ranked player. Like, I want to say top 500. So they're letting him do the drafting, even though he's been playing from the offlane. I'm sure he's the one making a lot of the shot calls happen. So keen to see maybe if they're going to play around his hero a little bit more this game, whether it be the Pangolier that he was able to pick up with this last pick of this phase, or if they're going to give him one of the later picks in the entire draft.
Yeah, rank 512. Gaddy, Jabba, both divine, it looks like. Kalnak, I'm not sure if that's correct, but it says Legend 3 on his on his profile.
Oh,
I mean, his Mirana was good. Yeah. I couldn't really massively fault it. You know, he had a good performance on Mirana, so I don't know if that's a true rank or he's improved drastically with a new gaming chair in the past couple of weeks.
It's a Smurf. You know, that's all it is.
Hiding his true power through the smurfing, yeah. Oh, Spectre and Tiny gone. Respecting that Iggy Tiny and the threat of the Spectre to be able to get onto some of these backline supports like the Grimstroke. Good options that Scotland remove.
Dire team pick.
I really want to see Wales pick up a Bane. I think the Bane is just a really good pick overall. Like, to be able to disrupt a lot of this chain lockdown. You've got some sort of crowd control for the Pangolier. And importantly, they have the last pick in this phase against the Pango. So you're going to be able to have one of those heroes like the Lena, for example, that has the potential to come through. I feel like it's the sort of thing that Neb would be able to excel on. Oh, love it. Love it. Give me the Wyvern. I mean, it's terrible in lane, but against the Pango, it's fantastic. So you got to take the good and the bad together, I suppose.
Yeah, super good with the ulti to be able to catch that Pango. And decent with that Cold Embrace, saving people up if they do get chased down with physical damage from Swashbuckle.
5 seconds.
Knowing that there's probably more physical damage coming from Team Scotland in these following picks. A pretty substantial team fight as well. Again, we come back to this topic of single target focus against team fight. And Scotland have Great ways of getting onto one guy and making sure they're burst down. Wales much more in that zone control type of draft.
I'm wondering if they might want to go ahead and pick... Oh, a Shadow Demon. I want to see if they go ahead and pick like their position 1 now on Team Scotland, just something that's going to have a really good time against the Mars, and then force them... Yeah, there we go. So I like this. I think it's good paired together with the Shadow Demon. It's a good split of physical and magical damage. And I honestly feel like they're even preparing to go for something like... I know it's super out of the meta right now, but OD is not the worst this game for Scotland. It's something that absolutely rips through a Wyvern, and if you play it in the off lane, you can just really bully out the enemy carry and make sure that they're not able to contest the Luna when you're trying to have an aggressive early game. But surely right now you just Terrorblade into this. Like, Terrorblade into a Luna is an amazing matchup. You could also potentially... you could Darkseer. You've already picked the Mars, and the supports aren't the greatest pairing, but by all means, TB into this.
It's a little bit scary into the other heroes, though, right? You've got Pango with Swash, Grimstroke with Stroke of Fate, but it's definitely that matchup against Luna where if you're allowed to farm jungle for a bit and come out on top, press forward and plant yourself in front of buildings, you've got the backup that you need. Like, if they go on you as a TB, you've got Arena, you've got Curse, you've got Cold Embrace to turn the tides of battle.
Obviously, even the Luna, the Lena. I could very easily see the Lena here, because if a Luna tries to stand and man fight you, you just pop your BKB. What can Team Scotland do about it? Absolutely nothing. You know, you're probably not going to be able to run away from it. You're going to be stunned up. You're going to be just burst down. I kind of want to see them pick a Lena here. You've already got protection coming through from the Gale Force, from the Wyvern. Void Spirit instead.
I think you want maneuverability. Like Lena, I would agree with. You've got that Fiery Soul to be able to go in and out of team fights. I think you always want the option to be able to disengage. Like if the Pango and Grim initiate on you, you want to be able to Winter's Curse and run back. Think about how you want to take the fight with Arena after that. So having a Void Spirit who can jump in, catch Grim and Shadow Demon while you're resetting with the rest of your heroes, pretty handy.
Sure, but I'm always a big advocate of just like... This is the advantage of having second pick, right? You always have the response to what the enemy team has got. You know the Luna's going to be the position 1, so you can just very easily pick the best position 1 against that. And then in the last phase, you have the blast pick again. So you're going to be able to pick the best possible response that you've got against the enemy mid laner. And I feel like they've kind of just... They've thrown that away a little bit. Like, if I'm Team Scotland, I'd probably Conquer into this.
There's more a problem with the draft logic than the individual hero pick itself.
Oh.
Right, so now they ban the Monkey King and they can probably just ban that Terrorblade or...
Yep, I would ban Terrorblade or Razor if I'm Team Scotland right now. And then I would pick the Conquer.
5
or...
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I would pick the Conquer. Just because, like, against the Void Spirit, anything that's able to deal a lot of physical damage in the laning stage is what I would be going for, right? Because Void Spirit has notoriously low armor, not quite as bad as, you know, like a Tiny or a Puck or these sorts of things, but very susceptible to being harassed down in the laning stage. So I think you just need to try and bully him out as much as possible. And like I said before, they were lacking a little bit of that hero that enables you to fight in an enclosed area. And what better hero than something like a Conquer, right, to enable that? You know, you just X mark someone back into a boat, you pop the Eclipse, you have the Rolling Thunder. What can you do against that?
It looks like they're expecting offlaners with the Beastmaster and that Underlord ban. Sand King is still out there.
Oh, yeah, I guess the Pango into the Void Spirit's good as well. Yeah. Completely forgot that, actually.
Oh, that's nice. Against all of these heroes. Get out of Arena, silence Windranger Wyvern. You've got great vision and catch now to be able to play with your supports. And again, it's one of these drafts where it's very much 4 protect 1. The 4 can go around fighting together, not needing the Luna to join in particular.
I do still feel like it's a good Terrorblade game now, though, right? Against the Night Stalker, he's not going to be able to do too much against you in the laning stage. You're probably going to, maybe not kill him, but severely restrict his ability to farm. And I mean, I feel like you just need to make sure that you're very careful about where exactly you take your fights, because Night Stalker pops Dark Ascension, you just need to run towards your carry, whatever it is that Team Wales pick. And I'm talking about the Wyvern and the Wind Ranger, right? Because they're going to be able to survive. Night Stalker can't just man up into this uber farmed position 1.
And what are the other options? We've seen Iggy play Tiny. That's definitely one of his comfort heroes. That's banned out. A Templar Assassin as a position 1 comes to mind when you want to try to match the farm rate of Luna. She's definitely up there. Because I think that's one of the biggest problems you have to solve, and that's why Terrorblade is such a good option for you here, is you want someone who can actually farm at the same rate as Luna does, but a Clinks for Wales in that last spot. He really is one of these players, isn't he?
Yeah,
Visage,
he's just got
Clinks.
his own style of meta. Oh, well, clearly they feel like it's going to be strong against them. It's very hard for me to go against a Wyvern draft. It's my favorite hero in the game, but I'm really feeling Scotland's draft. I feel like they might have the edge here.
Yeah, they've got saves, they've got aggression, initiation. Lanes feel stronger as well. I mean, looking at this, it's, Grimstroke, Nightstalker, Shadow Demon, Luna, and then it's Pango versus the Void Spirit in the mid lane. It does feel, all things considered, that Scotland, have the upper hand.
Just got to make sure you're securing those range creeps, particularly in the off lane for Team Scotland. Like we were saying before, Journey, he is by far the highest MMR in this entire game, so he knows if it's a good Night Stalker game, and he knows what his main target needs to be. He doesn't have to worry about the Mars at all. He just needs to make sure that this Wind Ranger and Wyvern have a horrible time.
Must feel so nice being the drafter and like the captain, picking your own hero last. Like, yeah, guys, don't worry. I'm just going to pick me the best hero that I can play here.
I think he's changed up that strategy a little bit. In game number 1, he was picked either in the first phase or at the very beginning of the second phase, and didn't have quite the same level of success for it. This time around, he's saying, look, I got this, boys. I'm going to do it for the pride of Scotland and see if I can bring it home for us.
Yeah, they got a good shot at that. And currently we're looking at Wales already with 1 win under their belt. Scotland needs to get one themselves.
Prepare for battle.
Only 2 best of 2s per team to play and 1 slot to get to Birmingham in August.
Now, I was a little confident with my Ogre prediction, and there were reasons for it. So Gaddy, of course, he played the Ogre last time, but just have a click on him and have a look at his avatar. He's actually got Ogre Magi as his avatar as well. So I was
does
thinking,
he?
surely he's going to do it. He did it game 1, and he's got it as the avatar, and then he just completely throws me a curveball, and it's just not there.
You had your reasons. I was confused and really didn't know what the hell you were going to start talking about. Like, why is he going to go? No, understandable now. And Tyrox nearly made a massive blunder and walking up towards that high ground, decided better of it.
30 seconds to battle.
5 Scottish heroes waiting up on that high ground.
This pleases me to know I sense.
I mean,
distortion.
Wyvern is still a terrible hero for the laning stage, but it's not anywhere near as bad as it used to be, just because you've got that extra couple of seconds on the Arctic burn. It actually means quite a lot. Wyvern's got a lot of quality of life changes. You used to have like a 50-second cooldown on the Arctic burn. Now it's down to 38 seconds. It used to be, 8-second duration. He's about to die.
Yeah, he still comes across. Inkswell, Disruption, and this Night Stalker chasing him, looking for First Blood, and Gaddy takes it.
Well,
yeah, 2. So he was trying to sentry the same place he did before in that river, right? He was looking for the opposing Radiant Observer ward.
I feel like you could do that at daytime. You don't need to stay at nighttime and just let the Night Stalker be so much more powerful, right? Like the Void lasted an extra, well, double the duration because he just decided to go then before the Horn. The downside though,
for Scotland.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Journey's able to get, because with that, they actually did go that level 1 Inkswell to be able to secure the First Blood. It ended up going on to the position 5 Shadow Demon, so not the greatest, but at least you've got the Void to be able to secure that last hit on the range creep, which he does on Journey, so nicely done.
I'm wondering about this Luna pick for Scotland, because I've always struggled with her accent, trying to figure out where exactly she's from.
It's
an American voice actress. See, it's got elements of Northern Irish and Northern English and Scottish all in there. It's like Scottish leaning, I guess. Yeah, maybe a bit of Scottish pride picking the Luna there for them.
Do you think it's like the Disney Pixar Brave version of Scotland? It's like it's almost there, but not quite.
Even that was closer. Luna's just like, I don't know. You meet someone at a bar and they say they can do a
Ambiguous.
Scottish accent, and then they're 10 pints in. You're like, oh, no, you've got no idea what they're saying. Not doing too bad in that bot lane, though. With a Shadow Demon supporting, not going to feel the pain from this Wind Ranger Mars combo too much, because you've got that disruption to save you from the spear or the shackle shot when they come.
Just going to be distracted all game now, listening to every single one of Luna's voice lines. Just
Lost
like
in
this.
the woods, are ya? It's just that over and over again.
Absolutely not.
Do we have any others? I mean, we've got a couple of like Cockney and British accents with like Pudge and Bristleback. Slark is kind of Australianish, right?
I guess I would call him like Australian. That better not like, because I know his lore is like he's a prisoner. That better not be
It's a bit racist, isn't it?
A little bit. How dare they? Australians don't care. I know, like, can you imagine? Do you watch much of The Simpsons?
Not recently, not the past maybe 3 seasons, but I've watched like everything else.
The golden years. The golden years.
The golden years, yeah.
So like, you remember the Australia episode, right?
Yeah, where he brings a toad or something. What is it? The one that they bring
like
an
that.
animal and they get caught by the police because they infested Australia or something, right?
The bullfrogs or something. Yeah,
Bullfrogs, yeah.
But like, makes a collect call to Australia, and they rack up $500 dues worth of phone charges. So basically, that episode is loved within Australia because we just love taking the absolute mech out of ourselves, you know, like just all the stupid stuff about us. And can you imagine if that was some of these other countries that would just like take absolute hideous offense at everything? But
Yeah,
we're just
take the
like,
worst out of it.
Who cares? Who cares? Like,
Is
it's a bit of
that
fun.
the episode with the Crocodile Dundee, or is there another one with Croc in it?
I think it's a different one.
Okay, there's plenty of them. And anyway, we've got Wales against Scotland. Volition running away from that bot lane. I mean, nothing's really happening in these lanes after that first blood. It has just been that war of attrition, regen trade, cast a few spells here and there to force your opponents to use tangos and salves. And it's largely in part down his bottom lane to Shadow Demon saving the Luna time and time again with disruption. Cook hasn't found the opening he needs. And of course, mid lane is melee against melee, so it is complete farm trade, try and get runes, which is why it's nice to see Kalnak, the quote-unquote Legend 3 player, coming in to guard the rune and slow down Neb.
Millsy actually jumping over the Aether Remnant there, making sure he's not stuck underneath the tower, getting a few right clicks in onto him. He's not playing like a Legend player, I'll say that much.
Nah, absolutely not. And we've got Tarox pulling back that lane top. He stacked the camp, was given that opportunity because of Kalnak leaving
That is
the
the
lane.
longest shackle I've seen on the bottom side. Jabba is taking a little bit of harass down here, but unfortunately, the Spear of Mars just has a couple of seconds left on the cooldown, so won't be able to reach him. Unless he goes for the Wonder power shot, but still a little bit short on the mana to be able to do so. Although he's got that vision. Ooh.
Oh, missed out on it.
I mean, that
No
should
salve.
completely give away the fact that they've got vision there. He wouldn't have been able to right-click otherwise.
I know for sure. Well, yeah, there's no salve here though, so Gaddy had to plant a tree for the tango from Jabba to come.
Tower is under attack.
Still pretty low on HP, so resource battle win for Wales. Soul Ring 1, Tango still there for Cook, bringing out tons of regen for himself. And we'll continue to farm away like a beast. 31 and 8 from the off lane. Great spot to be in, and that's been a trend, it feels, for Wales, right? Securing Cook's lane, giving him that good start so he can move around and start team fights and play with Neb. And Kalnak dropping low to that Arctic burn, but it is nighttime now, which opens things up for Journey. Inkswell, he pauses for a second there, steps to allow the Inkswell to be placed on him. Chasing Tyrox with another Void in a second. It looks like they'll have it, diving under tier 1 for it. Ooh, that cold embrace.
Even salves
him
himself as
alive.
well,
Dire's
making
turret
sure that he's
has been
instantly able to
killed.
get back to the lane. Unfortunately, still giving up the career kill. But the important thing is Iggy's farming. He's the one that you need to be emphasizing a whole lot more, because you will have that range advantage against the Luna, which is so important for how a few of these first few team fights are going to span out.
I'm not sure if this was worth it for Gaddy. I mean, probably the fact he's not died Denies the illusion rune as Volition and Neb were playing up in the face of Millsy. Bounty rune grabbed by Neb, though, as he rotates back in towards mid. A little bit behind in XP compared to the Pangolier. But he makes the jump in, misses the Ether Remnant, and then dissimulates away, realizing he can't finish off the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For me, it really just comes down to how the first few team fights, when the full teams join in, going to go. Because you know that the Night Stalker is not going to be paired together with the Pangolier. At least, like, in team fights, they're not going to be standing next to each other. If they're doing that, then they're just doing it wrong, right? Night Stalker's job is to be able to get it onto the back line and just completely demolish them. Pango's job is to disrupt the front line, to enable that sort of thing to happen. So Tyrex shouldn't have any easy Winter's Curse targets. And it's not like, even if you got the greatest target, as long as Shadow Demon hasn't been cursed, you can still just disrupt that target.
Oh, man.
I would have preferred.
Yeah, that stroke of fate just finished him off. Kalnak getting the kill on Iggy there, and nothing really that Tyrox could have done. I was just about to start making the point that Luna's had to ditch the bottom lane because of the pressure from this Mars and Wind Ranger so consistently. But losing Iggy top lane, that hurts a lot for Wales.
It does. At least she was able to get the Morbid Mask, though. Just put the 1 point into the Lucent Beam as well. Obviously needing to secure the range creeps, but since then it's just pure farming build. So Jabba, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of him for quite some time.
See you in 15 minutes, boys. I am in the jungle. Still level 5, though. 8 minutes in. Pretty rough. And Clinks has hit 6, so he's got that Death Pact ready. A couple of stacks in the jungle with Javelin already in his inventory. Maelstrom coming quickly after. So his farm rate's going to be pretty good matching up against that Luna's. As down the bottom roof spot, Volition nearly dying to these SD illusions. He's got to power shot to clear through them as Millsy and Gaddy, chased by Neb, who just dissimulates aggressively, has another astral step to slip away from danger back towards his side of the river. And in the top jungle, Kalnak has walked into a burning barrage and nearly fallen. Arctic Burn wears out. But he does see where they're lurking. Oh, look at the power shot. Power! Scrapes past the backside of Kalnak. Very nearly. Good attempt from Volition's Wind Ranger.
Just able to get away there. Yeah, just a farming barrage nearly ends up taking him out. Very important. And, you know, some unorthodox wards as well. You can see Tyrox there. He's going to be able to remove that one as well. So now Iggy, his farming is so much more secured. Going into that Maelstrom, going to be very important at dishing out the damage. Because like we said, the Luna, she's gone for a farming build. She needs to just sit back and farm, 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 farm. Cleggs wants to be getting a tiny bit more active because your other heroes don't really have any of that tower taking potential. Night Stalker, once he pops the Dark Ascension, he could still deal a good amount of right-click damage.
Yeah, he might find a kill here on Tyrox, but the Winter Wyvern baiting for his Neb Void Spirit to arrive, defending the tower, and
Nice
picking
bait.
off Journey's Night Stalker. Really well done. You're just watching Tyrox just stand there and hit the Night Stalker, thinking, why isn't he casting any spells? What's he doing? It's all a bait.
Giving the deny off, so that's going to be nice. Giving your own team a little bit of that gold. That's Maelstrom completed for the Clinks as well. It really does feel like you're almost never going to get the perfect Winter's Curse off this fight. It's just about get the curse off onto the Pangolier while he's next to something else, so you get the full duration of it and you reduce the impact of the Rolling Thunder. That's it. You're not going to get kills from it. You might be able to set up for a spear, but that's about it.
It's like a big red reset button. Just to chill out, stop and pause the fight for a second rather than a massive turnaround, which Cook can offer with an arena. Kalnak inkswells himself, but caught and pinned against the side and saved by the disruption. But Neb with this dissimulate should be able to finish him off with a nice resonant pulse. Well, an arena for a support, but it's these catapults that they're defending against. That's why they bring the numbers right. They want to make sure there is no tower push coming.
I'm trying to imagine what Wyvern's build is going to be as well, because it's not an easy game for a Wyvern for sure. Like, anytime you're against a Night Stalker, it's rough. Anytime you're against this split damage, it's rough, because you never know, oh, do I want to cold embrace someone? But then that just leaves them very vulnerable to Eclipse, or, you know, Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, blah, 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 blah. If you've got Diffusal Blade, for example.
Oh, catch on the SD. Down he goes.
I think it's just going to be all on survivability this game. Like, you just need to make sure that the Night Stalker's not able to kill you very easily. Like, just try and delay that as much as possible. Force him to chase you.
That's what I was wondering. Like, he'll probably start deciding in 5 minutes' time. Do I have money to buy Blink, or do I have to buy a Force Staff kind of thing?
Yeah. Even Force Staff, I don't know if it delays long enough though. It almost does feel like it needs to be Blink Dagger territory for the Wyvern, which is always going to be rough because this is a 5 Wyvern. Yeah, you are not going to be farming. You can do a good job of, you know, pushing out lanes as this, you know, from a tree line, which is always very nice, but it just feels so rough. I don't think you're going to have an easier time as you did in that, what was it, game number 2? Maybe it was game 1 where they played the Shadow Shaman and was just allowed to get the Blink Dagger at the 16 or so minute mark.
Yeah, it was that game 1 where Tyrox was Kotl and like technically like a 5 Kotl, and Shadow Shaman started in the safe lane but then kind of became a 4. They were both like 4.5-ish. And had a lot more room to maneuver in that one, that's for sure. A lot of free time here for the Luna. Just about cracking 5k net worth. Still behind the pack of 3 dire cores at the top, though. This Clink sitting back with a massive ancient stack and a burning barrage to clear it. So that's going to put him right up at the top. While Cook's Mars down bottom, setting up for Neb. They see the Night Stalker. Journey very wisely hiding in the trees. Can pop his Dark Ascension to escape as well, and the arena has missed. He actually turns and fights the Void Spirit down to half health. Needs to Astral Step away as the rest of the reinforcements arrive for Scotland. Inkswell, Void, stun. Oh, doesn't quite land in time, but in comes Millsy, shackled and speared, caught up against the tree. And
Void in 2.
Ether Remnant. Trapping Journey here. Only 3-4 seconds left of that Dark Ascension. Scotland turning tail and backing up to their tower, but they made sure Night Stalker didn't die, and they definitely respect the strength of Wales there.
I'd still say, even though that obviously the use of Dark Ascension wasn't great, it's not the worst outcome coming through from Scotland, because throughout all that time, you had multiple people rotating down from Wales. You had Luna continuing to free farm in the mid lane. She's just going through, making the most out of her farming patterns, and it's only a minute or so until it's going to be nighttime again. So I think Journey's going to be pretty okay with that. You've also still managed to retain your tier 1 tower. It's about to go down still, but it's still just that little bit of an extra amount of time that you have for this Luna, who feels like she does need to be that half an item ahead of the Clinks to really have that same level of impact.
Yeah, it's forcing the arena to be spent defending that tower for a little bit longer, and nearly killing that Void Spirit, which would have been a massive pick-off for them. Another missed Remnant. Neb is not being great with ease, and it's allowed Millsy to come into the Rolling Thunder. He's got a DD rune, which gives him these lightning zappy animations around the ball. Unable to commit and connect with Volition to finish her off.
Dire's top tower
And even more space for the Luna. Closing in on that Clinks.
It's a tiny bit counterintuitive with the Night Stalker, considering you've got a Luna, someone that loves to be able to take a lot of these stacks, Shadow Demon, someone that loves building a lot of stacks, but he's going into the Aghanim Shard just to try and boost up his farming capability that little bit further. 3 seconds or so.
That's the curse. And the arena, but that bubble from Shadow Demon saving Millsy. Pango just swashes away, so again, Wales come in with a couple of big ultis, and the response from Scotland is just that reset, back up, and now maybe even smoke themselves and play forward.
Yeah. I would definitely be looking to do that if I'm on Team Scotland right now. You don't have your big counter to the Rolling Thunder, which is up in 10 seconds. So you can very easily, with the Diffusal Blade as well, look to go in there with an aggressive movement. You're going to back right off and go for a smoke, maybe?
Yeah, there's a deep ward in the lane, right? There's that mid lane ward that sees all 3. So Journey's kind of baiting them in, saying, hey, look at me, I'm a Night Stalker. But no movement,
though.
Karlnak still holding that smoke.
Feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity.
Maybe now with a disruption. Crippling Fear, silence forward. Void Spirit, Cold Embrace though. Healed up until he's soulbound and silenced along with the Wind Ranger. That allows Millsy just to pummel him with the damage. And that double Demonic Purge gives Journey a double kill. And chasing Tyrox under the tier 2. Now he's got no way to save himself. Aghanim Shard, Night Stalker, munching on some creeps and diving tier 3s at this point. He doesn't need any backup. He's also not going to get the kill on Tyrox.
Oh, the void.
Back and
the void.
forth. Clever from Journey.
Very nicely done. Making sure to tip his teammate for a job well done. And well, throughout all of that time, Jabba, he was farming a little bit inside of the enemy triangle. But still there to get a lot of the presence. He's level 13, equivalent to Iggy. I think he should be very satisfied with how this game is going so far. Again, the net worth lead still slightly in favor of Wales, but it really doesn't matter all that much. Millsy is getting as active as he needs to. He's putting a lot of pressure onto the map. He's freeing up space for this Luna. And just when she finishes up that Yasha, and even more so the Manta style, the game's just going to become even easier. And the fact that they had to pop an arena just to kill a Shadow Demon that's alive in 20 seconds is a pretty big deal as well.
Well, that's got to be one of the things that Wales looks towards, right? Shadow Demon has saved people 3-4 fights in a row. If you don't catch the Shadow Demon with the arena or an Ether Remnant or a Shackle Shot, you're going to have to reconfigure how you get in and out of these fights, because he is just disrupting and buying that 2.5 seconds of time to allow Night Stalker and Pango to re-engage.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like... I'm not sure maybe the Yule Scepter was the best item choice for Neb. I think going straight into the Aghanim Scepter might have been the better option, just because you need that way to have a little bit of that backline control. Just so much easier, but... Well,
even the Witchblade we've seen from Void Spirits to allow them to scale a bit better as well.
Yeah. I mean, if you're setting up with a Yule Scepter for any kind of Remnant, I feel like Gaddy's positioning has been pretty good so far, so he hasn't just allowed them to get off a lot of those free pickoffs.
Scotland just hugging this tier 1 tower. Now it looks like they want to group and smoke, but they don't have one. They were pinging, just like, hey, let's go stand together. Come on, we can move together, but nope. No one holding a smoke. Dire even think they're Roshan, scanning the pit, but there's no one there.
It is very important for them to retain that tier 1 tower, though, right? You've got this Luna, again, I said it before, loves to farm the stacks. You got to just enable that as long as you can.
Still slightly behind the Clinks, though, who has finished his Gleipnir. Brown Boots and Wand with an Aghanim Shard as well, so Skeleton Walk leaving those Skelly Archers when he comes out of Invis. And that is a bit problematic for Scotland. Once Wales decide where and when they want to fight, they have this massive amount of just stuff on the ground. They've got arena, remnants, they've got these skeletons, maybe even... Once we get this... Oh, we do what we do. We've got Gale Force as well for Volition. So once Wales decide where they want to fight, that is their area to control. Scotland have got to play out their minds to retreat and fall back, because this is going to happen. Tyrox just breaks the vision, goes up to high ground. Night Stalker chases back down onto the Wyvern and gets the kill. With the Shackle Shot on the Shadow Demon, after disruption, will be able to pick up Gaddy and Kalnak. 2 supports gone, but the Luna's arrived. Big eclipse. Down goes the Void Spirit, and Cook will follow him into the grave. Iggy unable to do the damage he needed to, and now he's being chased down by the Pango and the Luna. And he should be able to walk this back. Volition might have to give his life for it, but Clinks have just been pummeled.
Just providing the vision, his journey. He's looking to chase down another. Doesn't have any mana to
stop believing.
Away.
He just keeps on going. He's going to find another one. Tyrox is TP'd back into this. He gets a Witness Curse on the Night Stalker. Is he going to kill him with the Luna next to him? He does. Oh,
that pun was amazingly bad. I love it. But
I've been holding that since game 1.
But it was a great initiation coming through there from the Wyvern, but even better turnaround coming through from the Night Stalker, right? That's just what happens whenever you're playing this sort of game. And Tyrox, unfortunately, I can understand when you've got a little bit of that vision advantage. I mean, they had this Observer Ward here in the Radiant jungle down towards the bottom tier 2 tower for quite some time. They felt like they could fight, but you just can't lead into a fight as a Wyvern. It's just straight up impossible when you're against a Grimstroke, a Night Stalker, and a Pangolier. So you need to be that secondary initiation. Luckily enough, he's saved up an okay amount of gold for himself. I really think he needs that Blink Dagger, because doing what he just did is suicide. He gets a nice little return kill from it, but you can't continue to do that.
Especially when he's the one that needs to find a specific target for a specific spell. You've kind of got to be patient. You can't be bull rushing up into high ground, into fog, into creep camps. And into that
And you're
Night
on a bit of a
Stalker.
clock as well, right? Because eventually Pango's going to have Lincolns, and then you have absolutely no way to be able to contribute at all to a team fight, it feels like.
This Shadow Demon has also been a great pick for Scotland. Saving them time and time again.
He's lucked out with the Philosopher's Stone as well. One of the better heroes at carrying it.
Radiant's bottom tower
Almost
is
never
under
right-clicking.
attack.
Yeah, so good at scaling as well. You think about the Ether Lens, the Aghanim Scepter. He's going 4-star first, but I could see him get to those big ticket items.
Mars would be a pretty big pick-off, but Cook's been pretty quick on the trigger.
He's got BKB
Scout him
ready.
out.
Radiant's
You got to be
middle
instant.
tower is under attack.
Tyrox,
much easier
Deja Vu.
pick-off.
We've seen this so many times. He loves dewarding that high ground, but he also loves dying next to it.
Yeah.
And with him gone for 30 seconds, it's Roshan time for Scotland.
Wanting to make the most out of that Dark Ascension. You've also, of course, got the Luna. It just amps up any kind of lineup to be able to take Roche, right? All that Luna Blessing damage. Also with that kill, brought Luna to level 18, so now she's got 3 points in the Eclipse. Really liking this if you're a Scotland fan.
Now we've still yet to see the real...
Immortality!
Yes, here's another one. Immortality.
See, that seems like an actual Scottish accent.
Yeah. It'd be great if they brought out, you know, an Arcana or with a persona, right, of
Actual
male
accent.
Luna. Just have
Radiant's bottom tower
an actual Scottish person doing a Scottish accent.
Like
Lost
Mike
in the
Myers.
woods, are you? You wee bastard, what are you doing? You know?
structures are fortified.
Hello, Cook. Oh, that disruption timing, though. Gaddy on point, turns and purges. Cook's BKB is wearing out. Oh, it's going to be close, but he gets himself away. Back to Fountain he goes, but that's now Arena BKB down for Mars, and Wales are still looking for a fight here. They got a Remnant forward, and a good dissimulate dodge from the Rolling Thunder allows Neb to chase into the Shadow Demon. Cal
Gotta
Knack
kill
with an
Gaddy,
swell,
surely.
he rolls up into the air, and he's going to drop down and get stunned and silenced and caught up. The Eclipse from the Luna will finish him off. The Cold Embrace might heal him enough, but Neb is falling so quickly. Dissimulate again, comes off cooldown, and Astral steps up to the right-hand side. Cook has rejoined. A spear and a God's Rebuke. The Bulwark toggled on and off. He doesn't know where to go, run or hide. He can't survive. Wales lose 2 off the back of that, and Tyrox yet again the straggler. Found in the tail end of the team fight. Not gonna die just yet because Journey zapped by the Remnant. Iggy's damage was pretty substantial there to allow the Void Spirit to finish him off.
Precious bounty.
It's one of those fights where it was just so awkward. I was really stunned at how they weren't able to kill off the Shadow Demon there. He was in a really rough, aggressive position, and they still weren't able to take him out. Wyvern didn't get the Greatest Winter's Curse off. It only lasted for the 2 seconds, as opposed to the full duration onto the Pangolier. And again, that timer just is going to tick down further and further. See,
is under attack.
he did this the last game as well. Actually, never mind. That was Neb the last game. But if you're going to go into the Aghanim Scepter, you got to go the Shield Crash cooldown in Ball Talon. And I just feel like it's not really having the synergy that you would want to be able to, you know, spam out the Diffusal Blade as much as possible.
Yeah, it's like one of those autopilot things. I know this discussion's come up a lot where it's like Rolling Thunder duration is just better.
Oh, of course.
But if you go for Aghanims, you have to kind of ignore that thought in your mind and go for the lesser of the 2 talents, which is better if you're going for this kind of build. Yeah, I agree fully.
Yep. Although both teams, they're still really ready to fight. I think that's almost a Daedalus finished up by Iggy and nearly a BKB for Jabba. So once he hits up onto that level 20, I wonder what he was even going to go for. I mean, this is the sort of time period where you've got BKBs. Actually, it's only on the Mars right now, so maybe he'll opt to go into the Lucid Beam damage just to amp up the Eclipse even further. But, I mean, when you've got a Night Stalker, just giving plus 200 extra night vision on top of what you've already got is pretty damn devastating.
Yeah, I guess next Roshan, if he's able to get the shard on Luna. You go for that Lucent Beam talent, maybe.
Top tower is under attack.
It's just
Not
nice
too
for
sure.
farming as well.
Structures are
Yeah.
fortified.
My path leads
Well, Cook
to
showing his face for a second top. Jabba's here to clear through the building. And this tier 2 will, of course, unlock that top outpost and give a much better platform for the Radiant to launch themselves into Roshan or into that mid lane for another tier 2. It feels like Wales is waiting things out and biding their time, knowing they don't want to just face mash into the Luna with another minute left on the Aegis.
Alright, so he opted for the Lucid Beam damage. It makes sense. I mean, you just want to make sure that you're making the most of these small timings that you've got. Wyvern has gone for the Blink Dagger. Love it. I mean, Tyrox, it's very clear to me that he has this very small window to be making an impact into this game. He's just got to continue putting the pressure on. Millsy, I hope he goes away from picking up this Aghanim Scepter. I want to see him get a Linken's. I feel like there's absolutely no way to respond to him if he does that. Gaddy, what's he got? Oh, he actually went into... No, he hasn't got it yet. I think he's got the 4 stuff coming out to him. I want to see the Demonic Cleanse, because eventually... Actually, now, Neb has the Aghanim Scepter finished up for himself. You've got the Night Stalker, right? He's going to pop ultimate. You're going to have complete vision of the map. If you see Void Spirit coming towards you, because that's his job in this game, right? He wants to silence you to make sure that your aggressive movements are punished. You just pop the Demonic Cleanse onto yourself. He's not going to have that silence for you, or at the very least, it's going to punish him to have to use 2 Resonant Pulse stacks immediately.
Yeah. Just to try and stop you from coming forward. We saw a little bit of Clinx's damage in that previous fight, but I feel like Iggy hasn't really shown his true strength. Gleipnir Daedalus offers a lot, and he has the potential to pick up a Titan Sliver. I think I saw them drop as well, holding the Grove Bow for now, though. So once that BKB is up for the Clinx, he is absolutely one of those heroes that can go toe-to-toe with the Luna. And Tyrox, the jump straight in, he blinks onto the Shadow Demon. Arena Spear finds Night Stalker as well. Eclipse is there, but Cook's BKB is up. Neb stunned. He rolls himself into the air. He's going to dissimulate when he lands, but he can't get it off. The Soulbind comes, and now Cook's in trouble. A Rolling Thunder from Millsy, and that Inkswell chain stunning him into oblivion. Well, Iggy's Clinx is still lurking in the shadows, watching Journey move over the trees. Maybe a shackle shot into a play here. The Gleipnir comes, but Volition's down. Iggy will get the kill on Night Stalker, but they lose so much in the trade-off. It looked like a good initiation, but Wales weren't fully ready.
No, they weren't. I mean, the temptation is always there, right? They had the vision advantage around this high ground ward, and they got the right pick-off. You know, if you can pick off a Shadow Demon to start everything off, that's amazing, but they just expended so much, and it didn't really add too much to anything, right? The Night Stalker, sorry, not the Night Stalker, the Mars jumped in, used BKB, used the Arena, but it didn't actually accomplish too much. And to me, it really feels like Iggy, until he finishes up this BKB, he doesn't want to fight. You know, you're up against the Rolling Thunder, you're up against the Silence from the Night Stalker, you're up against the Eclipse from the Luna. That's probably the biggest one. And even just, like, you start to cast Burning Barrage and you get disrupted, for example. Like, that's a huge portion of your damage that's instantly removed. So I feel like until he's got that, Wales aren't going to be feeling super confident of taking any kind of engagement.
Yeah, and it's absolutely not safe to toe the edge of the fight as he wants to against Night Stalker Pango, who are continually looking for those targets to run you down and disrupt your team fight presence.
Basically a race against time now. Can he get it before the next Roshan? Because exactly that next stage is going to be so influential. Probably for Wales, you would be wanting to give it over to Neb. He ended up getting caught underneath the Night Stalker Silence that time, and you can see he's even queued up a BKB of his own, realizing how impactful it is having this Night Stalker and Pango to have to deal with.
Luna going for Bloodthorn. Another way to deal with the supports in particular, but I guess focused on the Void Spirit and his in and out play. I don't think I've seen this before.
I think it's good just to, like, Luna's one of those heroes that you just want to, like, plant your flag and fight. You just want to stand there and right-click people. And you've got a Pangolier that kind of helps you to do that. You've got the Demonic Purge, which kind of helps you to do that. But if you just get focused, it doesn't mean much of anything, because you're just going to die in a man fight against a Clinx, right? He's big enough. He's nearly level 25. He's got a Daedalus. He's got a Gleipnir. He's got the Grove Bow. So I feel like... It feels kind of weird, but a big portion of why he's going for the Bloodthorn feels like it's for the Mage Slayer. I mean, a lot of the damage that's going to be coming back through towards you is based off of spells, like the Burning Barrage, for example. So to be able to reduce that amount, because it's spell damage resistance, right? It's not magic resistance that you're actually able to reduce.
Radiant's middle tower
that's true.
under attack.
That's gonna Make her incredibly difficult to bring down. And Roshan being such a fast spawn, looks like it's going to catch Wales completely off guard. They've got scan ready, but they have no idea that this is happening. Scotland did a great job just shoving out that top wave, forcing the reaction from Cook. No one's defending bottom lane, which might be a little bit of a giveaway. But of course, the text appearing on your screen saying Radiant have killed Roshan. Absolutely a red flag.
He's got the demonic cleanse now on Gaddy, so that's going to be nice for his own survivability, particularly against the Void Spirit. You've even got a little bit of a Gleipnir save as well, which is always nice. Grimstroke could probably buy his if he wants to. I mean, he's got plenty of gold to do so. He would still have buyback if he was to buy that one out. I would say it's almost a necessity for him to have that one. And yep, he buys it and sends it out to himself now.
Yeah, Neb up to his same old tricks. Another miss on that Aether Remnant, though. Definitely not looking comfortable on the Void Spirit. He's sticking around down here as well. Might get spotted out. He even drops the DX. The reverse XD. Wait, does Journey find him here?
Continues.
He's just off to the right. Neb double astral step and TP home. He's away free. But now you have this horde just amassing at your gates.
They're just... What's stopping them from pushing up at you? We got the full Bloodthorn finished up. Coming out now for Jabba. And Scotland trying to push themselves forward. I mean, they need this win, right? They would be able to force a tiebreaker, I believe, if they're able to take this win and get a 2-0 against Northern Ireland.
Yeah, as long as they get the mechanics down for this next fight. And we're not seeing Shadow Demon use the disruption, I would say, aggressively on the Luna. He's waiting for that first step of Wales to use it defensively, reactively, rather than proactively. Night Stalker and Grimstroke both sat behind the Luna as well. They're ready, you know, fully to strike back.
Mage Slayer passive buff component of the Bloodthorn, of course, with the Moonglaves. It's always going to be a nice little way to benefit from that. Here we go. Full on smoke. Coming into the jungle. Jabba's going to be the one to find out Neb.
And that BKB's up, but so does Jabba. And this is where Jabba wants to be. Inside the arena, BKB and just right-clicking away. Turns back towards Iggy. Oh, the clinks his damage. Holy crap. Iggy's going to chase down Jabba now and finish him off. A double kill for the clinks and maybe a triple as they've got the Yules up onto Kalnak. Luna now in trouble. Sent forwards with that headband. Does battle into Cook's bulwark, which is not ideal. Does kill off Neb in the end, but Scotland getting crushed by Wales' smoke move, and now a Winter's Curse holding the Night Stalker in place for Cook and Iggy to catch up and take him down. Pango nowhere to be seen. He's ditched and bailed.
He might have died, but Neb, you just see the difference in having that BKB, right? He's able to get in, create so much chaos, get double silence off for the rest of the team, instantly picks off the Grimstroke. Means that there's not that same level of teamfight control that you would have previously had. And it really just created havoc, allowing someone like the Clicks. Ooh, he's dealing a lot of damage even through the roll-up.
Jeez. TP out by Millsy, but yeah. That was meant to be Scotland with Aegis pushing high ground. They fall back and retreat and stick around too long, and Wales, the perfect angle, the perfect vision breaker with that BKB Void Spirit, just sees everything. And we finally get to witness the greatness that is Iggy's Clinks.
You're like, now, they were just a little bit too preemptive as well about popping the Eclipse there, not realizing that the Void Spirit had the BKB available for himself, so got essentially zero value out of it. Putting it into the Mars and the Void Spirit, certainly not what you want, especially considering you've talented into it. You were the ones saying, let's start the fight.
Yeah, and Cook with that Blade Mail and Bulwark just turns and faces the Luna, stopping a lot of that damage coming in towards the rest of his team. We're back into a very even game where this first step, this smoke move, this initiation is incredibly important for both teams. But the way they're spread, Wales back to feeling comfortable, it looks like. Trying to play
I would
3
say
lanes,
so.
farm multiple jungles.
Radiant's top tower
And it's,
has fallen.
you know, it's the same thing as what happened after first Roche, right? It's like, okay, they got first Roche, we'll waste their time, make them run around and chase the ball. And then Aegis expires, they play comfortable, play wide open map, look for that efficient play, get that net worth lead up, the key items they need. And the same thing here, win a team fight, break the Aegis, and start playing their own game again.
Yeah, and it just feels like they're not giving up the free kills anymore on Wales, right? That was the big issue that I was seeing early on. You know, the Void Spirit with the Yule Scepter doesn't really do anything against the Night Stalker, doesn't really do anything against the Pangolier. The Wyvern without the Blink Dagger doesn't really do anything. You know, you're forced to be a little bit too aggressive. But ever since they've changed things up, you know, gone something that's actually enabling them to survive or take team fights on their terms, it's just meant something entirely different. You know, they're able to pick and choose where they want to fight, and it's really resulted in much more of an advantageous last 10 or so minutes for them.
It's paid off dividends big time. And then we're going to see this next flurry of items, right? The Wraith Pack, the Halberd, all these tools and abilities to stop Luna from doing damage, because she is the one real big core on that Scotland side they are contending with. And they've herded them all back into their base. Scotland bunkering down. Hold the fort.
Really does feel like a replay of that game number 1 where Northern Ireland were scared to leave the base.
Yeah.
Really picking up the Wraith Pact on the Wyvern, and oof, the Leveler. Certainly no harm in just increasing your sieging potential.
Timeless Relic for the Void Spirit coming as well. So good with all of his debuffs and magic damage. And Cook isn't far away from Refresher, so he's going to have double Arena, double BKB for the next fight. And the next fight is probably going to be around Roshan. 3rd one now, right?
Yes. So what could change this game?
And Night Stalker's got a gem, so he's going around dewarding and looking for that vision advantage. And it's always felt good when Scotland are the ones pressing towards objectives. When they're nearing a building, knocking on the door, they've got the abilities to turn the fight. It's just when Wales get the start, it looks awkward and they start to run.
Jam has gone and purchased up a Eagle Song for himself, but it's just sitting in his backpack for now. So I'm not sure. Well, hopefully for him, he's able to get a good amount of value from it. He's nearly level 25. Maybe if they're able to take that next Roshan, get the Aghanim Scepter either onto himself or I would say the Shadow Demon, that would be a pretty big deal. But I would say the Luna's probably higher value, just because you want to be able to use that Lucid Beam, that Eclipse onto, for example, the Night Stalker, who's diving the backlights.
Well, there's the Butterfly done. Disassembles the Mask of Madness. And probably Satanic next. We'll have to sell the Dragon Lance. Roshan, 1 minute 30. And again, I've got to commend Wales on doing this a number of times in their past 3-4 games, coming to Roshan when the fast spawn is, just to see if it happens, as the Void Spirit and Cook's Mars blow up. Kalnak journeys in the middle of this arena as well, trying to fight back onto Iggy. Blinks down to about a quarter of his HP, but he can stand his ground and throws these arrows out. Cook with a bulwark.
Makes it so low.
Holding his line against the Jabber. Luna, and they've got the Shackle Shot, Ether Remnant combo to take her out. A double buyback from the Radiant will matter not. Wales strike while the iron's hot.
They at least get the clink, so taking this next Roshan isn't going to be easiest. Did he just buy something? No, never mind. He must have sold something afterwards, because he went from having buyback to not. But still, 40 seconds left on this Roshan timer. They're going to be watching that one like a hawk on the Wales side. But again, they don't have the damage to do it on their own.
Where's my clinks?
Well, the important thing right now is that the people that just bought back can't be dying. Journey, he's put himself onto the front lines a little bit here. I believe they just fed through a tome onto Millsy, who, again, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, but just doesn't feel like he's having that same level of impact. It was a Winter's Curse that didn't exactly land onto the best target imaginable. The Wyvern was essentially having to do a lot of the right clicks himself. Wasn't getting any kind of assistance coming through. Those BKBs being popped by the Luna, really hindering his impact.
It feels like Wales are really exploiting this kind of one move that they have. Push bottom lane, fall back, Smoke across the triangle, guard Roshan. And so far, no team has really been able to combat it. I would love to see, Journey pushing out that top lane, pressuring tier 3, forcing Wales to be the ones that have to respond and react. It just gives them so many options to smoke and play towards you. But here's going to be the opportunity for both teams. Roshan's alive. Both carries respawn now. Iggy's going to clear out that top wave and look to connect and rejoin with his team.
I know it sounds really weird to say when you're going up against a Night Stalker team, but it feels to me like it's probably for Jabba in particular a very stressful game to have to play, because you're going up against like a Winter's Curse, so you need to make sure that you're popping a BKB so that you're not just killing someone that you're standing next to because you're farmed as hell. But you're also up against a Wind Ranger that's gone into this halberd, right? So you need to make sure that you're popping your BKB super early so that you're not essentially useless for the team fight. And the thing is, if you don't pop your BKB, then, you're probably going to be completely useless and die. But if you do pop your BKB, they've got the option to disengage. You've got a Night Stalker, you've got a Pangolier that have plenty of survivability. So it's just very hard. He's like, probably has the most difficult job this game, Jabba, of just deciding when and where he wants to be fighting.
And it comes down to being able to see your opponents. Like you say, he needs to see the Wind Ranger, see that Winter Wyvern to make sure he can use that BKB effectively.
They don't see that they're taking Roche right now with that double damage.
They do not. Roshan just dying.
Pressure on it as well.
1,300 crits, 1,368 damage from this Clinks. A monumental damage out of Iggy. Aegis, cheese. And a refresher shard there over on the Clink, so he'll have his double BKB.
Double satanic,
refresher orb on Mars.
It's actually going away from the satanic, on Jabba, going into the Hurricane Pike instead.
Oh.
Not sure how big a fan I am of that. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly the eventual satanic is going to replace. Like popping a BKB and then swapping it out, but it's like a challenging choice to make in the flurry of actions that'll happen.
They do have spider legs, so maybe you could say that he sells his treads and just has spider legs for the boots instead. But yeah, I'm not sure about that Hurricane Pike. Satanic lets you stand and fight, which has been the story of this game so far.
The attack speed on treads is still pretty important for a Luna. Like, sure, you get a little bit from the butterfly, and I guess Bloodthorn actually has a lot now, ever since the change. So it shouldn't be too bad anymore.
Well, they quash out that bottom lane push. Ninja gear for the Luna gets her away, but in comes the Rolling Thunder from Millsy. Silence out the Crippling Fear, and Neb, he's bashed up. He tried a BKB TP, but he's been controlled. And Pango still unstoppable, 6-0-9. He's had a pretty good game score-wise, maybe a bit quiet. But finding a kill like that, when Aegis is on Clinks and you expect Wales to be playing aggressively, that gives you some calm and serenity for a minute.
Having that lower Rolling Thunder cooldown as well now. He, I believe, has the Overwhelming Blink queued up and will have to be finished up as well. Of course, wants to have buyback at this stage of the game. It's the most valuable asset that you have at your disposal. What they won't have, though, is the Dark Ascension for the next 90 or so seconds. Still nighttime, though, but Journey needs to be playing very carefully until he's at least level 25.
Well, there is a full staff. 4,000 gold saved by Luna, so she does have buyback after buying out the Pike. Mars, Pango, Void Spirit, Wyvern, Wind Ranger, and the Grimstroke all with buy as well. I just don't know where this next fight is going to take place. It doesn't feel like Wales really want to go breaching high ground right now. And Radiant have been stopped and stemmed so many times by Wales' team fight that going up to high ground on the Dire side doesn't feel particularly appealing.
Ones that probably conceivably can, just because you've got a Shadow Demon, you can make the illusions and just send them up onto the high ground, but you always have to be very careful of a multitude of things, right? Is I mean, Neb's shown that he's not shy about popping BKB and jumping into 5 people, you know? And the same sort of thing can apply to the Mars, especially now that he's got this refresher orb for himself. So you need to stay split up, but not too split up, and you need to be pushing, but not pushing too deep. You know, it's like a lot of these half and halves.
Like knife's edge gameplay.
Yeah.
They ping out bottom lane. Journey might have taken a step too far forward. Gleipnir there. He has to BKB and hide away to run under that Trickster's cloak. 100 health is all that remained as he blinks and TP's home. Scan comes, but it's too late.
Oh, so close. He didn't have buyback for a full minute as well. But looks like it's only time that's restricting buybacks. In 50 seconds, everyone in the game will have it.
And after commending Wales in his past few games from avoiding and dodging fights against an Aegis carrier, Scotland have done an equally grand job of doing that. Continuing their farming, keeping the lanes pushed out, and making sure that this Aegis Clinks isn't a perennial threat that's coming for them.
I have to question if... I mean, Jabba's gone ahead and sold the Morbid Mask that he had. I wonder if Ninja Gear is the best item for him to hold. Of course, it gives the movement speed. Of course, it lets you stay off the map a lot more. Of course, it gives you agility. But when you've got a leveler there, which is pretty damn effective with the attack speed increase and, of course, eventual sieging, I feel like at the very least you backpack it. But Paladin's sword as well on the team. You know, if you're lacking a little bit of that lifesteal, that would certainly help in that aspect.
Yeah, it's just he's been using it for the smoke more than the actual stats itself, it looks like. You know, he's going up to these side lanes, hiding, split pushing, sending illusions forward. But I think I agree, just having one in the backpack so you can swap it for what you need in the team fight would be more optimal. And yeah, Scotland doing that thing I was mentioning, coming up to this top lane and cutting waves, hiding in trees. Journey was very deep there, looking for maybe a backstab on a creep wave. But now coming back down bottom to reclaim their outpost. And reaching 50 minutes. The longest game we've had so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been an entertaining one. You know, these teams have a lot to play for. Obviously, only one spot to go through to the actual Commonwealth Games finals. So it's a lot. It's a lot of pressure, and it's something that a lot of these players wouldn't have had the opportunity to do previously. So you can understand why they're just not wanting to take any unnecessary risks.
An easy tier 2. An immediate rainbow of TPs back to the base. And they see the Luna pushing bot. They see the Pango showing and shoving out mid. Now, does Scotland stay here on this high ground and wait for Wales to come to them? Because it's such a tempo-losing move to run back into this bottom jungle and then go top and push out the wave again. Well, they have smoked.
It really depends what the objective is, right? Like, are you close to any big items? I mean, Grimstroke has basically nothing. Like, just having a look at his items, he's got a shard and an Aether lens at 50 minutes into the game. Eventually, he's bought a 4-staff, so at least he'll have that and buyback now, but it certainly isn't that big game-changing item that you've got for the rest of this game. As well, just having a look at the net worth, the Luna might have as much or even more farm than the Clinks does, but a lot of that comes from the Manta illusions. And, ooh, be careful on Journey here. Pops the Trickster's cloak just to get away. Sorry. Just
Cook and
give a bit of a break
Cook
here.
and Ingy will still find one. Gaddy didn't last long under that Clink's damage, and Cook has also got the Arena Spear onto Kalnak, so both supports down, and the physical damage onto Journey.
So much damage!
Oh, he's about to fall! He's dead to a triple kill of Iggy. Double buyback on the Radiant supports. Nightstalker holding onto his. And Luna's out on the map, still trying to split push and find her way, weaseling down to bottom lane.
Just trying to delay as much as he can, but you've got this double siege creep wave in for the mid lane that you're going to need to be concerned about. At least they're able to sneak away the gem. But, I mean, you had a gem that entire time, and one of the more common late-game ward spots in that Tinker ward was left there, and that enabled them to get that initial pick off there on the left-hand side.
Oh yeah, good spot. I didn't see that. It's like off the map. It gave so much vision for them. So I'll move into that top lane, and now you can only expect Nightstalker to have to buy back. It's daytime for 4 minutes, no ulti for 20 seconds though. So it's not Not a happy feeling to have to buy back now, and they've got the jump on the Shadow Demon. Dead without buyback. And Winter Wyvern has cursed up the Rolling Thunder, so the rest of the team now can decide how they want to play the fight. And Jabba had just BKB'd and run straight forward towards the Void Spirit. Good damage onto the Winter Wyvern, finishes him off, but Volition and Neb here are looking for Journey. Swashbuckle back in for Pango, but the Cook is there with that refreshed up arena, blowing through Jabber and Millsy. 3v4 now as Wales are looking to close this one out. Iggy's opened up on the barracks. They've got no tier 2 to defend the rest of their lanes, and they might even think about just going tier 4s. Journey has to BKB again defensively to walk it back.
This was what I was talking about before, right? It's such a difficult spot for Jabba to be in. You can't know when exactly you want to be fighting, because there's so many unknowns that, they're even going to probably waste a Rolling Thunder here.
It's such a good disengage from Wales. He's tried to turn around this Rolling Thunder from Pango, but now Journey's going to die without buyback. Millsy looking to reinitiate the Astral Step across the two of them, and Cook, he's aiming for Jabba. Luna, no buyback. The one true carry's about to fall, and it looks like Wales about to be crowned. 4 heroes down, and GG is called. Another 2-0 victory for Wales.
They'd be loving it. Absolutely great way to take these team fights. It's all about the poke and prod, right? They're able to get in, get out with these sneaky heroes like the Wind Ranger, like the Void Spirit. Mars, of course, so capable of taking up a lot of damage, and it's the Wyvern and the Clicks playing on the back lines, just coming in exactly when they need to be. So it really feels like this wasn't a fluke. The best team in terms of their understanding of the game state, of what's important at certain periods of time, they were the ones to clinch out the victory in the end.
Did you see the last chat wheel line from Luna at the very end there?
Was it Purge's or was it yours?
No, it's the Luna one.
Oh, no, I didn't see it.
No, piece of shite wizard.
Love it.
Not sure who she was aiming at, but yeah, Scotland, great performance, putting up a solid fight, but Wales just seem to be that indomitable force when it gets to mid to late game. Their decision making is top-notch stuff. And only one series remains, as it currently looks like Wales are heading towards Birmingham, and we need to do the final series as a tiebreaker match to make sure that if Wales can't join us, we do have someone going. So Scotland against Northern Ireland coming right up after this break. Welcome back. Here we are with the Commonwealth Esports Championship, as we've already found our victor, the one slot going to Team Wales, but we do still have 2 teams to try and figure out seeding if the unfortunate and unexpected does occur. So Scotland and Northern Ireland are going to fight out in this best of 2 to try and break that tie between the 2 squads. Once again, joined by Danog as we get into this. Now, it got to be said, Scotland looked the better team in terms of facing against Wales. Do you think Northern Ireland can bring it here in this one?
I think they can, and I think you know, you and I, we know about the rules that that are going to come through. So basically, of course, winning is important, but in the instance where this is a best of 2, of course, in the instance that it is a 1-1, the team that won faster is going to win. So I'm assuming that that's where, I mean, Pugner's a good hero overall, but it also provides some good push. I expected probably both teams to go a little bit more into the pushing style. So we'll see if Northern Ireland want to lean a little bit further into that, or if they're just going to meme around a little bit because they're up against a Pudge.
Well, it's Pugner first pick. Serious stuff. You know, CK, Grim, Pango, Mars. It looks all normal. Then we got a Pugner and then just a Pudge Snapfire come out. We've got 2 people who can gobble people up and spit them out again. And an Elder Titan in the first phase from Northern Ireland. So it definitely looks more along the lines of people playing comfort heroes, signature heroes, or fun picks here in this game, at least.
I want to see a core Elder Titan. I want to see someone just smacking
Echo
heads
Saber
with that
slapping.
briefcase. Yeah, absolutely. Huh. What else could we look to see? I want to see percentage damage. Give me I was about to say a Phoenix, but not against a Snapfire. Honestly, Snap's one of the better. Yeah, Snap's one of the better counters into a Pugner, just because you're able to deal with the Nether Ward very quickly. But even without that, just the Mortimer's Kisses, you glob those onto the Pugner. He can't really run away, so it's just a great way to be able to take him down and make sure that he's not able to just sit there channeling his life drain either offensively or defensively.
10 seconds.
I mean, Pudge is one of those heroes that can definitely do very well and get into the minds and under the skin of your opponents, or it can flop completely. It's all about landing the skill shot, landing those hooks, of course. But where would you say naturally you'd want to put the Pudge? Because we've seen it across all 5 roles throughout the history of Dota. He is the face of Dota.
Probably in the bin is where I would want to put him most. It's just out of my games. It's where I want to see him, because I don't think it could work. If it was to work at all, it'd be like a position 4 that's just able to set up. I mean, if you get an early-ish Aghanim shard, it's not terrible, but I just feel like any of these heroes that are almost entirely skill shot based, you're setting yourself up for a challenging position to be in, right? Because you miss that hook, you're basically useless in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely a pretty decent hero in terms of catching people off guard, and in the laning stage in particular, if he's maybe a position 5 to begin with, hook someone on a tower, get a first blood for your safe laner, and then maybe look to roam around, you can cause problems. But
give me a
actual laning prowess, not so good.
Northern Ireland, give me a Dazzle. Assuming Pudge and Snapfire are supports, Dazzle bodies these. Not so much the Clockwork, but it still does very, very well against these heroes. I wonder if this is just Journey saying, you know what, we didn't win. I'm the captain. I'm playing Pudge. There's nothing you guys can do about it, and we'll make it work.
That wouldn't surprise me. That sounds like it makes a lot of sense, honestly. And looking at this so far, Timbersaw was a very good ban. 3 strength heroes for Team Scotland coming out in that first couple of picks.
Clock's great against both Pugner and Elder Titan. You know, of course, the life drain, needing to channel up the stomp there as well from the ET. So, like this pick overall. I thought when it was played previously today, it was a pretty reasonable Clockwork game, but it was just, such an even game that hectic stuff happens, and Clockwork unfortunately falls off as it gets to that uber late stage.
Yeah. I really want to see like a Necro here. I mean, okay, the Dazzle wouldn't be bad, but having percentage-based damage, having Reaper Scythe into decrep, and ET with his natural order. You've got all this magic resist reduction and armor reduction. Ursa laning against the Pudge sounds incredible for the Ursa.
It does. It also is one of these heroes that if Clockwork hooks you, you're like, okay, well, I'll just punch you to death. There's nothing you can do about it. Having the jump as well to be able to get out of cogs is nice.
10 seconds remaining.
Early pushing potential, early Roshan potential.
5 seconds
Don't hate it.
remaining.
I still think they need more push. Give me more push.
Yeah, win those games faster. Who comes to mind then? Like Enchantress, Nature's Prophet, DP. I guess those
DP
are some of the
probably
big
is
ones.
DP would be my number one actually, just because you're against 3 strength cores. Plus you've got that pushing potential.
I guess if you pick the Ursa, you're not going to be aiming towards your TBs and your Lunas, those heroes that are more position 1 pushing from that carry role. I mean, whenever I've seen ET, I want to see a Zeus, honestly. I'll never forget, it was one of the IESFs, it was like Team Korea. It was the MVP Phoenix team doing it, where they would pick ET Zeus every game, and you just put Spirit on them and kill someone. Just one Thunderbolt, die.
Easy. You love to see it. Even like a Leshrac could be pretty devastating as well. I wonder if that would be as strong anymore since they moved the static field. There's the DP. Love it.
Nice.
I feel like it was the best pick overall just because you have the flexibility still. Like, we're not 100% sure of where all of these heroes are going except the Ursa, I'd say. So, you know, if it needs to be a support, it can be.
Dire team ban.
Puck the response. So it is just the Pudge that's kind of out there as a weird pick. ET, you'd maybe argue, is a bit odd, but it's not memey weird. And Puck rounds things out pretty decently in terms of catching people to allow for Snapfire kisses or latch on to whoever's been hooked and cogged by the clockwork.
I mean, they have no instant catch for this Puck right now, so it's a great Puck game. So I think that's where they're going to be prioritizing a lot of these next few bans that are going to come out. You know, wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Shadow Shaman banned out here, just because it gives push, it gives that instant catch once you get the Blink Dagger. DK, again, fills the exact same sort of role, and it means that you could have still put the DP into that support role.
It's like DK, Sand King, or the Shadow Shaman Lion, depending on what role you think the enemy's going to pick.
Yeah, I'd say DK, Shadow Shaman are the ones that they're going to get rid of, just because it fulfills both. Catch for Puck and push.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that does make sense. What about Scotland? They take out the Faithless Void, so another combo with the kisses removed.
Kunkka, huh?
Kunkka. So more of a lane matchup ban rather than a straight up disable instant catch ban.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, could you Underlord into this? It's not like instant catch, but it's still pretty decent against a Puck.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And then what? Pugnify, ET4, Underlord is your 3, DP mid.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty decent. And nothing that Underlord's particularly scared of. Like, you've already picked the Ursa. There's no Jug, there's no Wraith King, no AM. So he can just be the tanky slug sitting and soaking in lane.
Yeah, and it's not like it's not the easiest monkey game, excuse me, just because, you know, an Ursa is very dependent on just how many times he's hit you, not the actual damage itself, so not really caring all that much about that. Ooh, I don't hate this at all. Yeah, against the Puck, very, very deadly. Have to be careful about where you're farming, but I mean, this Ursa's still going to need an early-ish Blink Dagger to be able to follow up on any kind of stun setup that you've got with a Nyx Assassin.
Super good against the Snap and the Pudge as well. I mean, even Clockwork to a large extent. You know, you can stop the kisses from Snap with Carapace. Clockwork and Pudge always struggle to do that next step after initiating. Like, okay, you hook or you hook shot, and then he Carapaces. You can't dismember. You can't really do much else with the Clockwork.
He's going to need to build a 4-staff, though. I mean, against a Clockwork, just to be able to gap close against a Snapfire, a Pudge, to get that Carapace off. Very,
and that
very
puts
important.
ET in the 3 role then, I'd assume. I don't know about Nyx 3, more of a 4 hero, isn't he?
Yeah, unless they're doing some weird like Pugna mid strat or something like that. It's possible.
Or ET mid.
Puck needs to be casting spells fairly frequently in that mid lane, so Netherward can get a decent amount of value.
And Scotland looking for their carry. Last pick, pretty obvious. They need someone to hit towers. And that conversation always cycles back to Terrorblade, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's not the worst PL game either, if you wanted to just go like full illusions. I guess Ursa could just build Battle Fury, but it's not horrible. Mm.
Yeah,
Just
Chinese
pick a team.
band.
Naga Siren's not terrible either. Gives you a little bit of that BKB piercing disable as well if you want to itemize into a Aghanim Scepter on the Naga.
A
Spectre.
Spectre.
You may now select
All
your
right, get onto the
heroes.
Pugna. Burst him down.
Yeah, like, that's what I was thinking, is that Pugna's there with Decrep as a save. Picking any physical damage carry here is kind of thinking, hey, Pugna's going to be there to save someone, and it is a mid Pugna. E-Dog has grabbed it. So what is that? That's a 4 ET, 1 Ursa, 3 DP, 5 Nyx, and a 2 Pugna.
Yes. I mean,
Because Pliskin was playing before, like Wind Ranger
was.
stuff, wasn't he? Yeah.
he was. Far be it from me to hate on E-Dog and what he chooses to play on that mid lane, because he made that mid Ogre Magi work. I'm just not confident in this Nyx Assassin paired together with the Ursa, or the Elder Titan paired together with the DP. I just don't think they're going to be able to get enough done in those side lanes.
It's like Scotland have much more conventional laning setup, and then more conventional team fight and catch, and even with the Pudge there, it just feels like much more of an actual lineup than a gathering of 5 heroes who have come out to party. What's the synergy here with a mid Pugna and an Ursa, right? You've got that counter synergy of Ursa wants to hit, Pugna wants to decrap and magic damage.
Yeah, no real. Do they have any break even against the Spectre? I don't think they do.
Nyx doesn't anymore, does he?
No, Ursa doesn't really want to build into a Silver Edge. Maybe the ET can, but who knows?
I mean, if ET is rushing any item, it's Aghanim Scepter, right?
True.
There will be Journey on that snap in the off lane. So he's going to be with a Clockwork. That's a pretty nice lane. Snap, clock, lots of magic damage.
And like against a Nyx Assassin, like what can this Nyx do in the lane? Like, absolutely nothing. You walk forward, you're dead.
Yeah, you don't trade hits. You land a stun and then you run.
Yep.
And some interesting drawings on the map from Northern Ireland.
They're just pointing where they need to defend, you know?
Uh-huh.
Defend the base.
Just a couple of circles and a spheroid oblong.
Uh-huh.
A rounded rectangle.
Big fan of spheroids.
I don't know what that looked like, a goose or something that Green just drew. Elder Titan drawing some wildlife.
Native to Birmingham, I think, is the Birmingham goose.
Oh, yes, of course. The lesser spotted, greater crowned Birmingham goose.
The Midland goose.
Do you know anyone who bird watches?
Not watches, but like in Australia we have a good amount of birds, and we have like a bird bath, and my dad's like, oh, that's a blah 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 if they come, but he doesn't go to them, you know.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, Pudge has missed his opportunity to get a kill, but he'll get the bounty rune. And Niall,
It was bait.
hounded by this Clockwork and Snapfire, he turns to fight them. He's just going to die here. Rather die than try and walk around on low HP.
Second hook's coming.
Oh,
no, you can't stand still.
You can't TP like that. Not under the watchful eye of Gaddy. Good stun from Tay, though, as Pliskin comes in with his Astral Spirit and some hefty punches. Daily dropping quickly as Journey might be following them all. Looks like a 2 for 2 here, potentially, but Kalnak has the body blocks. He stops them. Tay and Pliskin cannot catch up to the Snapfire.
He was going for the daily double, but wasn't able to get it that time.
And now Niall, he wants it so badly. There's no salve, though, here. We're just going to have to tango up on Journey, but a weird start to these lanes. And now you've got this Ursa Nyx.
If we were ever in any doubt these guys are just having a good time, I think that 0-minute team fight was enough evidence to say, look, they're just looking to pick their heroes and have some fun.
Good indicator, yeah. Spectre just gets a full free bottom wave because of all that fighting. Just, sod it. I'm not going top to fight. I'm going to go farm. He's up against the DPET, though, so it's going to come down to Pudge pulling and maybe even hooking some under tower to alleviate the difficulties that Spectre can have against a ranged hero.
Be very careful on this Pudge here. very low armor, level 1. Pliskin was able to get the Astral Spirit off onto a full creep wave, plus this small camp, so if he chose to, he could have very easily just turned onto Gaddy and started right-clicking him down and would have really started to chunk through his HP, but instead went down the farming route.
And that mid lane, Puck getting handled by E-Dog. 9-1 against the 3-0. Millsy not having the best start here, just against Nether Blast, and that Decrap spammed out in front of him.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the Pango conversation that we were having before. Early on, Puck's going to have a little bit of trouble as the cooldowns are still kind of long, but E-Dog doesn't have that same restriction. Nether Blast just on that 5-second cooldown. He's done a good job at protecting the water runes as well. And then once he gets the Nether Ward up a little bit, it just makes it even harder for Millsy to try and contest into this.
Yeah, a decent right-click disadvantage for the Puck as well. No stats items, just a Fairy Fire to try and boost it up, whereas Pugna, Fairy Fire, plus 3 Iron Branches. Now they do both have the bottles. Let's see how that moves forward, especially with them both having the small camps available to accelerate their farm. Jabba looking for Pliskin in the trees. Yeah, just going to chip away, hit him a couple of times. Yeah, Gaddy looking to stack and pull back the next wave. Jabba taking a lot of damage down bottom, but it is, again, just that resource trading.
Big rush into the Blade Mail as well on Spectre. Just, he knows that he's going to be targeted up by Ursa in particular. So if you're able to turn that one around. Very, very happy to do that. Of course, able to farm faster than an Ursa as well, depending on your item build. And well, Niall's kind of put himself... He's pigeonholed himself into, I need to get kills just by going straight Orb of Corrosion. If you're not going that Battle Fury, you got to make sure you're connecting through with the rest of your team. Pugna, one of the better heroes, though, at doing that. Basically, 0 cooldowns.
Yeah. Just fire at will. Oh, Niall in that top lane. 10 HP remains. And get salved up. Journey having a great time. Top of the CS in this off lane for the Snapfire. That's that skill differential really coming into play.
He's dumpstering him. He's got double the net worth than the Ursa does right now.
He's, in a wave or two, he's going to be tripling the CS of him and might even get a kill. Cookie forward of the creep after the Scatter Blaster and that beautiful battery assault. Cogs trapped and slain. Niall's poor little teddy bear down and out.
It really did feel like, even though he did fall behind in levels, the game that Niall felt the most impactful was on that Bristleback. You know, just give him something simple. Something that's able to just get your stuff and move on forward and not have to worry about too much of, oh, how are they going to contest me, blah, 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 blah. Just make it as easy as possible to last hit. And I think that's what's going to give him the greatest success. Honestly, even like a Razor. Razor's not terrible into this matchup at all.
Yeah, something that can just move forward. You've got a very simple game plan of, hey, I go here, link this person, and chase them until the end of time. I guess here, you know, Ursa, he's going to go back into jungle, think about Roshan 5 minutes or so in the future. I think Roshan might be, Ursa might be one of his heroes. It was banned out in like all the games we've seen Northern Ireland in. Niall's not been given the opportunity. Man, that's a nice Crypt Swarm to finish him off. A hook back under tower and the rock going. Daly going to be protected by Pliskin's Stomp though.
Some good harass coming out from Pliskin so far. He's been, you know, using the Astral Spirit. You almost never want to be blocking up your own camp, but against an ET, you do. Like, this small camp needs to not exist because Pliskin's actually been trying to get a lot of these stacks off himself. Like, and how often do you want to be stacking the enemy's small camp, you know?
Yeah.
Gaddy, he's making the rotation towards mid lane, realizing that, well, this bottom lane's kind of a wash. Need to try and remedy that somehow, and the easiest way would be getting a kill onto the Pugna. Let's see if they can bait out this haste rune down here.
Oh, he hooks the haste rune.
No.
I'm not sure about this. He's going to die to life drain decrap. I was going to praise him for hooking the catapult bottom before he rotated. He hooked it and killed it. Oh, wait, top lane. Kalnak's in. Journey cooking him forward. Niall in all sorts of trouble again inside the cogs. Kalnak might drop to tower. No, he's swapped the aggro back to the creeps.
Again, though, it's important that both these teams, probably more so the... oh, nearly gets a very nice hook off there.
Was it? Hey,
Almost. Almost.
Yeah, hook the Spectre back and dies again. Outside of the first blood, the first couple of kills, Pudge has had a pretty torrid game.
Well, that's what happens when you pick a Pudge. It gives you so many options to be able to, A, pick around you, and B, it's just a bad hero.
At least he's got Tranquil Boots. That's all he needs. Coil snaps in the mid lane. E-Dog has Kalnak to contend with now, but he is a fast, speedy skeleton. 375 move speed. 375 on the clockwork with the Tranquils up, but it's not going to allow you to catch. You can't catch. Go on, give him a high five. Turn and high five. Hello. Thank you very much. Now Pliskin's here to fight into the battery assault. Maybe even turn around onto Kalnak with a decrap life trade. They've got a ton of damage from E-Dog. Spectre daggering down, but doesn't really want to come, and the Pudge doesn't hook, while Journey finding yet another kill. He's on a spree against this Ursa.
That was a 1v2 kill as well, by the way. Nyx Assassin, like I said, what is he going to do in this lane? Absolutely nothing. I mean, if the roles were reversed and he was 0-0-1 on the Ursa and the Nyx Assassin was 0-4-0, I think you would be actually okay with how this lane has gone. But unfortunately for Tay, he just... he's jumping into focus.
He's in the jungle.
But yeah, like this Nyx just unfortunately needs to understand the value of putting your life on the line to make sure that your core has something out of the lane, because right now Journey is just crushing it.
Get down, Mr. Teddy Bear. Throw your body in front of him. And Ursa now jungling. Does he have something on Courier coming at least? A Morbid Mask, thank God.
You're like, oh, please.
Kalnak's just like, hello.
He's not going to get his Courier sniped at least.
But where does he go? He can't even TP bot. Like, he would love to TP bot and take the jungle camps down there right now, but he just can't. And Radiant have an observer board watching his every step once he comes up to that high ground. Look, pings, pings. Orange and yellow want him. He can't even get close to a creep camp, never mind a creep wave.
Stacked it up for him. I mean, surely they should know.
I think they do. Top tower down. And they get the trade. And bottom having already fallen to that DP ultimate. And now you've got 4 Dire heroes all here looking to bait the Ursa to try and drag some Radiant heroes up high ground, but they're not falling for it.
Well, they got full vision. They know exactly where everyone is. They've just dropped 2 sentry wards that haven't caught out this observer ward at all. Oh,
Yeah, now a bit of catch-up time for Puck.
Nyx has bought a smoke. Hopefully he gets that last D ward off with the 3 sentries that he's got on the Courier. Because smoking underneath the ward would be the absolute last thing that he wants.
Are they gonna try Roche when Ursa's like level 6? Or is this smoke for... Is this smoke for Nyx to try and roam around as level 5?
Maybe. I mean, might even be worth him. Oh, nice use of the phase shift to dodge the carapace there on the Nyx Assassin.
Pugner will get himself a DD rune though. Oh, Puck coils him. Kiss is coming, and that's the combo. Pugner's such a squishy hero, they just need a couple of spells to burst him down. Tay without carapace can't cancel the kisses, and even with Pliskin's TP, there's no recourse to turn back and fight them. And this is perfect timing on top because it's catapult wave.
Yep, they're going to continue pushing on forward. No points in the little shredder just yet to maybe force the tower to go down a little bit faster, but they have pretty terrible ways to stop this push from happening. Oof, just off with the hook there. But Nyx Assassin does nothing. Pugner does very minimal. Ursa can't put his life on the line right now. It's basically only the death coffin.
Ursa scraping together 3,000 net worth, 10, 11 minutes in. I do defend their tower though, so some respect being given by the Scots. Kalnak kind of lining up, maybe aiming up a hook shot there, but looks like they'll back away with himself and Gaddy.
They still know Niall's up here, so anytime that they want, they can go up and kill him again.
They don't have Haunt, they don't have Kisses, so maybe they worry about lacking damage, but while this is all happening, you know, Spectre is just free farming completely. Third in the net worth, Blade Mail done, and even has the chipped vest as well. So if things get hairy, bottom can just go through the jungle and farm it with speed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, they'd love to do something with next Exo. It's ready. I don't know if you can go bot and kill the Spectre. Maybe a brute force onto tier 1 mid would work with those cooldowns being not available for Scotland.
Maybe if you had the Vendetta on the Nyx, he's just looking to soak up some of this experience right now.
Someone
Deal
already
with
eaten the tome.
Yeah, just deal with the siege creep and then look to make a play. Yeah, that's really all that Tay wanted. Won't be able to make any stacks happen. Does he make a play around the Pugna? Because it really does feel like that's where the vast majority of the damage is coming from right now, at least until that Diffusal Blade is available for the Ursa. He's level 8 now, though, with the Morbid Mask, with the Phase Boots, maxed out Fury Swipes, so in theory he could Roche, but it really does feel like they need to get a pick off before they go into any kind of play like that. And you've got a Clockwork to contend with, so they're always just going to be rocketing the Roche pit.
And complete control of that zone as well, up in that top dire jungle.
Still hasn't been
creating the barrier. Well, the deep Radiant Ward, yeah, still there.
Yeah.
3-4 sentries all placed around it. Alright, still feels pretty good for Northern Ireland to have a bit of calm. You're not being run at and having spells chucked at you non-stop. You've defended your mid tower, so they are making some of the right moves. Aiming towards that BKB on the Death Prophet. But having Exo ready and off cooldown, you've got that itch to go and push a tower, go and find a team fight somewhere.
Be careful here on Gaddy. Getting focused by the life drain there. But Journey, he's finished up that Blink Dagger recently, so it feels a little awkward to be able to take the fight right now. They get a nice little sleep on to Gaddy, so he's not going to be able to immediately cancel this out, although Tay might be keen.
Oh, misses the stun. Doesn't matter. Coil and Horn. Now the kisses onto the DP and the next assassin. Kalnak's there. Battery assault going. DP down. Daly's gone. And, well, Jabba, maybe in a little bit of trouble, but he's got the backup of his squad with the hook shot and the scatter blast to find the takedown on Pliskin. And Kalnak tracking back onto Nile. Don't block the hook. Gaddy says, get the hell out of the way. Come here, you teddy bear. Come back to my Spectre. And now the last man standing is the Pugna. Dived under his tier 1. Not a single casualty on Team Scotland as they played that fight to perfection. A life drain comes out, but Journey to the 1600 HP. Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger, Bracer, Soul Ring, Raindrops, Magic Wand. He's got the whole kit and caboodle here to tank through and survive the onslaught as Millsy aims the E-Dog. Pugna, Kalnak and Journey rejoin and finish him off. While Tay, the next assassin, once more able to do absolutely nothing. And I don't think the fight's over. Kalnak, he's biting off a little bit more. Maybe more than he can chew. 1v3. He'll be done in by the ET.
It's just some space, allowing the rest of his team to get away, you know? That's all you could possibly need is... Oh, they're just going to go back and... Exactly. Just going back and farming even more. Jabba, he's getting close to picking up that Manta style, accelerating his farm even more. I mean, the way Journey's playing this is he's playing it like a mid-Snapfire, basically. I suppose he would have gone the Aghanim Shard prior to the Blink Dagger if he wasn't just as insanely farmed as he is, but
yes.
he's only just hit up onto the 15-minute mark now, so still going to be a tiny bit delayed, but the solo pick-off potential is just amplified even further for him now.
Yeah, if he sees the Pugna, E-Dog just dies.
Yep.
That's probably going to be his main target. So it's going to come down to Nyx to try and carapace stop the Mortimer's kisses. Well, the Radiant lift their tower so they can push back again.
We're seeing the position for ET going into the Aghanim Scepter because, of course, why wouldn't we? And, yeah, Pugna plus Nyx Assassin going into the 4-star, kind of expected. But still doesn't make it any easier to have to deal with this Clockwork, looking to really harass the backlines as much as he can.
I mean, I guess Ursa is only, what, 500 gold away from Diffusal Blade, which does give them pretty nice bit of physical damage to try and burst down the Parku. It's pretty squishy. And that stacking damage against Strength Hero is always nice. You know, Spectre Snap, we've said how tanky they are. But Ursa is one of those heroes that can shred through them. The Elder Titan, found by the Puck and the Clockwork. Gaddy here to hook some creeps and secure himself his own farm and experience. It is starting to feel like it's an inevitable victory for Scotland the way this is going. There's a good carapace there from Tay, but Pugner dismembered, disemboweled, and a kisses onto the Tay. Nyx assassin gives Journey the double kill. Of course, he's the one to grab up both of those assassinations onto Northern Ireland.
Yep, that'll be the tier 1 tower mid. It's not like they've got the greatest Roshan lineup though, so it's not like they can take it away from Ursa, but I think just anything that they could look to do around this mid lane to prevent any kind of Roche attempt is going to be seen as a win for Team Scotland, because obviously you're up against an Ursa, you're up against a Death Prophet, two heroes that are pretty decent at being able to take out RS, so they'll be pretty satisfied with that, although Diffusal Blade, maybe they're feeling confident with the Dream Core, with the hookshot, with the Mortimer's Kisses just being used. Maybe Northern Ireland want to go for a play right now and say, look, if we can't win this next fight with a few of our key timings where they don't have ultimates, it's going to be rough anyway, but you got to play to win, not to stall out the loss.
Did you just call Roshan RS?
It's an SEA thing, bro.
It just takes longer than saying Roche, doesn't it?
I know. But I just didn't want to say Roche twice, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
It's like writing a work email and it's like, this is a great opportunity. I would love for the opportunity to... It just sounds awkward,
yes.
you know, saying the same thing over and over again. But they go for the smoke with using the opportunity with Sapphire's Mortimer's Kisses being on cooldown for 20 seconds. And it looks like they're going to probably get it.
Nothing coming to stop them just yet. Oh, Gaddy might sneak across here. No, he decided otherwise.
Will he dagger into
Jabba.
Roche?
I was wondering the same thing. He's going to do it now, but it's all too late. Roshan down. And E-Dog the Chad has picked up the Aegis, so he does have that second life if he gets coiled and bursted by the Mortimer's Kisses.
So it's not all doom and gloom right now. Yes, you're up against a Spectre that's farming incredibly well, but, you know, let's forget about that.
Now, one of the big things as well is Exo, such a long cooldown. Kind of having to use it for that Roshan means you don't have a way to pivot now into another objective or another team fight. You kind of have to wait for it. So that's
a huge portion of Journey's net worth has been off kills, though, right? Like, it's not like he's just out CSing too much. Yeah, he did the lane, but beyond that, not too much. He's been putting a lot of focus onto the hero component, and so I feel like they've still claimed the exact same objectives on Northern Ireland's side when compared to Scotland, so they shouldn't feel too dejected about things. And they've got the Black King bar available now on daily, so as long as they can stall things out for another minute or so without losing too many big objectives, they should feel fairly satisfied. The downside, though, is that you did just show that Daly can TP down towards the bottom side of the map, and so there's no way he can connect up onto this top side, so you might feel very confident on Scotland to just continue this push forward, knowing that, at the worst, you have a 5v4.
Yeah, and the fact that Spectre can be anywhere on the map and join with a Haunt means that she's gathering up all that kind of dejected, neglected farm, sitting in behind them as they do push that tier 2, whereas Northern Ireland completely grouped up as 5. And it feels like Northern Ireland have to do this. They have to be all together. You know, one or two heroes out on their own, isolated somewhere, just die to the Coil Kisses combo. They need to be ready to respond. So Scotland getting the upper hand in terms of efficiency and gaining the most from the map.
They are, but again, they've delayed out, and they might even get a tier 2 tower in exchange. So I think they shouldn't be too unhappy about this. Are they even in a position to perhaps TP back and try and contest into this? Or maybe just force it a tier 3. Why not? You push faster. You've got Aegis.
Try and high ground.
I certainly would look to do it if I was in their shoes.
Another ward down.
I mean, they've already used Glyph. I mean, I would be probably popping Exorcism now. Force a movement.
Yeah, Daly holding on to it. Come on, let's go. Catapult waves arriving. Creeps are here. Another ward is blasted by the little shredder.
There we go.
Daly makes his way up to high ground. And the hook back.
Nice hook.
Who have they caught? The Ursa, but the silence cancels out Dismember as Daly sprints into the enemy base. They've got that life drain to heal up the Ursa. As Spectre comes in, immediately slept though. Kisses are huge. Oh, look at Journey go, blowing them up with a long-range artillery strikes, landing on their heads. And now Daly, he's got to run. Pugner's going to respawn after that Aegis, but Millsy and Jabba have surrounded him, and Journey with a triple kill should lead to a team wipe here as Scotland once more proving dominance and asserting it over Northern Ireland.
Journey is just popping off. 11, 0, and 7. Any way you want it, he will get the kills onto you. And oh man, just sieging into that high ground, you feel like it's pretty confident of being able to push on forward, right? Like you've got the Spirit Siphon, you had the BKB. He was very patient as well on Daly, not popping the BKB too early, but just the initiation onto the backline was amazing by Kalnak, allowing those Mortimer's Kisses to really get the value.
Right, there's the first pick, Pudge, the hook on the Ursa as well, right? Dragging that Ursa deep into the base, forcing Northern Ireland to kind of rally around him and try and defend Niall, who has had a rough game. I mean, he died 4 times in the first 10 minutes. A couple of deaths since then, so it's his misfortune has petered out a little bit, but needs that BKB desperately. And if he walks into Journey here, does he go for this? Journey blinks away, out of the diffusal blade, slow, and away he goes.
So how do they kill him? I mean, the BKB is going to help for sure. I think they need BKB and Basher to really force anything significant out of this Snapfire.
Yeah, Ursa needs like 2-3 more items to feel relevant.
Don't hate the Scythe of Vice that the Death Prophet has queued up. Very greedy for sure, but feels like the sort of thing that you might need just to... Oh, I hear hook.
Yeah, they caught up this Nyx Assassin, but now Niall's able to stick onto someone and get the damage out that he needed to. Karnak, Gaddy, and Tay all falling flat, and Journey forced to cookie away. No coil ready here. Mills is just going to try Waning Rift, jump back and forth, but the Earth Splitter and Journey caught up in it. He turns. It kills the Ursa. His BKB turns him into a shiny golden god, and the kisses. That's what he needed. Chuck him onto the Pugner, and Green Skellyman turned to bone dust while Pliskin, I don't know, how many punches does it take to get to the center of a Snapfire? He's not going to try and find out. Not sticking around. He'll try to run away, but they've got the gap closes onto him, and beyond godlike is where we find ourselves with this Journey Snapfire.
Jesus, man. 14-0-8 on Snapfire right now. It's just way too much to have to deal with. Snapfire is another one of those heroes that, I mean, honestly, I classify the mid Snapfire in this regard, right? You need to make these rotations happen. You need to not die unnecessarily. You've got a great toolkit for the early game, and he's made every poster winner from the off lane. So the fact that he's doing that, plus denying away an Ursa, a lot of his impact from the laning stage is just... It's just way too much to deal with. And Northern Ireland, they just keep getting sucked into it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just like the chillest game in the world for Jabba here, isn't it? He's died once, but continually farming. Does get slept. As Daly, Tay, and E-Dog are all surrounding him, and no longer chill. Spectre pops the Blade Mail Manta, still falls though. That's a good move, and a big kill.
Got to be careful though, Niall. There was a reason no one was coming to save him. It's probably because they're finding you.
Always walked back into them. Millsy's here. Does he see him? Doesn't catch the glimpse of vision he needed. Gaddy tried the hook. The butt scratcher.
Just denying away everywhere where he wants to be farming right now. Put yourself where you're... Oh, trying to force TPs perhaps. Force them back to the base, not playing aggressively like you want to be. Again, Exorcism's back up. You don't have a Spectre. I mean, this feels like another time where they should just be trying to push whatever advantages they can.
Yeah, go back up high ground. Why not? Now the ward plays more defensively this time around. And Daly with the Exo will force the Glyph for now. It's going to take a good 10 seconds or so for the next creep wave to arrive. So time here for Scotland to gather up around their high ground and consider how to enter this fight with Spectre now respawning.
Even just that, what, 5 seconds of hesitation? At the very least, they would have gotten a tier 3 tower if they were just a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, force the Glyph early or try and get that damage in onto it. The jump though, straight onto Daly's DP, and the hookshot catch onto E-Dog. Kalnak's doing it all on his own. Pugner's about to die to kisses and cog push back, but he slipped away from danger. He doesn't get killed off by the snap as Journey turns and focuses the DP instead. Niall claiming Kalnak's life, but the push has been halted. Tier 3 sat at 13 health. Unlucky for some, but Scotland will hold their ground. What's he doing?
I don't know, man.
He's walked back in with no health. Well, I don't know what that was about.
Yeah.
They lose 2 more heroes. Journey continues his streak. Northern Ireland, it looks like they're on the verge of giving up.
Oh, check the rune. Niall, it's a double damage. Oh, no. If he was able to take that, maybe he could make some sneaky play towards the Roche pit, but instead, Millsy's going to catch him out.
Yeah.
They've even got the
And
Axe.
comes the Axe Spectre with a Shadow Step. Is there enough damage through the end range? No, not quite. I just wanted... Did Pugner think he still had Aegis from like the previous? He thought he went back in time to the previous push where he had Aegis or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm not sure, man. I could see what was going through his head, and I'm like, don't do it, man. And then he just walks on it. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's a bit yikes. And Roshan's back up now. Something that Scotland can actually go and steal away from Northern Ireland this time.
That push is still pretty slow, though. Maybe with Journey, once he gets this data list, it's not going to be as slow, but he's nearly level 20 as well, so that little Shredder's going to start using his attack damage.
I think he's got Recipe on Courier as well, so it's just a bit of gold for the Demon Edge, and he's got it done.
But Niall has BKB. That's a nice little bonus. Means you could not have to care about the Mortimer's Kisses as much, don't have to care about Coil.
No longer 060. Has a couple of kills to his name.
All right. Dota is the land of opportunity.
It is. Scotland seem like they're better at creating these, though. You know, Spectre pushing this bottom lane consistently is forcing Northern Ireland to come down here and play down here, telegraphing their moves over and over again. While Journey somehow just stays top of the net worth the entire game. 17k, all gathered up by this snap. 202 CS. Yeah, he's second highest CS in the game. DP, the best farmer on the Dire team. Scythe of Ice nearly completed, so that's going to be a good way to catch onto this puck, maybe focus the Spectre down.
Another one of these instances, though, where they know that they can make a play around the top side of the map as soon as Daily shows on lane. They just saw him previously underneath a ward that had expired recently, so now that he's showing here, they'll be like, well, there's no way even a DP is going to be able to run that quickly, so they're feeling very confident in going into this push, knowing that the DP is not going to be able to get there.
Got the vision with a rocket flare, straight hook shot through, and Pugner with his BKB, stuck in between 3 enemy heroes, surrounded and slaughtered, dead for 50 seconds. It should lead to some big objective here from Scotland. Tier 2 mid, Roshan, maybe the outpost top, maybe all of them.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Journey, like we were saying before, he's got that data list. He's got Little Shredder maxed out. He's got the level 20 talent. Very easy for this Roshan to go down now. I wonder who's going to take the shard. I think it's a Pudge, surely.
Yeah, I dismember.
Not the Spectre. Oh, it's like one of the worst in the game, man. I hate it so much.
A dagger every 300 damage every 7 seconds.
Every 300 damage absorbed. So, like, you're absorbing 20% of the damage. So every, what is that, like 1,500 damage, you launch a dagger.
So every time you go half HP.
Pretty much.
Okay, so basically you get 2 daggers, half HP and dead.
I mean, surely you'd want the Pudge to have it, and it's just like a get-out-of-jail-free card for you.
Well, it's like the fact that the Pudge dismember has the HP percent regen as well. So the Spectre with 3,000 HP just heals back to full in like 5 seconds, yeah.
These damn core players, man. They're menaces.
So greedy. Well, Niall's going to be feeling pretty sad. No Roshan for him. He's got a Rapier queued up, though. That could cheer him up.
Bliskin has Ags, I believe, but he really needs to be level 15 so that he can get that Astral Spirit Hero attack. Even just the level 10 talent as well for the attack speed.
And then an Echo Saber.
And then an Echo Saber.
Oh, Pudge! Blasted by Daly and E-Dog. The rest of his team is down bottom, scouted by Tay. Next assassin looking to line up onto the Snapfire or the Pug. Cavalry's coming over the hill. Nile, E-Dog, and Daly. Oh, the next assassin dies before he can get much done. Now Journey, aided by the Spectre's Horn, looking to come back in here potentially. Just the shadow step to maybe bait them into thinking they need to retreat as Kalnak Cogs blocks their advance. Nile sticks on him. Clockwork dropping very low. Now the Horn arrives, but they've already lost Millsy and Kalnak's incredibly low.
They're doing
Kisses
it.
are coming from long range, but Northern Ireland have rebuffed this aggression. Pugna somehow slipping out of there with his full staff and BKB intact. Jabba, helped out by Journey, does kill off the ET at long last.
Still, though, to be able to get those kills, I believe, what was it, 3 kills that they got in exchange for that? Pretty handy for Northern Ireland. Big kill
Us is gonna
bounties
die,
coming
though.
through. I mean, that's
No.
definitely not where you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop this man!
Not sure what he was doing there in the River Nile.
You did just do that to me.
I didn't do it on purpose, and that's why I've stayed silent, because I'm pondering how that's happened. Why was he there?
I don't know.
Just wandering around, having a jolly old time on the Ursa.
He's just having fun, having a bath.
Cleaning off the dirt and grime from the previous battle. Yeah, Spectre's still with Aegis for 2 minutes, farming back through the Ancients and Triangle. Scardy's going to be done in a sec. It was a good, show of resilience from Northern Ireland, even with a 16k net worth deficit, tons of kills behind. They can still fight. They can still find these initiations as long as Daly's allowed to survive with this exorcism going for a long old time.
Just you wait
I like
until
that.
that rapier comes out, you know?
Oh, yeah. And how far is he off it? Like 4k?
Yeah.
Take a little
No,
bit.
never mind. Goes a Blink Dagger instead. I mean, it's a smart decision. You just need to be able to get onto the Snapfire. Simple as that. Wait for him to use the little shredder and then blink onto him.
Yeah, and double blinks now, because DP's picked one up, so they'll have that ability to jump the snap. With a concerted effort, 2 or 3 of them can do it. Spectre has found the ET, though. Rocket Flare scouted Pliskin. With the Mounted Illusions, Desolate damage racks up incredibly quickly, while top Nile is silenced. Runs away.
To me, it feels like... I wonder what the team comms are like from Northern Ireland, because in my eyes, I think it is, all right, boys, game plan is everyone jump on top of the Snapfire. Because you've got the Blink Dagger on the Ursa, you've got the Blink Dagger on the Death Prophet. I think 4 staffs are going to be used aggressively, just so that you can enable E-Dog to be there as well. And even the Elder Titan has an Aghanim Shard queued up, so that he can change his positioning to be on top of the Snapfire.
It might be one of those situations, teams are losing super hard and they're waiting for the 3-2-2 or the 4-20 or the 69 scoreline or whatever.
True.
They just want to kill Snap once. Just kill Snap once and then it's fine. We accomplished our challenge. Jabba. Spectral Horn.
Found everyone.
Spots E-Dog and Daly. And there's still 2 Dire Heroes back in the base, so this Scotland side are just going to run straight towards them. Journey with a monumental damage. Double Daedalus crits galore. Northern Ireland going to be happy they only lost 1 hero there, honestly.
So each of those attacks was doing 1,200 damage. Ugh.
Jesus. I'm just
And
waiting
it's
until
only
level
gonna get
25,
worse.
which isn't far
Yeah.
away now.
What does he even replace? Like, you don't need to use the Nether Shawl anymore. Let's be real. He's just waiting for those 37-minute items. Like a Pent-Edge sword, probably.
I'm surprised he's got the shawl over the Mindbreaker, honestly. More damage, more attack speed. Yes.
Dire's bottom
Spell
tower
damage from
is under
kisses and
attack.
Scatter Blast is always going to be handy.
Dire's bottom
Oh, it
tower
looks like it's Scotland's turn to poke at high ground a little bit. Sends a creep wave and a double catapult. Arriving at that bottom tier 3.
The tower's
Oh,
gone.
Niall, no. He's given up on the Rapier Dream.
bottom tower is under attack.
You hate to see it.
Gaddy with another missed hook. Good attempt, though, trying to catch out Tay as he's dewarding.
They have Glyph up again if they wanted to use it. I mean, it's the double siege creep wave, so it might be worth considering. But the eventual push is going to be halted by the decent wave clear coming through from the DP. Close to any... Alright, we got Dagon level 1 on E-Dog, so at least there is a little bit more of that burst damage.
But still no break, right? No silver edge or anything for the Spectre. And
Ew.
Clockwork now has Aghanims. Good hook. Gaddy drags Tay straight in, but a two-man stun. The Impel's there, and Niall, he's in. Onto Gaddy, he gets the kill. He's going to get turned on here. That overclocking from Clockwork could get another hook shot forward and stun him, hold him in place so the puck can do the damage, but in the back, E-Dog's being chased down by the Spectre of Jabba. Pliskin trying to slow it down, but Journey's arrival will shut this one completely down. Elder Titan begging for mercy. Please, don't chase me, don't hurt me.
Ooh.
Get off my lawn.
Gonna be able to get away from this? You have TP,
Nice.
my man.
He's found a
There we
hidey
go.
hole and he's away.
The benefit of nighttime. You can even buy the shard if you want.
Dire's middle tower is
Never
under
mind Mask of Madness.
Dire's
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I wanted Echo Saber, but I think I like this better.
Uh-huh. I think you're going to need more than just yourself, though.
Yeah, Nyx will go. Carapace, stun 3 of them. And ET just hits them a few times. Has he got 300 odd damage? Yeah, that's not bad.
Oh,
He's
no.
going to die before he can use any of it, though. Cookie on the illusion. Pliskin gone. And both supports demolished without buyback, so we've got this lane of barracks falling mid. Bottom lane is pressured by Jabba as well, and GG is called by Northern Ireland.
Dire's middle
Probably should be waiting until the throne itself falls, but I call it.
I'll take it. It's still, what, 38.5 minutes. Respectable. You know, they were able to draw that out, get a couple of those late skirmish victories, but yeah, what I want to see from Northern Ireland in the next game is you got to set yourself up for much more success coming out of the laning phase, because Ursa unfortunately just got dumpstered by the Snapfire. Maybe have a quick look through and ban out some of the more favorable heroes. I know they went ahead and picked the Elder Titan because it was Grandmaster on it there for Pliskin, but yeah, just try and take away the big comfort and then just go with what feels good.
Absolutely. I mean, that's game 1 here in the seeding match concluded. Team Scotland looking like they're going to be able to take this and find that potential slot towards Birmingham if things go their way. But we'll take a quick break and return with game 2 and find out if Northern Ireland can tongue things up. Welcome back. Here we are with our last game of the round robin. It is seeding time to find out the second place players and teams here. Scotland taking on Northern Ireland as we get into our final draft of the game. Danog, we want pushing heroes, don't we? It's all about time rating if it is to come down to a draw for Northern Ireland, but I don't think we're going to get our wish.
No, and I'm a little surprised about it. I mean, as soon as I saw the Bane as well, one of the worst heroes at dealing with push, I was like, oh god, Northern Ireland, you have this huge opportunity to be able to take advantage of this. With the Ogre Magi coming out, I was like, okay, you know, you could still kind of push with that. You get Bloodlust on a big tanky core like even a Tiny, right? We've seen how fast he can rip through towers, but the Gyrocopter just deflated me entirely. I was like, oh, that doesn't push. That doesn't do a very good job at that. Unless it's a support gyro and you're just wanting to like dominate lanes. Maybe then. But I'm kind of clutching at straws here.
Yeah, just do massive amounts of magic damage early on, burst through your opponents, and then convert those kills into towers. Yeah, some respect coming from both teams, though. Pudge banned by Northern Ireland, so none of that for Gaddy. And Scotland taking out the DP in the first phase, of course, knowing about this time rating thing. If they do lose this second game, a Broodmother ban from Northern Ireland.
Why? You're the ones that should be brooding, and you've got a gyrocopter who can deal with it. I don't know, man.
Well, Bane and Puck from Scotland are going to give them tons of that catch and kill potential that we've seen them execute incredibly well throughout this tournament so far. They're very good at piling in onto heroes, and Bane super good at setting that up with Nightmare and Fiend's Grip, and of course Puck's maneuverability gets him in and out of these fights with ease.
I mean, you could just partner again, honestly. I feel like the mid lane didn't go too badly for Northern Ireland last time.
10 seconds remaining.
Gives you that push. If it is a support gyro, then you just amp up his damage by quite a big amount with the Decrepify.
Radiant team ban.
There we
Beastmaster, good solid ban, yeah, nice. But Crystal Maiden ban, thoughts?
Nope. No thoughts.
Nope. No, I didn't think so.
I can't put my finger on it, no.
That's just a question mark in the draft there. Well, into the second phase of picking. You've got that Ogre Magi Gyrocopter, you know, buffing up this Agi carry. If it is that direction, still need to look for more team fight to connect with that call down and the flat cannon. Heroes like Tidehunter always come to mind when you're looking for that ability to jump in, maybe catch the puck, and set things up for Gyro.
The Snapfire is not banned either, which is potentially an area of concern. I mean, Northern Ireland, if I'm them, I'd probably either now or the last pick, I would DK.
Grimstroke.
It's not horrible. It does
like a Grim
probably
DK
suggest that it's going to be a Gyrocopter core, though, which, you know, again, not a huge fan, but it might just be comfort, again, for Niall. He might just say, look, this is what I'm going to be feeling comfortable on. Let's just go a brawling style. I've got an Ogre Magi to make my lane as easy as possible, so could work, but I'm not overly confident about it.
He's looked at these other teams. He's like, guys, they're stacking for their carries. Go stack for me a little bit. Let me flat cannon my way to victory, get some farm on myself. Now, I do like the DK call there, you know, Grimstroke DK. Maybe the Sand King could fill a similar role, just those instant stuns against the puck.
Yep, either one of those would be totally fine, and they have the luxury of having the last pick of the phase, so they can ban out some of the bigger counters. Clockwork's fine, you know, it's just something that's going to be able to isolate the Ogre, isolate the Grimstroke. You don't really want to get on top of the Gyrocopter because he's still able to dish out just as much damage, but so yeah, it's just all about that vision. Even just having the jetpack at times can provide you with that little bit of extra that allows the puck to find the key targets where she wants to go on to.
Now, this is a draft where you can pick Juggernaut, Danog. He can spin before Phantom's Embrace. He can't get stunned by any of these heroes before he spins. He's good against the Gyrocopter, gets on top of him and Omni slashes him. And I feel like Journey wants to pick his hero last. So you pick your carry now.
No. Couldn't you just lifesteal her?
Radiant
instead, and it would be just as good? I mean, sure, Tiny.
Yeah. Same kind of story. The big man Tiny. Necro is banned. Yeah, of course he is. DP's gone.
I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but Terrorblade. No.
Okay. I was specifically talking about Team Scotland picking Jug, just to be clear.
I know you were talking about that. That's why the oh no came out from me.
Oof.
I mean, it does mean that it's not a gyro carry. Maybe it means, mid gyro, magic gyro.
Mid ogre again.
Mid ogre again. You never know.
It was them that did it. Yeah, it was E-Dog that.
E-Dog, yeah.
And has he renamed himself to Magi? I was wondering, they've got different names now. Funko, I checked, is Nile.
Yep.
Strapping Young Handyman is E-Dog, and Magi is actually Daly, the offlane player. So no, he's not changed his name to Magi to pick Ogre Magi for himself. Ooh, you wanted this earlier.
Choose your hero.
God, these picks.
Venomancer.
What is this game?
OD carry.
Okay.
Wait, are they swapping roles then?
Maybe? I don't know.
Or is it just Journey had such a good offlane, he's like, I'm the carry now. Give me Tiny. I'm playing position 3 carry Tiny. And Jabba, you can play something funky like this OD. While Daly gets a Venomancer. I mean, picking Venomancer there kind of makes sense if you think it's Tiny 1. You can pressure him in lane. But now things completely change, and it is the E-Dog Ogre mid.
Yes. I'm interested to see where these lanes go. Just because, you've got a Juggernaut paired together with either a Gyrocopter or a Grimstroke. This OD should be dying consistently if you're laning into it, right? There's no possible universe where this OD shouldn't just be dying over and over and over again. I would honestly even consider putting maybe even... Would you put the Venomancer into that lane as well? He's just so susceptible to dying constantly. And so... whatever gives you what you feel like is the highest kill threat, just do that on Northern Ireland, because if you don't, he's just going to disrupt you heavily. You're going to Omni Slash someone, they're going to get Astral. You're going to, Rocket Barrage, call down, homing missile someone, they're going to get Astral. You're going to try and chain someone, they're going to get Astral. You can't let Jabba have a free game.
Yeah. They do have ways around it, but it's going to take, perfect play to nightmare away a homing missile or cogs away.
Speaking of clockwork, set the timer, Gary. 38 minutes and 27 seconds is what Northern Ireland need to win this game in. It's not enough to just win. They need to win in that time or less.
Well, they'll need a lot of luck. I'll see if they have fun in this one as well. Your future is grim.
Free.
That's the chat wheel line.
It's like it is offlane Tiny.
Wait, what is Jabba going Midas? He's got Gloves of Haste on the OD.
You know what? I'm just gonna believe him.
Look away.
Yeah. Oh, Journey. He's venturing up here onto the high ground. They just got to play around their vision. He might end up walking on into it, but Journey, he's experienced enough. He knows that that's probably one of the more common spots to be warded. It's still nighttime, so standing off to the right-hand side means he's at least safe for the time being.
Do you have any thoughts on his clan tag or his sponsor name there? Squid, Octopus, which is better?
Octopus is better than Squid. I agree with that.
In terms of eating, or
I don't eat octopus out of a moral thing, because I think they're a very, very smart animal, and I don't like doing that. So I think octopuses are superior. Calamari, though, give me that every single day of the week.
Stupid squids, get in my belly.
Pretty much.
I can respect that.
Squid tastes better.
I just don't eat seafood because I don't like it.
Your country's surrounded by it.
Which one? I'm in Germany.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. I mean,
but I do get that question a lot. When I lived in Southeast Asia, I was like, how did you not eat seafood? I eat a bit of fish here and there. I'll have calamari sometimes, but like shellfish and stuff like that, I'm just not keen, honestly.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of prawns and all that sort of stuff, but give me some calamari, give you some battered fish and chips. Yeah. Love that. All right, where's the first blood coming, Gary? Let's play a mini game.
Top lane. Bane's gonna die. I'm rooting for Northern Ireland.
I think top lane as well, and I think OD should die, but I'm not sure if he will. So
I think Bane's gonna try and save his OD and die in the process.
Okay.
I say no.
We'll keep our eyes peeled for that top lane. So what have we got? We've got this OD Bane against Gyro Venos. Quite a bit of damage over time from the Radiant going in towards the Dire, as long as they hit their spells, which Daily doesn't. So we'll peek into the other ones.
Gaddy. Oh, he's just a little bit too shy of the level 2 there on Pliskin. If he had the homing missile, I think that was a dead Bane.
That could have been close. He's going to come back around the corner again into a rocket barrage. Nightmare and Brain Sap there is going to keep him nice and tidy. Get some hits back towards Pliskin as well. That should be the end of that.
Make sure he gets that level 2 on the Gyro, though. Make sure to use that clarity as quickly as he can. He does not stop the block in the most common place, alright. So Camp is going to remain blocked. He needs to make sure he's got that clarity up. There we go. He should be able to scout this one out. Skin, come on. It's the most common spot. There we go.
Found it. One hiding in the trees.
He needs level 2. There we go. He's got it. But he doesn't have the mana because he didn't clarity.
OD. Oh, Nightmare. He's going to die. That is first blood onto Jabba. You got it.
Easy game. I mean, that's just what you need to do. And OD has terrible survivability super early on. You just got to keep punishing it over and over and over again. During DPC, when OD was more commonly picked and Chaos Knight wasn't understood to be the busted hero that he is, that was the main counter. Just pick something that can get aggressive. CK with a stun, plus Reality Rift, plus some other kind of slow or stun. And you just punish the OD so heavily.
Oh, a good start from them up top. These other lanes, though, how are we doing? Bottom, Journey's tiny. Not doing too badly up there in the CS. 12 and 5, putting a bit of pressure onto Jug. And Clockwork's been doing a great job just roaming around, like sniping couriers, blocking camps, stopping pulls. They've missed out on a few Inkswell plays. And then mid lane, Puck coming out slightly ahead against the Ogre. But E-Dog is just not bothered by anything.
He's just going to get his Midas and have a good time. Doesn't need boots. Doesn't need stats. It's just like bottle Midas.
Yeah, hit those range creeps.
You can see Pliskin here. He just sent out a couple of clarities to him, which is fine, but I really want to see him go into a Bassi and then eventually a Veil. Like, it's an amazing Veil game. You've got basically every single hero on your lineup wants to be using magic damage heavily. So I feel like that when, you know, OD needs probably BKB third item, I would say. Puck doesn't want to buy it at all. Tiny, he'll still be a little bit away to buy it. Like, it's a really good Veil game. So I think he's passing up on a big opportunity.
Yeah, and the big efficiency as well, just having that continual flow of mana.
Yep.
What's Kalnak up to? He's dragging waves around. Journey gets his soul ring delivered. He's got a Wraithband soul ring.
Oh, that might actually end up killing him, the use of the aggressive Astral Imprisonment. Yep, Jabba, he'll end up falling for that.
I don't get the deny either, and that's left Bane completely wide open now. Gyro and Veno under the tower. I'll secure this quite simply. Clockwork's trying to TP up here, but it's still a double kill for Pliskin. And if Kalnak's not careful, it's going to be a triple as well. He pushes the Gyro twice back with the cogs. Kalnak's still ticking to the damage over time of the Venomancer, though, and 3 in a row. It's 4-0 start for Northern Ireland.
Hold on, they're saying, Pliskin, you're the only one with a tango. No! Don't eat that tree! Eat the tree that we need to get out! Oh, no.
Oh, no. Look at them, they're just like... It's like one of those vacuum robots bumping its head into a wall over and over again. Like, how do I get out of here? I don't know the floor plan.
Eventually they do. Where's,
so much wasted time now.
Yeah, they basically lost an entire creep wave worth of farm. Well, they're just going to try and continue to be aggressive. I mean, Bane chose not to TP back. Just going to walk the way, pick up the bounty rune on the way. Potentially could have been another opportunity to kill this OD. Even despite that, he's close-ish to his Midas, going a completely naked Midas. No Meteor Hammer here for Jabba.
Yeah, one branch separates him from death right now. No Astral. They've got a Nightmare, but the homing missile connects too quickly. Daily, he's Nightmared now, but Gaddy's going to have to take the brunt of damage from the Gyrocopter, and Daily gets it transferred across from him as he pops a magic stick.
Nice tread swap as well by Daily, making sure that he had that tiny little bit of extra HP through the strength treads. He's sitting on Agi for some reason right now, instead of, sorry, Intelligent instead of Agi right now.
Kalnak spun down bottom. Journey here with the avalanche toss combo, trying to kill off Tay, but not enough damage to do so. Now, Danok, how many Midases are we going to see this game? Because I can see like 3 queued up right now.
Who's the third? I know Ogre
Veno.
and OD have it. Veno's... Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, they did this in their previous game where they looked at their best, right? Where it was Doom Ogre, and they had...
That was a Doom. You know, Doom Midas
Yeah.
is like, alright, understandable.
But usually Midas is an item you think you'd want to drag the game out and continue scaling, right? It's not the opposite. It is the opposite of a fast tempo early game item.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only counter-argument to that is that Veno is one of these heroes that basically almost all of his effectiveness is based off of levels, and Midas is one of the best ways to amp up your levels in the game.
Millsy, Orb of Venom's on him. E-Dog wanted to chase it, but now the call comes out, and Puck is going to have the reinforcements to arrive in toward this Ogre. E-Dog loses his courier as well. He's still a tanky fella, but trapped inside the cogs and surrounded by 3. He should eventually get chipped away at and die.
Are fortified.
Despite those 3 deaths, Jabba's been able to pick up that naked Midas 7.5 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is under
Which is
attack.
the first one, but I wasn't a huge fan of the... Does Daly think that Veno is an intelligence hero? Because he's had these treads on him for the longest time. It is an agi hero, my man. Like, I don't understand.
It's pretty funny, though. Like, I would understand more. You know, I could rationalize it if he had Plague Wars leveled up and he was spamming them constantly, so he would, want it on int, right? But nah. Please change them.
Middle tower is under attack.
Even just with a Tango on, you get slightly more value of having it on int or agi as opposed to strength, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's questionable. Well, they'll get to push and take this tower, it looks like. No one's coming from the Dire to defend it.
Really would have
Everyone's
rather him
backed up.
have the... Even just the 1 point in the Plague Ward as well. Just helps with sieging so much, gives you vision, and, when you've got a Gyrocopter paired together with you, vision is exactly what you need.
Oh, they're really guarding this Puck mid now, scared of the E-Dog Ogre. 2 supports sat behind Millsy. That leaves Journey bottom alone against the Juggernaut, where Tiny is coming out ahead ever so slightly in the net worth. It feels like one of those games where everyone's lacking on levels because no one wants to show up in lane. Support's
All right.
going to be like level 3, level 4 forever.
No cheating, Gary.
Okay, not
He's
looking.
about to die. What does Nile have queued up?
Middle tower is under attack.
He's a Juggernaut. What does he have queued up? I mean, the fact that you're asking this question makes me think it's not Maelstrom and not Battle Fury.
You are correct.
It is an Orchid or something?
No.
One more guess. Let me look at the
Yeah.
item list. I mean, Manta wouldn't be awful. Radiance. Radiance.
He has Radiance.
Yes.
queued
Yes.
up.
Yes.
Oh my god, I hate
This is my build. This is my build.
You did this?
This is my build.
Dire's top
I mean, there's lots of people who've done it before and
Okay,
after me,
actually, it makes sense if they're going this full Veil build, which the Gyro has queued up. He's just a recipe away.
but very good. I
Magic
like
Juggernaut.
it. He's going to spin on Kalnak now. I mean, it is a very powerful build if you can actually get the items you need, because you do need more than just the Radiance. You need Radiance E-Blade, Shiva's Guard, Kaya Sanj, all this good stuff to amp up your magic damage when Journey just running straight towards your Veno and tossing him around. Getting closer to that blink, just 100 away. The time might be slowing down.
Yeah. Not sure that's the place where you want to be on this Venomancer either. You've gone this Midas build, and you're fighting? Not sure if that's the go.
Yeah, not sure. He could have stayed up top maybe, but a good turnaround from
Maybe.
E-Dog and Tay here onto the 2 with the Ink Swell. The Nightmare doesn't save them, and Pliskin dominating, picks up another double kill.
is under attack.
That'll give him his Veil as well. He's got it coming out on the courier now. Luckily enough for Tiny, though, was able to buy the Blink Dagger before he died, so doesn't lose any of that valuable gold for himself.
Oh, I forgot to mention the most important item on the jug is that Aghanim Shard. Like, you've got
course.
such great spin talents. Having that shard with magic damage feels pretty nice.
So we're expecting to see the Blade Fury Radius, the Blade Fury Duration, the Blade Fury DPS.
I hope so. Absolutely hope so. Not sure about the phase boots on this build, though. I'm a big fan of the boots to travel with Radiance, you know? Just play the entire map and soak all the farm. And that's another... Oh, hello. There's the blink reveal. Demolishes Daly's Veno. And this kind of lends... This kind of lends to the argument about the Midases. If your Jug is going to be the vacuum cleaner soaking up all of the farm with his Radiance, and maybe he goes Manta and does a split push Manta Radiance Illusions, then you've got Midases and the other heroes to be able to get something out of the map. As Gaddy and Tay drop coil on that gyrocopter, as E-Dog comes in, magic damage is there, and Millsy's stuck. This Pliskin gyro 7-0.
Love to see it. He's going into the Aghanim shard as well. One of the best shards in the game in my eyes if you're able to get it early on with a lot of tempo coming through. Got to be careful about not giving away that kill streak though. Journey ends up just saying thank you very much.
That's a lot of money for Tiny. And he's just got his blink and now he's finished off treads. 600.
He had the vision as well. That observer ward was down there previously, so he could see the blink Tiny walking up to him.
Yeah, awkward. Pinata effect. Dropping candy all over the place. Have we hit 6 on our supports yet? 12 and a half minutes in. Bane's got it. Clock doesn't.
Stoken mid. Daly came mid saying, look, I need a little bit of farm. And then the Ogre's like, bro, I only just got my own Midas. I'm the mid. Let me do my thing. This is where, like, I don't think he's used poison over a single time ever since he's skilled it up. You just don't get the value out of it until you're truly ready to team fight. And realistically, are you wanting to team fight while you've got this Midas build?
Oh, he's got anti-treads on.
Oh?
I was watching him. He just swapped them. They were on in the entire time he was farming jungle. And then he swapped them to Agi.
I don't know if you could go up here, Daly. I mean, you've left Jabro. Oh, okay, maybe you can. He needs to TP immediately.
He has to buy a Fairy Fire in base, right? He's going to die. No, he's okay. He's okay.
Well...
Oh, Fairy Fire.
One. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Not this spicy there, though. This game, you know, I was kind of approaching it as Scotland, that they're ahead in terms of skill and drafting and gameplay, and, you know, maybe expected Scotland just to kind of wither away, but there's a solid chance here for them. Maybe not with Daly dying top to Millsy's Puck, who comes in with a Witchblade. But if they can get this Juggernaut up and running and group up as 5, it's just that timing matter, isn't it, Danog? What do you say, 38 minutes or something?
38 minutes, 27 seconds they need to win by. That is when the game finishes, not when the
GG is called.
Not when the GG is called, yeah.
True. I mean, Pliskin looking for another kill to add to his tally. Nightmare dodging, though. Gaddy God. And Journey with Karnak back in onto Tay, and Pliskin finding the kill on the Grimstroke. Can the gyro slip away? I don't believe so. He's caught down in the river. And 2 swift picks there for Scotland. Defend their triangle.
Very well-deserving tips coming through there for Gaddy.
Absolutely. I think he dodged more than just the call. Like, he dodged a bunch of stuff.
Yep.
Like cool down and all that damage coming his way. Oh, Tiny maybe should have popped the one there to try and toss back the Ogre. Instead, letting him slip away up the high ground, and a brain sap there. A toss back will save Gaddy's Bane. It's all getting scrappy and messy.
Using the brain sap against the illusions, obviously it deals more damage, so he was able to lifesteal so much more.
Now Tay, it's his turn to get in on this. The Inkswell Soulbind combines nicely as Journey blinks and avalanches. But 3 heroes here in front of him. Journey's got 5 1-charges and Millsy behind him with the coil ready, but he's not going to throw it out just yet. Dodge out the home missile. Oh, look, he's got my voice line.
You got to be nice to him now.
Niall, you god, I love you. Well, I mean, he's building Radiance on Juggernaut. I don't know, we're 2 peas in a pod.
I'll take that as tribute.
Do you think he's got like a Gareth Shrine in his house or something?
Oh god, I hope not. Usually doesn't end well for people like me when there's people with shrines out there. Oh, jeez.
Right, well, he's got the relic finished up. That's nice. It's going to accelerate his farm a little bit on this Juggernaut.
He's been watching my replays, hasn't he? Yeah. The only problem is I almost exclusively play turbo and ability draft games nowadays.
Oh, no. Did they adjust Midas's cooldown in Turbo?
No.
So
But
it's
creeps
just a
give
horrible
more
item.
XP and gold. It is pretty bad. Like, it is one of the worst items, but it's not as bad as you think.
Oh, because the creeps give so much more experience
Yeah.
and gold that it evens out.
It's like okay, but I would argue you should never buy Midas in Turbo.
Gotcha.
Unless you're Arc Ward. Like, Arc Warden is like the only exception, I think.
Maybe OD.
I don't know. Can you still get Lone Druid to have double the effects from Midas? I always forget that.
I'm not a lone druid player. I don't know.
Because it used to be you could have 2 with separate cooldowns, but now I'm not sure anymore. I think you don't. I can't remember though. But yeah, Midas garbage in Turbo.
He's gone the Blade Fury Radius build. Last time I
good.
saw him use it, it didn't look that much bigger. Is that just a visual bug, or my eyes just bad?
It should look a bit bigger, but the trouble... I don't. Did you play a lot of like Ag's Labyrinth or anything like that?
A little bit, yeah.
Because when you think about the size of the spin in that game, it's like noticeably bigger. Like, it, 300 range increase, but this is,
Yeah.
100 range,
75.
75 radius isn't that massive.
Yeah.
Well, he'll get there. What, 19 minute? Oh, even less. 18-minute rally.
18. Yeah. Oh, they know.
Just needs to
you're
not
there.
die. Good spin.
Oh, nice fingers.
Fast on the fingers, and a soulbind will hold them away from any more aggression. Pliskin's also going to spot out Gaddy. And with the Veil, yeah, you're right. That gyro just shreds people. Hook shot
Especially now
off
that
the
he's
mark.
got the Ag Shard as well.
Journey having difficulties. He blinked in aggressively. Pliskin turns on him. E-Dog has already spent all his spells. Needs to wait for the cooldowns to come back. And Pliskin in towards them, but Jabba's
Oh,
hammer
great Poison Nova.
annihilates the Gyrocopter. That Poison Over doing some good damage over time. And an Inkswell back in allows E-Dog to reinitiate back towards Kalnak. Puck is out with the Illusory Orb, and Journey is in the fountain healing, close to death. Millsy blinks away from the Ogre.
How
But
did
a
he
great
get
team
away?
fight.
I thought the Tiny was dead meat throughout all of that, but still able to get back to base. Still ends up losing to the Gyrocopter, but doesn't care that much. Right now, it feels like OD's taken over as being the biggest area of concern. Once he picks up that BKB, you're like, well, what the hell are we supposed to do in these team fights? All of your damage is magical.
Yeah, that is true. I was going to say, Jug just spins, he spins to win. If Odie has that BKB, there are problems.
Got Radiance coming, though. I didn't have it delivered at the time yet.
I'm really curious to see what he buys next. Because I know when Miracle was playing this build like a year or 2 ago, he was going Radiance E-Blade as like the 2 items you need.
What about a Yashikaya?
See, I always prefer the Manta to Yashikaya. But maybe... I guess you can go Yashikaya, disassemble both into E-Blade and Manta. But Ogre, well, blasted, hook-shotted, gone. Good cogs as well to block the advance. Make sure that Gyro is now isolated and has to deal with this OD. But Bane dissipates under the magical damage. And Pliskin tried to stand his ground with Inkswell on him while Nile and Daly clean up house. But 20 minutes in now, 18 minutes to go. As Journey's Tiny... Well, he's jumped back in, maybe opening up for Millsy here to find a pick-off onto Tay, but the Witchblade is going to expire before they can get the killing blow.
I was about to say, did that evasion save him from a single right-click from Journey, but Puck just comes in to clean up the kill at the end there. And, it's all well and good. They're leading the kills by 6, but time's a ticking. They got 18.5 minutes to be able to close out that game, and they only just took a mid-tier 1 tower. And it's not looking like they're going to have too many of the... abilities or anything else to actually push up onto that high ground.
I've just seen what Jug's queued up. Kaya Yasha. I do hope he disassembles them afterwards into the Manta E-Blade. Because you want the ability to clear jungle camp, split push, have those illusions to get away from any danger incoming.
You want that, but is that how Northern Ireland want to play this game? I feel like they're just like, run at them as 5 and fight. That seems like the game plan to me.
And it's like a matter of will he get to those like 3rd tier items with only 18 minutes to go. I guess that's what's in the minds of Scotland right now. It's like we just keep taking fights, keep making sure like we break even, don't lose ground, don't give them objectives. And it feels like one of these games where Roshan might just be completely ignored.
Yeah, I would say so. Probably. I mean, it depends. Excuse me. It depends what you're able to get up on Journey here. If he's able to finish up his next big item, you can see he's got an Ogre Axe just sitting in his backpack. Once he gets the BKB, he's already got the Blitz Knuckles. He has the Shard, so he's very capable of taking Roshan if you win the team fight prior to it.
Looks like they want to try and smoke. They're all grouped around their triangle. Ogre clears that mid wave, come back behind their tier 1, and go out and fight again, because every time they've stepped forward with this gyro and the Grimstroke, they've found some real juicy kills.
Looks like they want to go for one more wave. Just get that. Well, I don't even know why you're maxing out the Bloodlust at this stage, to be honest, but they're going to do it. No
Move
one's
speed.
right-clicking on your team. Yeah.
Move speed, like Jug with his spin build. This is why I was kind of questioning the phase boots a little
Travel,
bit. Like
yeah.
it's all right. Boots of travel, I think, are better, but having move speed and chasing people with spin is just it's just a wonderful feeling. Like, I'm untouchable. You can't do anything to me. I've got evasion, mischance. I've got magic immunity. Sitting very calmly and farming back, which gives Scotland obviously that advantage.
I like the fact that Gyro's gone away from the Blink Dagger. I wasn't sure exactly what that was going to accomplish this game. Instead, go on the BKB. Makes a lot more sense. Means that Puck, OD do absolutely nothing to you. Is much more of a reliable item choice. Kind of got to that point where they just need to be playing as 5 constantly.
Yeah, go together everywhere together. Ogre Invis with a blink. If anyone shows, could just get fire blasted to death. And there's Jabba spotted under a ward. 2 times multicast and a silence arrives, but he's got a BKB. Big damage from the OD. Slams that Santa's Eclipse onto that poor E-Dog Ogre. Nile has died to the Bane elsewhere. He was trying to come in and connect through the river. So both position 1 and position 2 dead on Northern Ireland. Daly's on the retreat, and they've got a Yule Scepter catching Pliskin with a grip. Gaddy's there to set it up and allow Kalnak and Millsy to finish the job. Or Journey, because he's the carry.
Just letting Journey get a single right-click with his tree. But you just see the difference there, right? BKB gets popped on the OD, and you've got nothing. There's absolutely nothing that you can do. They haven't gone for 4 staffs, which, you know, probably against the clockwork, something that you want to consider. But just additional movement items to be able to get away from the start of these team fights.
Top tower is under attack.
It's all well and good to bait it out, but it needs to actually be followed up into something else.
Yeah, you need to be able to retreat, reset, and then turn around, but unable to do so. And in consequence, triangle warded, controlled by the Dire. Tier 1 mid, slapped around by the Tiny, who has fresh BKB of his own.
Now, do you like the Juggernaut choice to go the full Yashrin Kaya before the Aghanim Shard? Because I feel like the Shard is pretty core.
Shard is, yeah, it's Radiant Shard, and then whatever you want. It's just like the 100 move speed is so good. He's sprinting around. Well, I don't know.
It's not like they're going to get it free from Roche. Like we were saying, this is probably a game where we're not going to see any Roshans at all.
Or it's Scotland wiping them and taking it.
Yeah.
That's probably the only way it happens. Yeah, this net worth lead now up to about 4k for Scotland. Signs of doom for Northern Ireland.
Win probability is very optimistic for Northern Ireland. I think 44% is way too high.
Yeah. But, yeah, we're able to draw on history and past games. Win probability is just looking here and now and what they've got. I just don't know what they do next. Like they are all together. That's something we like to see. They're grouped up as 5 top. They don't have vision deep in the jungle. I don't see anybody. Actually, they have no wards whatsoever, right? 3 dire wards are out on the map. 2 now.
Yep, they got nothing. They haven't used Midas. You're not using Venom with Plague Wards onto the high ground. He finally does, but yeah,
Dire's top tower is under
it's the
attack.
same issue that we've seen all throughout these series, right? It's just you're falling well
Radiant's
behind in
middle
experience.
tower is
You've
under
got level
attack.
20 on the Tiny. The highest
Dire's
on your
top
team
tower
is
is
an
under
Ogre,
attack.
level 17 with
Dire's
minus.
structures are
There's a
fortified.
19 Puck, the next closest is a 16 Juggernaut. You've got a 20 OD against a 15 Venomancer. Like, this is just what happens. And you've gone minus as well, right? So you probably shouldn't be falling this far behind.
And now they're going to force the spin out of Joe pretty early on. I think he's going to have to use it immediately or this happens. Yeah, if you don't use it, you die. Kalnak caught up in the cooldown, but he's glimmered up and sent back behind his tier 2. Jabba and Journey looking for more targets, though. Millsy helps out to kill Daily, while the Soulbind will delay the movement forward from the Bane and the OD. That's a pretty decent spam out of Ignite. That's a lot of magic damage there, built up on Jabba and Gaddy. Glimmer Cape comes, but the sentry's already down and the dust is there. A victory for the Radiant. Northern Ireland doing a lot of damage. And you look at the remaining heroes, they're all on 1 HP from that Poison Nova. Just unfortunate they didn't have the finishing touches.
Yeah, that was Poison Nova doing the vast majority of that damage, but I think they got 2 Veils off in that fight just because it's got a relatively low cooldown. He was able to use it in combination together with the Soulbind plus the Fire Blast plus the Ignite, and really ended up dishing out a lot there. So, yeah, some good value coming out from Northern Ireland, but again, it doesn't actually result in anything. They didn't get any towers. Their heroes that are able to siege it ended up dying. Your experience differential is just continuing to grow and grow and grow. Nothing's looking good for them. They've got 10 minutes left to be able to close out this game.
If you don't spin immediately after that Astral, you are just nailing the last... Nailing the coffin, last nail in the coffin, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Stupid brain can't figure out
dead.
words that are coming out of my mouth. You're dead. Yabs, thank you so much. That's what I was trying to articulate. Dear Lord.
He's got Manta as well, by the way. Changed away from the Yashikaya. Oh, Spider Legs. Oh, and it's not in their lineup. My
That's
bad.
for Dire. Sad.
Dire's top
Where's the
tower
shard,
is
though?
under attack.
He still doesn't have it, yeah. I mean, Paladin Sword's pretty good. That spell lifesteal is handy on the jug.
What's gonna Gav? Yeah, everything else is pretty bad. Unless you went Fairy Strength.
Go back for the tier 1 item, yeah. You find yourself in that position quite a lot. Fairy Trinket's so valuable for spellcasters.
I mean, I wouldn't hate Manta style into Shard just because it's going to help your farm. I'm talking hypothetically. He hasn't really been farming, but...
Yeah, as long as he's using it off cooldown just to split push waves and get them forwards. The trouble is, you know, you're against OD, you're against Tiny, who can pretty much just one-hit these illusions anyway.
Yup.
It's not looked too bad when Northern Ireland, you know, come top and actually get their spells off. But I feel like they're going to be a little dismayed the way the last couple of fights have been going. Now, OD top of the net worth with Scythe of Ice pretty much done. As he clears out these Ancients, grabs himself some neutral items too.
Look, if their objective is to have a good time, this is exactly the sort of build that I would go for all these heroes. But if they're trying to win in the next... How many minutes was it? 9? It's not going to happen with this. Like, you need something that's going to siege towers. You need something that's going to make you tanky enough to survive the initial burst that's coming out here. And, you know, once they get the BKBs on the gyrocopter and all that, it's going to provide that, I suppose. But it just feels like you throw everything onto one person and then you've got nothing afterwards.
That's the thing, right? We've not even talked or factored in buybacks to this whole discussion about time rating. You look at the Dire team and they're holding every single buyback they possibly can. Bane the only one without it right now. So if you get into these extended team fights where you think you're winning, you're gaining an advantage, and you're pushing into the enemy base, you know, this defender's advantage with buybacks available so quickly and freely from Scotland could be your undoing. It doesn't help when Ogre isn't multicasting every hand of Midas he's casting.
Yeah. I mean, if he's able to get the sheep stick, it's obviously going to be influential. They're looking to put a little bit more emphasis onto Pliskin, getting that BKB for himself. Juggernaut, now he's going into the Mjolnir. I'm not sure how crazy I am about that, but he needs the Aghanim Shard as soon as he can. That plus level 20 for the extra Blade Fury DPS. I mean, you're going to have Ags very shortly. I mean, they've got a lot of timings coming up, but they've got very little time to actually take advantage of it.
Yeah. You know what's weird is watching a Tiny with a shard that doesn't have Echo Saber or Moon Shard.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him every time. It's like, oh, he can clear that wave in a second, but no, he takes so long with his lumbering hits.
Oh, and he got a Titan Sliver as well. Of course he did. I hate this game so much
my
sometimes.
Just casual 500 damage on Tiny now. No big deal.
Position 3
Siphon
Tiny, by the
OD.
way.
Is he top? Is he second in net worth? Yeah, Hand of Midas has put OD up at the top, hasn't it? And Puck in
What have we
third
got
place as
going
well.
on?
Radiant don't have any cores up there.
Juggernaut with he's going the Maelstrom first before the Shard. But what's the point? What's the point? Maybe if you had Shard and you would be attacking during it, it could be. That's pretty good.
This is huge. Oh, well, they don't get the chain stuns. Jabba just BKBs and turns back. The little piggy sent away by the cogs. The Soulbind, though, as the BKB ends, and the turnaround from Pliskin, the Self-Astral comes as they grip up the Venomancer. Pre-Nova gets it off in the last second as Jabba turns to fight, but this Gyrocopter's huge. A double kill for him, and the Omni Slash forward, but Nile can't finish off Journey. That's a 3,500 HP tank of a Tiny. And Nile's spin about to end. What's he going to do? Run back forward aggressively into the Tiny now and get a kill on Journey. Oh, he does it. Picks him up. And now he's level 20. Has that DPS Blade Fury talent.
Looking for more. They're going to be able to get the Bane at least.
That's Pliskin, of course, puts his name to the kill. But Dano, this is probably the most important moment of the game. What does Northern Ireland do now? Or how much can they get out of the rest of the map from that fight?
Oh, like you said, it is such a big deal. I mean, with all of those kills as well, Ogre was there for all of it. He was able to get the extra levels. He's bringing himself so much closer to that Scythe of Vice. It was all dependent on the initial burst that they were able to get in onto the OD, right? Force him to pop a BKB defensively as opposed to aggressively. Well, there's that glyph forced out. They've got the healing ward. That's one of the things that Jug actually does excel at, is that you can just continue pushing forward as a full team. And there's nothing that the enemy team can do about it. You're always just going to be able to be pretty fighting fifth.
Yeah, the point I brought up earlier about Dire holding on their buybacks, they bought out a bunch of items, so they don't actually have that full array of buybacks as Northern Ireland come high ground.
They got
5 minutes remaining on the timer. And they're pummeling away. High ground tier 3, but that's where they'll cut it short and run away. That's a good first attempt, but they desperately need to get more off of this, and the coil will force the BKB from Pliskin's gyro. Hook shot misses. Carmack doesn't get the connection he needed.
Still chasing for more here on Millsy. Kind of surprising.
Yeah, he gets hexed up, stunned, ignite, and then backs away. Homing missile shard, incredibly annoying with that rocket barrage spilling out from it. Scotland's still going to feel pretty good.
Does really rip through Tiny's HP now, though. 4.5% of his max HP is damage every second on a 60-second cooldown.
Oh yeah, with that Aghanim Scepter. And OD's a pretty tanky fella himself, right? His stat gain, yeah, 2.9 strength per level. He's got close to 3,000, or he will have 3,000 with strength treads on. Both him and Tiny can suffer tremendously to that percentage-based damage. Oh, the illusion bait. BKB and hook shot. Right, it's go time. Right,
yeah, surely we smoke. Smoke, smoke, smoke. Oh, gotta push out the lane. Very smart.
Clear mid-wave. Smon can go.
Back up. Back up. Out of the rocket flare. There we go.
Very good.
Full 5-man smoke. Does Jug have... He makes sure to turn off the radius. Radiance. Very smart. Still doesn't have that Aghanim shard, though. The bottom lane is going to give away a lot of this information, though. So the fact that everyone's been able to retreat away, it's very well read by Team Scotland. Yeah, look at the pings on the map saying, hey, this is pushed in. No one's farming it.
I'm not going to lie. You know, time rating has always been one of these things that's... Oh, the catch again! Oh my god, they've got him with a Hex and the multicast. Silence on him as well. The Soulbind dead. They got the chain stuns. He's disabled and dead. 90 seconds without your OD. Oh, the window's open for Northern Ireland. They've got a chance now. Edo's going to find Kalnak too. The hook shot misses, can't connect to the Bane to save himself. Two
Oh my
heroes dead
God.
without buyback. Oh,
This could be the time they do it. They've got the double creep wave. They don't have glyph. You just have to try and end the game right now.
Like I was
Look
going
at
to say,
Puck. Look at Puck. Puck's cutting.
cutting waves, yeah. And bottom lane was shoved in by the Tiny. He's going to kill off the Gyro here, maybe. Some big, heavy hits out the crits. And Pliskin, oh, barely surviving. Ogre will come back and defend, but this is not really what you want. You've moved away from your push in the mid lane. Journey and Millsy both escape, while the OD jumps in towards Daly in the mid. BKB and the spin to run back from Jabba, but they defend their barracks. And that was the one window that it felt like Northern Ireland had. Now they've got 2 minutes to end the game. I just don't think that's ever long enough, especially when you're losing your Venomancer here to Millsy's Puck, caught with a coil.
They got to do it right now. I mean, the OD buying back is a very small window of opportunity, but you've got to take maximum advantage out of it. I mean, by the time the Venomancer's alive and runs back to the top side of the map, the game will be over. So it almost feels like they've missed that golden opportunity for themselves. Who cares if you were losing a tier 3 bottom to a Tiny? You just needed to all in.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Surprising they came back to try and defend that. But it's, honestly, time ratings turned this game into something way more intense than I ever imagined.
I love it.
Watching the clock tick down. Yeah, it's like one of those weird things where like time rating is always used as the last-ditch tiebreaker rule, right? You don't really want to use it, but you have to in some scenarios. But in a situation like this, where you've got 3 teams in a best-of-2 round robin, coming down to the very end, you need something to break that tie. As Kalnak hook shots the Grimstroke, scythed up and dead with Aegis in the hands of the OD. Scotland now in firm control of this game and their fates moving forward.
Yeah, this is it. There's no way that they're going to end the game in 30 seconds. So Scotland looking like, unless there's some weird full team disconnect, that it's going to be them claiming that second spot for the European region.
Look at Journey's positioning as well, just on an observer board, looking to clear that top tier 2. Rest of his team prodding that middle one.
No Echo Saber, no Moonshard, no cares. He's just like, yeah, I'll just slowly slice this tower down. There it is. We've passed the timer. Scotland secure second. But they're going to play it out anyway. I mean, these guys, they're playing for fun. They're having a good time, clearly, with this draft. But it could still go either way, honestly.
That's always the question, like, did Northern Ireland know about time rating? Congratulations to Scotland. If things don't go the way of Wales, if they, for whatever reason, can't make the event, Scotland will be that backup team going to Birmingham August 6th and 7th.
It'd be a shame if Wales weren't able to get there. I mean, they were clearly the best team today, and I feel like they'd be very good representatives of the European region, minus Great Britain, of course. Or England, not Great Britain.
I had to like study what the difference was, and I'm English, you know. It's one of those real confusing things. You've got 4 different names. You know, you've got Great Britain, you've got the British Isles, you've got United Kingdom, and then you've got the United Kingdom with the British Isles, including the Channel Islands. You know, you've got all these different little spots.
Now, what are the British Isles? Is Gibraltar a British Isle?
No. So the British Isles technically includes mainland Ireland and the Channel Islands. So it's like, it's everything in the like orbit of the United Kingdom.
Got it.
But it's like Ireland, like there's Northern Ireland and Ireland. Ireland doesn't like being called British, right? So you don't tend to call it the British Isles when you're talking to an Irish person. I'll just tell you that.
So what is Gibraltar? Because I know it's like a British territory.
It's like on the south of Spain, right? It's basically a rock. It's just I don't know. It's just a place. We've got a bunch of them. We've got Falkland Islands. It's just remnants of imperial times, I think, colonial times.
Australia.
Yeah.
It's just some rock in the ocean.
Just Ayers Rock, you know, just chilling out there. I'm always surprised at how big Australia is, though. You know, when you don't use the Mercator projection for maps, and you're looking at how big Australia is compared to like Africa and Canada and Russia and stuff, you're like, oh wow, that's actually huge.
I mean, when you consider how much of it we actually use, it's not that big.
I think the same can be said for most large countries, though. Like,
well, yeah, but like England probably has more like habitable area than Australia does, which
Yeah,
is
maybe
kind of
so.
crazy.
Like, I'll never forget the first time I flew over, like, the Midwest of the USA, you know, flying over Bible Belt and corn farms, and it's literally just nothing. Like, there's absolutely nothing out there. No houses, no roads, nothing. Just farms.
Just
as
wheat
far as the eye can
corn.
see. Yeah. It's madness. Oh, Northern Ireland holding on, defending their base, waiting for Scotland to come to them. But it is just this pressure on all sides. They've been hemmed in their base, herded like little sheeps. A final smoke, a last hurrah here potentially for them. Buyback wise, what we're looking at, 3 buybacks for Radiant. Jug, Gyro, Grim.
He's got the shard. We can rejoice. Let's go, Juggernaut.
Yeah, let's go indeed. Push some buttons. Push out of your base. He's got a clear top wave. Mid's coming in. And
Is it
OD
just
is going
me,
to lose
or-
his Aegis in 30 seconds.
Does Veno's 25 right talent seem incredibly underwhelming?
100 attack speed. Yeah, seems...
At that stage of the game,
Pretty
that seems very
bad.
minimal. Like, if it was 200, I'd be like, okay, that's pretty strong.
I mean, what is that? A Hyperstone is 60 attack speed. So it's a 1.5
Get a bunch from
Hyperstones.
agility, though. And you, by that stage, you've got a lot of agility gain on most
Yeah.
heroes.
Yeah, I don't think it's that great. Maybe 200's a bit high, like 150 I think I'd settle on.
I think if you let a Venomancer get to level 25, you deserve whatever's coming to you.
And I guess you always have to weigh it against 2.5 Plague Ward HP damage. That's always going to be the one you click, I think. Oh, Ogre. He's
found
found the
him.
jump. Hex on Tiny. Nightmare save and a turnaround. No, not available. Journey down and a spin from Juggernaut. Moving towards Gaddy. They've got the Bane all caught up. And a double kill for Niles Juggernaut. That's what we like to see. Comeback time for Northern Ireland.
Still haven't lost any of the racks in their base, so I mean, they're doing a good job on Scotland of constantly keeping these waves pushed in, though, so it's not like they can even make an
Radiant's
aggressive
top
movement. You
tower
can
is
see
under
here
attack.
Juggernaut having to use his Manta style to try and contest it a little bit, but it seems like the micro isn't quite there because the bottom one isn't actually hitting any creeps. They'll eventually get a couple of swipes in. Ooh, that's not good, though. Skadi killed off by the puck.
Ouchies.
Still, though, first laner racks most likely to be for them. There we go.
Yeah, they'll take it. And go for tier 4s now. They'll force buyback from Tiny at the very least, it looks like. Hex in. Jabba. Oh, he's got so
5-man
much
coil.
damage. Niles' streak is gone. No buyback for him. And they've caught up the Ogre and a toss around. A Grim Stroke for Tay to die. A triple kill for Jabba. And Journey's Tiny clears up the
Jesus
Ogre with a 5-man
Christ.
wipe. They annihilate everyone. That was like a 3v5.
That was a 5-man coil. I'm pretty sure this Clockwork's gonna die. Oh, never
Lotus
mind, Lotus.
gets rid of the lethal damage.
Oh, actually, the OD, though?
I beheld those who once placed their
Pretty
trust
close.
in me.
2 buybacks. Oh, sorry, just 1 buyback, but on the Tiny, pretty vital. Gotta be careful about showing yourself too far forward, but I suppose there's only a Grim Stroke alive. He's never gonna be able to kill you.
And you're a Tiny with a DD now.
Yeah.
What's the number on Tree Grab? What does my Tree Grab say? 470.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is that how much bonus
The number?
damage it's giving?
I don't see the number on Tree Grab.
Oh. Like the buff above Tiny. He's got DD
Yeah.
and he's got Tree Grab.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah,
Mine says 470 inside it.
Oh, no, mine doesn't say that.
Weird.
Mine says attack, steal increased, and splash damage.
Oh, no,
Range increased by 200.
Not even on the hover over tooltip, just like the actual circle itself.
Oh, no, it says nothing to me.
Like when you've got dual victories, it's got the little number in the circle.
yeah.
No, that's weird.
Nada.
Well, it's disappeared now. It's gone.
You're just gaslighting me, Gary.
No, I saw it. Absolutely did.
Radiant's structures
I hope-
are fortified.
Please tell me. Yeah, the observer sees it. If you look at VMix, you can see the 470 there.
I don't know what VMix is, I'm sorry.
God, I'm not crazy. Hey, why is Scotland running away? Don't be scared.
What's the worst that could happen?
Just go high ground. Roshan's alive, I guess. You can go get that instead.
Not even...
Second Roshan, 46 minutes in. That was insane.
Well, OD takes care of it pretty quickly.
Oh dear, he does.
What would you get this to?
Shard or the Aegis?
A shard. Oh, we've got a Revenant's Brooch on Millsy, by the way. As to why, I'm not sure, but... Ogre has E-Blade, so...
That makes sense.
Get through that.
Who did get the shard? I saw Clockwork didn't have one yet. No, not him. Bane
OD.
has one.
OD got it.
OD took it, okay. So now you have that
Slow
movement
walk.
inside Astral, yeah.
Yeah.
Now time for another one last chance. Well, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but Northern Ireland, they keep striking back. You have this blink on the Venomancer getting into the back lines and doing that percentage damage. I really can't help this Jugger and Ogre push further forward.
It really does feel like that. Can Daly hit a 5-man Poison Nova? Because it's so strong.
The return homing missile back into the gyro.
Imagine if it also stole his Aghanim Shard component, so it was dealing rocket barrage damage to you as well.
Yeah, I mean, it should do. If you got shard,
It
you know, that's how most things work in Dota. Just pretend you're Rubik.
He's got to be so careful about how far forward he goes.
Oh, he's got Flicker on Tiny, getting rid of that Gale. Incredibly handy. Another return missile.
Rocket.
And an Astral
Walk
to
around.
save him. Can't even click on the Tiny when he's in Astral.
He's actually just clearing out these poison points.
Oh, he's got Aegis, so it's not a big deal if he does die the first time here. I would prefer him, to heal up off that Satanic very nicely. Still no jump from either team, though. Tentative from Scotland, but feels
you
like
don't have
far
to,
too
right?
passive from Northern Ireland. I feel like should be jumping in, trying to catch out.
I don't know. I mean, you've got these Plague Wards that you can just stand behind. No real need to. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? I
You
think
lose
you're
your
needing to wait. Are they?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Tiny's now stuck here up on the high ground, but a hook shot from Kalnak onto Gyro. Juggernaut spinning around and a multicast on Tiny, but Grimstroke and Venom
got
have to
the
try and
Nova
deal with the OD Jabber. Oh, he's destroyed the Veno yet again. Buys back on Daly straight off. And Clockwork returns to the fight as well. Northern Ireland going to force them away. Nightmare buys a little bit of time for Gaddy, but he'll eventually die, and Millsy is dropping pretty quickly. So that Poison Nova and the chase back from them.
He'll be fine.
They can't push in. You're right. They don't need to initiate. They just can't get past them.
I think they'll be pretty happy with just getting a buyback out of the Venomancer. Clockworks wasn't really useful at all, but I mean, a big part of that was just Journey's choice to hit Plague Wards instead of Towers as well, for why they weren't able to actually continue that siege. But yeah, very hard to actually contest up into a Venomancer if he gets his base defense there. And I mean, it's going to get harder, right? If he gets up onto that level 25, you're going to have the talent.
Neither team can end the game. We're here for another 40 minutes, Danog, in a game that no longer has a consequence.
All right, Juggernaut, you've got a Timeless Relic. He's trying to chase down Daly. Now, you got to give it to the Venom. It's does so much on Venom, man.
Okay, yeah, okay. They want to wait for tier 5 items, don't they?
Why not?
Get the Giant's Ring on someone.
Uh-huh.
I wonder
Give
what the
it to
best one
Tiny.
is with this Juggernaut. I don't think I've ever had Juggernaut build go to tier 5 items. I've always lost before I get to that.
I was about to say, did you lose? What would be good? I mean, Giant's Ring isn't bad, right?
Mirror Shield's pretty good. Yeah, I think Giant's Ring is probably one of the better ones, though.
Fallen
Tanky
Sky.
with magic damage.
Could you use Fallen Sky, like, at the end of spin?
Yeah, that's not bad, yeah. Oh, overwhelming blink for Puck and a blink dagger for the Jug. So he's completely ignoring the Mjolnir. Doesn't want to finish off his Maelstrom. And yeah, overwhelming blink with a Giant's Ring would be pretty nice. Do we have
I just
anything
wanna
left from
see-
Roshan? There was no cheese, right? That was just Aegis Shard, wasn't it? So it's all gone.
That was second Roche, yeah.
My internal clock is completely broken.
It's 5 a.m. here, don't you start.
No, I'm just saying, you know, my brain in terms of Dota, like, oh, 51 minutes in, must be 4th Roshan by now. Nope.
True. They're going for a full smoke here. Who can they catch? OD would be the prime target. But they can see that it's broken. I don't know if Grimstroke wants to be the one out there, especially when he doesn't have buyback for the next minute.
I mean, who does? Jug is the only Radiant hero with it. I try to scout with Plague Wards, but Jabba in such a good position there to break the smoke, not get caught. And again,
Alright, so what's the goal this game? We want the Tiny to get the Giants ring, and we want him to pop BKB and Satanic to be the biggest boy imaginable.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Switch
there's
those and Undying in the game.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have an Ogre on his team, otherwise he'd be able to Bloodlust as well.
Should have picked Rubik instead of Clockwork. Steal the Bloodlust. And Grimstroke's so adept at clearing out these waves, there's just no way that the Dire are getting up here.
Obviously, now that he's level 20, he can stand way back and do it.
Yeah, 1,000 cast range is pretty insane on that Stroke of Fate. And he's, again, the one going for these long wraparound solo moves, warding ahead of himself, trying to scout anyone out.
Well, he's got the gem, so he has the luxury of that, but, you know, this one up on the high ground. Has to be very careful of not getting caught out by that. Yeah, I think they have an idea that that area is warded.
Yeah, they've got to know something's up. Okay, DD rune. Here we go. That's a game changer. Clockwork sees it. Go on, spamping it. Calmac spamping it. Yeah.
And now
Come
pick it
on,
up.
Tiny.
Pick it up in his face.
No one coming. Oh, they've given Tiny the bottle. Very good.
Okay.
Off he wanders. He's not got boots anymore. He could maybe try and flicker his way there, but that's...
Yeah. Alex buying the tome for himself. Wanted to get up to that level 25.
He's bought a halberd this game, but I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Is anybody
don't
right-clicking on the Radiant?
No, nobody is.
Still.
Where's
I
the
guess
pipe?
Jug did get his Skadi delivered, and Mjolnir is going to be coming next.
I feel like Force Staff and Pipe is the better option, but go off
It's Aghanim Scepter again.
on
On the Clockwork.
Wizard Ace.
I was going to say Aghanim's over the halberd. How many smokes have they all got? Oh, that's Ninja Gear, wasn't it? Yeah, okay.
All right, Journey, will you hit the tower this time with your double damage? No, there's no point in right-clicking these.
I have a DD. I hit Plague Ward. Oh, come on, this DD. You've used it. Please put it to good use.
Ah!
I feel like there's some kind of collusion by the teams to make this game last as long as possible.
He's even got the overwhelm, the Swift Blink. Just Swift Blink.
Here we go. OD 3 hits him. Buys back immediately. Glyph is there to defend the barracks, and Daly's whiffed completely on his Poison Nova. Oh, it's a tragedy for the Venom, but Clockwork. There's the one on the Dire to die, and Gaddy's left again alone completely without a team. And E-Dog's Ogre chasing back to try and find anyone, but they're all retreating incredibly quickly with their Swift Blinks.
He's got the unrefined Fire Blast as well, so could have gone for the kill kickoff. 10 seconds till Roche. Not that they can kill it very quickly on Team Scotland, but they might be forced to try. Just for that extra life. We were mentioning before how sparing they were with the buybacks they have at their disposal. Does E-Dog have boots of travel? He does, but won't really be back enough to be able to defend this. I mean, they should know exactly where Northern Ireland are right now, considering no one's pushing in this top side. So they're just
keep your eyes. Keep your eyes on Tiny. He's going to come in.
Yeah.
There's no glyph, right? He's going to come in, take 2 lanes of barracks, right?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, they've taken a tier 1. That's worth
Shadow
it.
Blade.
Radiant's top barracks
He's
are
not
Go
even
mid.
caring about the Rage Rex.
Dire's bottom
Was he going bottom? No. I thought he'd go bottom and just be like a signal of, hey, I've had enough of this bullshit over your Plague Wards.
Just
A
9
Hex
hits
though.
him.
Radiant's middle barracks.
This skin has him, and a multi-cast kills him. Buyback's ready for the Tiny, but he got the job done. One rack's down. Top rack's ranged also died. The fact that he's got buyback available helps out as well, as Tay is force staffing away from Jabba's OD. But look at this, 1-2. 1-2 banishes him. Who's getting this kill? Puck or OD? They're both trying to take it away from each other.
Man, to have a Glimmer Cape at 56 minutes into the game is some dedication. Boots of Travel 2.
Safety.
He does. The Ogre has Boots of Travel 2.
Nice. Hand of Midas off cooldown in backpack. Not nice.
Oh, no. You gotta get that 17% 5 last chance on attack. I mean, come on.
Go on, E-Dog, just blink high ground. Daily E-Dog, just blink high ground. Go. Blink high ground. Go. There's a Bane there. You can just blast the Bane.
He went the Poison Nova reduces attack speed.
He did? Wow. I wonder what the Dota Plus like percentage is. You know, 3% of players pick this talent.
I will check. You tell me what's going on.
Nothing. Northern Ireland have run away again. Scotland still have that buyback on Tiny. And Gyro has to TP back to top to defend the incoming waves.
30%.
Again?
Regeneration.
30%.
30%. Higher than expected. Still pretty low, though. 100 attack speed. Oh, are we crazy? Is that...
It used to be something
that
else,
is-
so maybe that was what it was based off of.
Maybe. Yeah, because they changed around all his like poison over duration and stuff talents, didn't they? I don't know. Still seems like a weird one, but I guess against Odie and Tiny, who are doing the big hits. Puck also, like I mentioned, that Revenant's Brooch. Focused on right-clicking people. 100 attack speed could make the difference. Could add up in the grand scheme of things in a 60-minute game where we're about to get tier 5 items.
Yeah. It used to be the radius. It used to make the radius just enormous, like plus 640 radius, so it would never miss.
Ooh, they smoke just before that rocket flare hits. Scotland could have this false sense of security.
Yeah, but they will see the duration on those Plague Wards, so they should have a pretty rough idea that someone was just there. And if the rocket doesn't scout it out, it's a pretty clear reason as to why.
Kalnak saying careful. Is Millsy going to be careful, or is he going to be ballsy Millsy? He's hiding in the trees, not getting found. Kalnak and Jabba also
Are scanning.
hidden away on the left side of this mid
Hey,
lane.
you have no buyback.
Jabba BKB's up and Journey's in. Down goes Pliskin. Drop the Sands Eclipse on them as well, so Ogre gives away his life for the double kill, and the Lotus Orb bouncing Omni Slash. Really counteract that Juggernaut's play. And this has got to be the end of things for Northern Ireland. 5 heroes dead, 2 with buyback, but Scotland all alive and ready to push down that mid lane as long as they can get Jabba regened up.
I think they still want to wait for those those tier 5 items, to be honest.
Yeah, 20 seconds. Go stack some Ancients.
You're going to have Veto with ulti back up in 25. Might look to consider it.
2 snap buybacks, but they don't have any more. 2v4 currently down in the bot lane, and the TP from the OD will make it a 2v5. Mega creeps now coming, and 60 minutes having passed puts Scotland firmly in victory territory. 22 minutes more than was absolutely required.
Yeah, don't worry. The Venomancer in the spell damage lineup has picked up a Desolator. Nothing
Okay.
to worry about.
That's for hitting buildings, you know. The Juggernaut spinning, hookshot doesn't hit him. Journey just going to try and toss him around. There we go, dead for 2 minutes. And Venomancer, the only one surviving, sitting in his fountain with his freshly purchased Deso, just plonking wards all over the place, while Scotland bring down the towers, bring down the house, claiming second place. Unless Daly is able to somehow recover this with a double kill. Millsy now in the middle of them as well. They've got Tay here with a Grim Stroke, doing some good damage and killing the Clockwork off, but the buybacks from Scotland should be enough. Journey on the throne, finishing that building that they need to win to stop the defense of the ancients by the Radiant. And Gyro gone to the arcane orbs of the OD. E-Dog will try his best to blast away, but Jabba picks up a triple kill and claims the game.
What an action-packed game. It's certainly not something that we would see all the time, that's for sure. The Magic Juggernaut, the full Magic lineup that is completely useless against BKBs, but well, they had fun with it.
I sure did. Yeah, thanks for joining us here for the qualifiers for Europe, the first ever Commonwealth Esports Championship, leading into that Commonwealth Games taking place at the International Convention Centre in Birmingham, August 6th to 7th of this year. So keep your ears and eyes open for any more information about that. Of course, there's a number of other games other than Dota 2. There's Rocket League and eFootball going to be competed in as well. I mean, Danog, it's been a long old day, but a pleasure. We had some good games, some standout performances, new stars in the making, perhaps. Give us two names. I know you're going to say Neb as one of them, so that's why I asked for two. Who's your other choice for star players?
Oh, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Magic Gyrocopter, so I would say Pliskin. I was a big fan of him, and you know, when you give him his comfort heroes, it's clear that he's able to shine with them.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us. That's it for now, and we'll see you later on in the year.